sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Intel Extreme Masters Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Making history, absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme
in the grand finals. It's Norby! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Much history behind us, much history ahead of us. The second day of IEM Rio is here. We're back in the sunny beaches, the beautiful waters, and the lovely studios of Rio for a second day of action. We saw big casualties in the first day, and maybe we will see some more today. It is Veto, it is Hawker. Are you ready for day 2, Hawker?
Yeah, of course, man. I'm excited. We got some upsets, we got some surprises, and now we get to see if some of these teams can bounce back after getting surprised on that first day. And I love it when you get a couple of cheeky upsets early on, because it really throws everything into disarray. It throws everything into chaos.
Always good to see rising stars delivering on the server. And indeed, we did see some big casualties very early on. Yesterday was somewhat of a massacre. Quick in, quick out for the likes of Imperial. And there were plenty of larger names who were either finding themselves in the lower bracket or finding themselves out of the tournament entirely. Looking over to Group A, we can see the status quo. Heroic starting well over 9, but then getting upset by Big, who moves forward along with Na'Vi, whose journey was via the Mongols and Ninjas in Pajamas in a lower bracket. We can see NiP will be playing 9. Heroic will be playing the Mongols to try and fight for a spot in the further parts of the tournament. Looking over towards Group B then. Oh, but I didn't even mention MongolZ. They lost to 9 earlier on in the lower bracket, so they are out. They're gone. We won't see them anymore in Rio. On this side, though, in Group B, we can see that there is more action to happen. Big games to come. FaZe Clan versus Furia. OG versus Cloud9. A lot on the line there. Of course, OG upsetting Vitality early on, who find themselves in the losers bracket versus MIBR. 9Z, of course, versus Fnatic as well. We'll be going through some of these matches on the B stream. Of course, the A stream is up as well. A lot of CS to come today. And today's matchups will be 9Z versus Fnatic, Ninjas in Pajamas versus 9, and the Mongols versus Heroic. That's all here on the B stream. Are we going to go with 9Z or 9Z, Hawker? What do you think?
Oh, 9Z kind of rolls off the tongue better. I know I should, in theory, say Z as a Brit, but I feel like I go with 9Z, personally.
There's a few Zs, a very few Zs. I'll say JZ. I won't say JZ because, you know. So I'm going to go with 9Z, but I might say 9Z by accident because I am from the Englando, but I will do my best to say 9Z today. But indeed, that's going to be our first matchup today. Of course, there's lots of action on the A stream as well, so pick your poison depending on where your allegiances lie. And again, so maybe the biggest casualty yesterday was MongolZ. That was quite a shocker for people to see them exit the tournament so early.
Yeah, that I think it has to be the biggest surprise, because they were probably one of the favorites to make it through that group. I think most people would have said Na'Vi, Heroic, and MongolZ should be making it through, but Heroic are also down in that lower bracket now. And remember, that lower bracket, there's only one spot to qualify, so they've also got to make sure they don't make any more mistakes, no more room for error. And also just great seeing Big have that showing, because they didn't make the major. So this is now a tournament that they've got to look at and say, okay, why not put our weight into this tournament instead? And they've made it through into that upper bracket final against Na'Vi. That'll be a good one.
Indeed. And they are very clearly excited about that opportunity as well. They've done very, very well at the beginning of this tournament, but the work is not done just yet. Na'Vi will be a tough opponent for them. We'll see how that one plays out in due course. But yeah, we've got a lot of action to come today. 3 best of 3s on the B stream. Hawker and I will be taking you through the first 2, which will be quite fun. So lots of action going late into the night yesterday, and we're starting early for more carnage. Is there any particular game in today's lineup that you're looking forward to?
Ooh, I do think 9 versus NiP will be good fun, because I really think 9 could make a run through that lower bracket. And NiP have been looking better recently. I think they finally found the roles that fit that team. It seems like that was a big issue for them, but Alexi says they're much more comfortable with that now. So I think that'll be a good matchup. And then, I mean, some of the upper bracket games are really exciting too, like FaZe Furia. in Brazil. We know that Furia sometimes just step it up massively on home soil. And Art even said recently, they always look to win when they're in Rio, when they're in Brazil. They are always looking to win the tournament. So hopefully we get to see that extra level out of Furia.
I feel like the Heroic game versus the Mongols will be quite interesting as well. We saw Mongols take it to Imperial yesterday. I think Heroic are going to be a very hard team for them to beat, but I think they're up to the challenge as far as aggression is concerned, and maybe they will rise to a stronger opponent as well. Again, we saw some problems with their map pool yesterday, so they'll have to think about that quickly and try and figure out a good veto for themselves. But yeah, they'll definitely be an underdog going into that one, but they're going to bring the fire, I am sure, and that's part of the importance. Again, styles make fights, as they say, and I think that one could be an interesting one indeed. But I think there's a fair chance actually, the way Heroic are, that it might just run them over as well, because if they smell weakness, then they will break you. So it could be an interesting one, could be a landslide, but I'm hoping it will be the former rather than the latter. But indeed, yeah, there's a lot of action coming. Vitality versus MIBR. Vitality, you'll have trying to stabilize. Again, I think it's really, really tough to be in the lower bracket here. As you mentioned, only one position goes through in that lower bracket, whereas it is two in the upper one. So those best of ones earlier on are quite important, quite dicey indeed. But I'm sure Vitality will make a good run. But again, they've got some notable people to get through if they are to make it to the latter stages of IEM Rio as well. So indeed, it's going to be a bloodbath, I reckon. And that's always good to see as far as Counter-Strike's concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is quite cutthroat. You know, you lose one game and you're all of a sudden up against the ropes. But that's the way we want it. We want the best teams in the playoffs. And right now, some of those teams performing, I mean, Na'Vi definitely showing up. It seems like MPL is so much more comfortable in that team now. You just see it in the way he plays. Even in the interview I saw yesterday, I feel like, you know, he's still a little humble. He isn't going to come and say that he's going to top frag or anything, but he just seems way more comfortable in the team. It seems like the overall cohesion is way better for Na'Vi. So that's definitely exciting to see. And over in Group B, we're still waiting to see who makes it all the way through in that upper bracket.
We're going to head to a quick break. When we're back, we'll take a closer look at our first match of the day.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO. 2, 3, ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
We move through to our first map of the day. 9Z versus Fnatic. The world away in terms of ranks, but they'll be on land together in Rio. And maybe 9Z can level up and catch up in terms of the performance that Fnatic will be expected to put on today. UK man's on deck for Fnatic, but for 9Z, we have 2 Argentinians, a Chilean and 2 from Uruguay. Always a good football team to watch, but hopefully the CEST team can perform just as well with just as much flair versus the likes of Fnatic. What are your initial thoughts on this matchup, Hawker?
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic clearly have to be favorites, but I don't think they've been... It's weird because they made it through the RMR really comfortably, but I don't know if they've been in great form. Like, the wins they got there weren't crazy impressive to me. Fnatic, they kind of cruised through. They beat Viperio, a fellow UK team. Then they beat OneWin, and then they beat Bait. So they actually beat all teams that didn't make it through the RMR. And before then, felt like they were starting to get a little shaky. So I think maybe there is a chance for a little upset here. I think actually 9Z can make this competitive because they've just been playing in their region recently and been doing really well in South America.
Yeah, a loss to FaZe is quite reasonable for any team. We can take a look at 9Z and see what the roster looks like in cameras. Look at those esports poses, arms crossed, no watches though. That makes me sad, but they look confident. They look ready. No one looking meek or anything. Max looks very happy with himself indeed. So this is the squad. Try David, maybe David, Max, Buda, and DGT. It is Buda and Try who hail from Argentina. Max and DGT from Uruguay, and I reckon it's David.
It probably is.
It's probably David from Chile. Big fan of Chilean beer. Never been to any of these countries. Would love to visit though. But again, they look ready. They look like they've come into this and they believe in themselves. And again, as you mentioned, they had a good run coming into this tournament of IEM Rio. Having a look at their opponent though, no one will be a stranger to Fnatic. Roy, Fasha, Mezzi, Crims, and Nikodos. UK man's Mezzi in the middle. Crims, the icon of Fnatic for many a year. We've got piercing blue eyes all over this squad.
Yeah, man. Really going for it. Yeah, I think for Fnatic, we always talk about how well-rounded this roster is with their fragging, because Mezzi is just so good as an in-game leader, as an individual. Like, he is only recently transitioned to becoming an in-game leader, so he's just still a very good player individually. And I think Nikodos was a discussion point for this team. Some people weren't sure if he could step up with the AWP. I think we're seeing that a little more as of late. I think he's slowly but surely finding his way on this team. So I'm hoping that that can continue for Fnatic. And then obviously Crims is really important to have on this team, because I feel like whenever they start going on a little bit of a losing streak or starting to struggle a bit in a game, he's always the player who seems to step up with the important kills to bring them back. And that's what that experience can do. Crims is just such a rock.
I think roster stability is good as well, and trusting your teammates, especially if people are developing into their role, as Nikolos may be. And it might be, it's one thing to come in as a AWPer with heavy output, but it's another thing to deliver against the highest teams and with the highest pressure on the biggest stages and so on. But sometimes you need time to blossom into that role, and we'll enjoy watching his journey continue in that respect as far as Fnatic are concerned. So again, Fnatic, they've been quite an interesting team to watch, especially with their deliberate pacing on the T side of things. Had some very interesting matches of late with the likes of Outsiders as well, which is always good for contrast and so on. But indeed, it is going to be 9Z on this occasion. No Virtus Pro, of course, in this tournament. And the Veto is coming through. Vertigo is banned, thank God. Let's see what the rest of the Vetos will look like.
Man sit into his monitor. Like, the cameraman's struggling to try and adjust it. You can't see his face. Oh, man. Struggles.
Inferno removed by Fnatic. Give me Anubis. Give me an Anubis. I want to see some Anubis today. Come on! Ah, that's not Anubis. Ah, there's still a chance, though. Nuke, a lovely pick for a first map of a series. Overpass. We've got some technical maps coming out. I like this series. It's going to get vetoed, isn't it? Anubis is going to get... Oh, wow. God damn it.
I thought
there it is.
Fnatic were going to ban its second rotation, but 9Z do it for them.
We'll get there eventually.
Yeah, one day. One day. So Ancient as the decider. Yeah, I think both teams have a pretty strong map to pick here. 9Z definitely very comfortable on Nuke. They've been getting a lot of wins in their region on that map. And then we know for Fnatic, they like to play that slow play style anyway. So if you're that kind of team who likes to be very late round focused, then Overpass is always going to be the map for you. Then you get Ancient as the decider, which I think 9Z will be pretty happy with. They've been getting some very dominant wins on this map in their region, but that's always the question. How does that translate when you're going up against international competition?
Fnatic sent me their most recent jersey. Fits me very well indeed, actually. Not wearing it today, though. And that's the Keita in the back as well. Man like Keita. Bobby Big Brain in the back. Another UK man. I feel like the general public doesn't know enough about Keita. I mean, he's been behind Fnatic for a while, but still, I feel like, if you know Keita, you know how much of a brain he is in Counter-Strike. That guy knows almost everything there is to know about Counter-Strike. He's always trying to learn everything, but no one can learn absolutely everything. But he'll come as close as anyone else might. Very important role for Fnatic. And again, in terms of like the people in a coach role, right? It's still somewhat ambiguous. Like some people are just cheerleading in the back, making sure people get on their flights, wiping their butts for them, etc. But some people have got a tactical prowess and so on, will offer something significant in the timeouts, will observe the habits of their opponents and so on, and kind of pass these things to the team. And Keith is definitely in that more technical side of things. He's not there to be a cheerleader. That guy is a mind to be reckoned with. Great sixth man for Fnatic.
Yeah, very hard worker, as you kind of have to be, I feel like, now as a coach. We're getting to the point where you really have to go ahead and make sure you are focusing and really working hard. I know some of the coaches just have to like stay up all night prepping for their opponents. It's not an easy job, and they definitely go underappreciated sometimes. So always nice to point them out. I think if we focus a bit on 9Z, the players I would watch out for, definitely DGT. I think he's very good as a closer in the sort of late round positions. And then Max is a lot of fun to watch because he's just a really aggressive rifler. But I think the question is, can they get DGT into some of those late round positions? Because he's very good in them, but you've got to get him into winnable positions in the first place. The mood looks pretty good, though. We've got smiles all around.
TGE is the coach for 9Z. 25 years old. I don't know too much about him, but I do want to recognize his position and name him as well. Moments away from the beginning of this series then. So Fnatic will obviously be a significant favorite in this one, but they still need to perform on the server. Great to see a rise of UK players as well. We saw recent performances in the upcoming major by UK Mans, and of course we've got Mezzi there as well. What are those arm things that I've seen a few people with the it's like a compression sock on the arm, if you will.
Yeah, like the sleeve thing.
Yeah, I suppose it's maybe for RSI type stuff, either preventative or relief. Should maybe look into that a bit more and ask people how they started using those and what they feel like the impact is. But indeed, Nuke is going to be the first map of the series then. A technical series ending potentially with ruthless aggression on Ancient. But it's Nuke, then it will be Overpass. I love watching Fnatic on Overpass again. The pacing is fascinating, especially the slow teams who are good on the T side, identifying the opportunities afforded to them. Not an easy thing to do. The mid to late round calls will be very important indeed, but Nuke is also another technical one, and that is where we begin. Fnatic on the CT side, the pick of 9Z. They will be the aggressors on the T side. No P250s coming out just yet. And we're off to the races. Fasha will have the dual elites. I think I first saw him playing for Zippel's team. Other people got picked up from Ecstatic. Now Fasha makes his way over towards Fnatic. Very big name. So much lore behind this squad. 9Z racing towards Heaven round the back. Showing presence toward the ramp as well. In terms of the calling, how do you deal with this one? Crimson's got assailants coming left and right. Says hello to one, starts to fall back. Got a 4-on-3 though, because he's lost some compadres. Max makes his way through towards Squeaky. His teammates on the site already. Mezzi, that's a great one shot from him. He's got the sound cue to the right-hand side. Spots the bomb carrier, Max, but Uda will protect. 3v2, DGT with a great angle as Crims tries to rotate, looks to his left, gets killed from his right. And that life's going to be real hard for Nikados. P2000 as well. Rare P2000 enjoyer. How many times does he peak? Double peaks coming in, making a triple. And that'll be enough for 9Z to take the pistol.
Good start for 9Z. Nice to see. I think it's important they get off to a good start here because Fnatic are no slouches on Nuke either. I do think this Veto has kind of played towards Fnatic's style quite comfortably. So 9Z need to show us that they can also play with this prowess, this technical play style you've been talking about. I think it's a great way to put it. So getting off to a good start, always a nice feeling, especially on the T side of Nuke. Have got some aggression from Fnatic. Nikodos moving in. The flash didn't do quite enough though. Try not blinded. And so 9Z off to a good start. Slowly start to take this yard control.
I do like the ambient noise on Nuke. I was just thinking about the noise levels in the current CS2 beta. Definitely needs some more mixing. Directional sound is there, but very low compared to everything else. The ambient sound is there, but not obstructive in CSGO. Certainly adds something. 9Z moving through, looking to clear out the A-bomb site now. I love seeing somebody use a Galil well. Again, we focused on how people have been more and more efficient with grenades in CSGO in recent years. Forced into efficiency, which again has its own story to tell in CS2 with those smokes. But I think in terms of the Galil especially, of course, we can look over towards the FAMAS, which people will consider to be a bit rubbish at the moment. But again, the Galil has often been in a good spot. Maybe it's been a question of effort and familiarity. Definitely a tool that can deliver, though. Extra 5 bullets as well. 3 survive then for 9Z. As they go 2 ahead of Fnatic, still looking for their first round. They'll be on about 3,000 or 2.5 in this round, so don't think we'll expect to see too much from them. 9Z will start well on the T side of Nuke.
Now starting strong in this one. 9Z are the South American qualifier to Rio. They're able to beat teams like Oplano and 00 Nation, beating out MongolZ to qualify. So definitely a team that have really taken the region and done good things recently. I think the South American scene is getting stronger and stronger, deeper and deeper. So nice to see 9Z being one of those teams to deliver. Oh, They try this yard play, but David from up above deals with it very comfortably. As he might get something, but not even that. David hunting down all those eco kills. And now Fnatic will have that buy they've been waiting for.
AWP, of course, coming out. But where does it go? Towards the ramp or the outside? Maybe somewhere else. Sometimes we see hot plays with the AWP. Lots of options. 3 helmets on the 5 players. We'll keep an eye on David's Mac 10. That could cause some problems later on. Nicodor's so aggressive. All the way outside. Grenades being lined up for the A bomb site though. Roy looking to fall back and help his teammates. Eating a flash before he makes his way through the smoke. Basher has to deliver. He's done well so far. That smoke might create some space. There are grenades coming his way, and down he goes. Wall banged through CT vent. DGT downstairs then. At the remainder of them though. David catches Nikodos. Sorry, Nikodos catches David, excuse me. 3v2 for Fnatic. Still nervous territory. Still somewhat bristle for both teams. You can see Nikodos by CT vent now, which gives him some protection from main as he looks towards Squeaky. Mezzi and Crims may be playing together, so he might have some concerns towards the hut position as well. You can see him moving left and right, holding down 2 jobs for the time being. DGT tries to figure out what was going on. Now Mezzi will deal with the rest of things, and Fnatic will find their first round.
Yeah, 9Z trying to cause a bit of commotion on that A bomb site, and then seeing if they could drop down in the mid round. See Fasher doing a solid job though. Flash doesn't quite arrive in time for 9Z. They're not able to trade him, so even though he's trapped there, and not able to deal with him before he can do some good damage. And then Mezzi just arriving to that A site in the nick of time. 9Z not given any opportunity really to make the most of that vent drop. Fnatic just stick around on the other side of the map instead and just make sure that the bomb is severed off from the teammate that is down on B. So really nice awareness there from Fnatic of the overall big picture of the round. 9Z did get it into a somewhat competitive position though, so not terrible signs for them. See if they can keep it up in this one.
Glass broken early and some grenades dropped off as well, maybe for later on. DGT reminds me of DGT, Britain's Got Talent. What do we make the D?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Answers on a postcard.
I always like playing this position, top silo. I feel like in matchmaking especially, someone's just going to peek you in hut and you get to shoot their feet. Obviously at this level, not as likely for that to happen. But without utility at least.
He's seen 2 of them, Mezzi, but he's so blind. Look at those chain flashes coming through, and they are still popping off. I love to hear them, but will they deliver the frags as well? Royce found 2 as he gets traded. Fasher will be instantly traded as well. Crims will show some presence from behind the smoke. Got to be careful with those tracers. He's managed to get them off the bomb at the very least. As Nikodos finds his way upstairs. Awkward though in the 1 versus 2. Jiggling, looking for information. Has he been seen? He has now. No connection made by him. Very difficult situation, but he delivers it as the bomb is planted. Down goes Try as well. Beautiful work from Nikodos.
Yeah, really nice work there, rotating in. Not always easy to do that, but lands both shots. And it looks so good for 9Z. I thought they were off to a great start in that round, getting the clean entry onto Mezzi. Felt like the flashes were going to do a lot of work there, but didn't quite end up that way. Fnatic had Roy on the site, who was able to fight back with that important double kill. Kept it close enough that Fnatic were still in the picture, were still in the round. That's Nikodos getting that first kill, realizing that that player has planted the bomb, so just looks towards Silo and waits for the fight to come to him. And now for 9Z, pistols have to be brought out into this one.
Nikador's back on his BS. See the grenade dump into the A-bomb site. Again, the chain flashes, not committing just yet though, but NiKaDoz is ready on the outside, so confident. Great place to watch, lurking about outside of the AWP, full confidence even against the eco. Seen so much danger from Tech9's in yesterday's action. Hint of some today as well, but only the one frag. No bomb plant. Fnatic will be perfectly content with that.
Yeah, they'll be pretty happy right now. 9Z in the first couple of rounds, putting quite a lot of emphasis into that A bomb site. I like that NiKaDoz is in this position. See, they try this ramp play, but Crim's just so solid. That's what you want Crims on the team for, to put him in positions like that where you need a reliable rifler. And 9Z back to the buy, again outside this A site. They really want to test this.
Looks like it might be a faster one. Fasha's good for one. It's such a good angle for Mezzi. Gets the multi-frag, and he's still standing. 4 versus 2. 9Z will struggle here. Bomb looks like it's been lost as Try makes his way into the hut. You can see the bomb in the middle of the A-bomb site here. Just waiting for the smokes to go. Who will be faster on the trigger finger? Mezzi may hold an off angle for the time being. Wait for distraction run by his teammates. Crimson Roy to clean up the rest. They survive with 4. Great round for them to build some extra cash. That was certainly needed for them as they take the lead over 9Z.
Yeah, this has been a clean recovery from Fnatic. It feels like as soon as we've hit the gun rounds, they have been very comfortable. And I'm really interested in seeing whether this is just something 9Z are trying early with these constant A plays. Maybe they feel like they had a weakness or an anti-strat, but it clearly hasn't worked that way. Fnatic have been very well prepared on this A-bomb site, even if some of the rounds have come close on the trades. Got to assume at some point 9Z will go back to some standard yard plays, try and draw those rotations. You can see in this round, it's mostly pistols alongside a single scout. And you've got to use some utility here to get NiKaDoz off this angle. Unless Try lands a banger.
9Z are basically at maximum loss bonus now. This is why we see the extra weapons coming out in this eco round, but Fasha is warm, it seems. Running 3 kills, dealing with the multiple assailants. And again, this is a very good situation for Fnatic. Keep the numbers up. Fasha again with the 4th. Everybody alive is fantastic. 2 AK-47s as well is a bonus. 9Z will be on a buy once again. I'm still thinking about those chain flashes we saw. There were so many of them earlier on. They kind of got stuck in the choke point of the hut around the door, 9Z. The chain flashes were fantastic. Overpass SB bomb site chain flashes, but even more so on that occasion. That's the warning for Fnatic. We're looking for round number 6. Initial utility will be dumped then. We've got mollies all over the shop from the hut to the A-bomb site, but Max will still find an entry on Roy. It's a big position to take. Closes some eyes on the outside, but Crims is here as well. He'll at least know that no one's wrapping into the A-bomb site. As for Secret, that has most certainly been compromised.
Yeah, so that's Crims going away from ramp in this round because NiKaDoz is AWPing there instead. And that could be interesting, seeing if he can activate at the right time. But 9Z do have the opportunity to try and draw out rotations in this round. You can already see Mezzi has to be the first responder down to B. NiKaDoz actually might join him here on this lower bomb site. So Fnatic, they're kind of lacking information right now, splitting between the 2 sites. And 9Z are leaving their options open. Yes, they have 2 T players down towards B, but the bomb's still back up on A, and they could come up through the vents here.
Heading towards the 35-second mark, and Fasha may need another multi-kill. Swinging a flashbang out. They may be looking for him. He finds 1, he finds 2, and he's still alive. Mezzi with a 3rd. Crims drops the force, and that leaves DGT with it all to do. 1v4 made 3. 25 seconds. He's got to find some frags. They eat his own flashbang. Will he commit to the bomb plant, though? Looks like he might. Crims lurking, teasing, poking, prodding. And not fully committing just yet. Somewhat awkward for Fnatic in the short term. Mezzi in the Veto of 19 HP. He can't take a bullet, but he will show presence in the meantime. DGT tries to identify what they might be up to. Where are the others? Swings on 2. And Fnatic will find number 6.
Man, that's a shame for 9Z, because I think tactically that round was really good. You draw the rotation down to B from the CTs, you isolate Fasher, he's completely alone on this A bomb site, but the flash was just good enough to give him a little bit of space, and that transfer, fantastic from Fasher. I know he's not very high rated on this team, just in terms of pure numbers, but Fasher's raw aim, I think, is probably the best on Fnatic. His mechanics are incredible. And we are seeing that here with how quick he's getting some of these kills. And then elsewhere, Fnatic able to get a couple more kills, and just everything fell apart from 9Z there. Even though it looked like that A site was weak, they just couldn't find their way in. I mean, all you got to do is look at the money from Fnatic to realize this has been going pretty well for them.
Yeah, they've been profitable, keeping the numbers up. Looks like we might see the wall of smoke from 9Z on this round. How do Fnatic respond? Have a look at Secret. Roy is waiting. There's a molly too. This allowed a tease to bunch up behind it, and surely a flashbang comes afterwards. Crims, right, he's going to do even more than that. Roy will pop up, actually. The rifles rather than a util, and they go 2 for 2. But ultimately, it means 3 versus 2 for 9Z. Now, I think that bomb may have been spotted towards T-Red. That needs to be collected. There is time to do that. Mezzi with a strong angle. This won't be easy for DGT if he progresses from here. Avoids the flash stars, Mezzi, and that will be an easy one for him. A pedestrian frag, making it a 2-on-2. 9Z going to rescue the bomb then. Max with 11 HP. Even if he tries to swing for his teammate to trade, I don't know how far he might get if they take the wrong position. Downstairs they go then. Nikadors will be the one waiting, as he might not be too far behind. Being active on the A-bomb site, however, as we head towards the 20-second mark. Going to be a race to clear things. As his rotation looks longer now, as Nikador starts to wander, looking for a quick flick. Where do they plant the bomb? They know where he is. They've got to assume Messi's upstairs. 10 seconds to get that plant. Does he commit to it? Does he try and stop it? Just jiggling, looking for information, trying to identify where they are. Got a rough idea of where the first one is. Can't really find an angle for the flashbang. Looking awkward now as Mezzi tries to find Max. 11 HP for Max. Trying to take the fight to them, but he just doesn't have the HP. Takes one in the face as well. AWP rescued. Round rescued for Fnatic also.
Yeah, Mezzi showing what he can do as a fragging IGL. Comes through in the clutch. It's another round where 9Z get into a really promising position. They're able to catch that aggression of Fasher into lobby. But then, I feel like once they're in that 3v2, might want to work together a little more than that. Mezzi gets that initial one-on-one fight, and then he's just able to trade his teammates using that AK to full effect. 9Z have been competitive in the last couple of rounds, but it seems like at just the key moments in the round, it's Fnatic who have the edge. I see some aggressive yard fights again here from Nikadors.
Going back to the well once more. Not sure how much he's been identified doing this in this game. So close to a frag there, but not quite. Roy needs to survive, and that won't happen. Strong advantages then for 9Z early. Fasher going fishing. Got to be careful, though, because one's in the garage. Outside has been compromised. Mezzi still looking to do something about it. He finds the kill here. That could be a problem for 9Z. Crims running distraction in the meantime as Max is dropped on the outside. That cuts off the rotation for 9Z. They've got to commit to the B bomb site here. Fasher trying to track, but he can't make the connections. That gives them an option into the A bomb site then. Up to vent, some of them have gone. Still one waiting downstairs. Mezzi shows his presence, drops down, focusing on landing safely. Can't get his crosshair back for buildup. 1v3 for Crims. He has a kit and full health. Well, what will he choose to do here? Having a look towards main. But there's no one there on this occasion. Still one downstairs. I'm not sure what he might be able to offer 9Z in this scenario.
Still play for exits and hits a headshot. Could be important here. 90 obviously without much money in the bank, and Crims getting these exit kills. He gets all of them. Oh, that is brutal for 90. Now the AWP gets saved for the CTs. And just look at the T side economy. If you want to get AKs out here, I mean, some of the players can't even afford the helmet with the AK. That is really going to take away from 9Z's next buy. And it's a shame because this round was so good from them. Getting those initial trades on Yard. Buda having big impact in this one. But man, that buy is going to be a little awkward now. 9Z will be missing quite a few nades here. Or at least some weapons. Yeah, gotta go Galils.
Fnatic building a reasonable score from their CT side of Nuke. Still a lot of play to be had with this current scoreline though. 9Z could be leading at halftime still. Galils for util, and we've seen how useful that util has been, or how promising it has been into that A bomb site especially. Always key if you want your options, if you want to compromise the integrity of the outside, spread Fnatic somewhat thin. That util will be necessary. Ikados changing things up now. Often found towards T-Red. Likes to not respect the opponent here. That's an unfortunate one for him. Does he consider escaping now? Makes his way down the stairs. He may just hold his position. Easier to fall back and take a shot. Many corners he can post up in once again, time after time. He keep the information fresh as well as he continues to pop his head up. Action towards the ramp as Crims plays the bait setup. He can spray through the corner as well if he wants to. He and Messi will be lost though, but Roy's also here. But Buda is ready. Devastating headshots on the ramp. Only 2 Fnatic players remain. They could run out of money towards the end of this half. I said 8-7 is still possible for 9Z, and it might just be looking likely now.
Yeah, I think so. Or at least certainly on their road to recovery. I mean, Fnatic still have some money. So if they save these guns, they should be okay. But just the rounds are looking so much better from 9Z. It's really the early round success that seems to be working out for them now. I've got to give a lot of props to Buda. He's been stepping up significantly. Normally the lowest rated player on 9Z in the last 3 months. But he's had some huge impact in the last 2 rounds. Able to trade onto ramp and just get them into such an advantageous position that Fnatic can't do anything. This is more like it from 9Z. I think they were showing signs of promise in the earlier rounds, but they were just making a few errors at the wrong moments, at the most important moments. And now, I mean, these trades are just so favorable that Fnatic can't do anything.
Lovely strafe cancel there from Buda. That round offers some potential. There's more work to be done, though, as we can see from the save and the buy of Fnatic, before 9Z can really threaten to even tie the score. But indeed, there is a window for them in this first half to do something really nice on the T side. Multi-frag Mezzi leading for Fnatic with 12 kills, but Buda, especially after that last round, is on 13. Try is having a nightmare at present. He is 1 for 9 on the T side. Can't let it get to him, though. Everybody has a bad performance sometimes.
Yeah, especially as the author. Like, you're going into CT side. Keep your head up once you switch halves. Cheeky angle from Mezzi.
Very cheeky indeed. Comfortable with that one. Crims doing damage on the ramp. He's got teammates here as well. INC trying to isolate fights with the molly towards CT. Roy wondering what might be happening outside. Good comms to keep an eye on what's vulnerable on the CT side. So ramp has been conceded. Still 5 players up for Fnatic. Lions have to figure out what kind of formation they might have, considering what's been taken. 40 seconds on the clock soon enough for 9Z to make their play. They've got 2 flashes. That's all they're util now. They've taken position with what they've thrown so far. So it might be about dry peaks now as they make their way towards B. How about this for timing? Crim's rounding the corner just as the T's do, but they'll get there first. 4-on-4. Nikodos in control of control with the AWP. There's a swing coming his way, a swing and a miss. Now we've got a 3-on-3. Try will be 1 for 10 now after he gets dropped in this round. Retake territory for Fnatic. They've got 2 of the 3 players with kits, and there's a 3rd kit there in control. Buda crouching, hiding, Fasha popping up, getting taken down. And there's Mezzi as well. But Buda's running low on bullets. The Glock is out, and Mezzi will deliver. 1v2. David and DGT. Doesn't have a smoke, really. Walking into a crossfire as well. That HE won't go where it needs to go, but that's a very fast kill from Mezzi. I don't think he's got time to do this. I think DGT had a quick look. He can do one thing, but not the other. There's the kill, but not the defuse. And it will be in round number 6. Will he survive? Just about. Finds the AWP as well.
Man, Mezzi gets the ace and still can't win the round. What a shame for Mezzi, because that was so crisp with some of these kills. That was that initial angle we were talking about. 9Z, I mean, that shot from DGT was great. Gets the AWP out of there. And despite Mezzi's best efforts, it's 9Z who are able to clinch the round here. Got both kills in the 1-on-2, but didn't have enough time to win the round. Individuals from Fnatic still shining. And Roy crossing early. Oh, and he actually is able to get that kill out in the open. Surely can't get away here, and Try able to trade. Good to see the AWP getting some impact for 9Z.
That frag could be very promising indeed. 9Z on the catch-up. Nikodo's not pulling the trigger. Does he know Secret is safe? Big presence in the lobby. Fasha with the position we saw earlier on from Mezzi. But as we've seen from 9Z as well, they won't stay in this angle for long. They tend to hop past, they know where they're exposed. Maybe lining up for some Molotovs into A, or a Molotov into A. I know Try has one, he's made his way to the roof. But his teammates are hopping outside for now. And Nikodos maybe starting to wonder, is falling back. There's Molly lined up. Have to force the CTs off of the hut roof position, drawing attention towards A as they start racing down towards B, and no one's here to hear this.
Ouch. Yeah, that is going to be difficult for Fnatic to deal with. Nikodos, the man, now getting into position. They don't have many nades on the T side, but they're already crossing to the bomb site. And Nikodos not landing his shots. Finally hits one. 1 bullet left in the AWP right now. He needs his teammates to come assist him here, but he's going to be dealt with. Buda gets aggressive, and in comes Mezzi again, but he can't get that kill. Buda hits him with the turnaround. Finally, they handle him, and it's up to Try with that AWP. He's had such little impact. Is this the moment where he can deliver? Tap to the bomb. He has to swing open the door, and now they know. Now they can get on it. It's so hard for Try. He hits the first, but he's still on the bomb, and Crims gets off it. Wins the clutch with the FAMAS. So close from Try, but really difficult there with the bomb planted behind the silo.
I wonder what might have happened if you went for a wallbang there. Either way, it's Fnatic who make it to 8. There's Buda taking Nikodos down earlier on. Oh boy, what happened there from Mezzi? A rare miss from him. Crims coming off the bomb there just in time. That was close enough to be like, oh, I could just make it. But he knows better than that. The man's got plenty of experience on his shoulders. Last round of the first half then. And we'll see multiple pistols out for 9Z. The Mac 10 for Max as the CTs go aggressive outside once again.
Yeah, really trying to make that yard position difficult for 9Z. Looks like 9Z won't be putting too much more presence there. See, the buy on the T side is very weak, but they have invested heavily into the nades rather than the weaponry. maybe that's to go into this A site.
Sasha holding things down, getting his upgrade, threatening to push the hut now. Pre-firing, but Max will do the job. Nikodos still up for now in this 3 versus 2. Oh, Roy had a nice angle there. Time to get his reload in. Well, it appears that we have a bomb that needs to be rescued. And so we'll have to wait things out for the time being. Wait for the util to go. TN, CT smokes up at the moment. A hope and a prayer then.
It's got to be a god flash. Nope, hasn't even been thrown. Well then.
Never mind. Gotta hate that. Try in the 1 versus 3. 14 seconds on the clock, and it won't happen. It will be 9 rounds then at halftime for Fnatic. Getting closer and closer, but they pulled away towards the end. The second pistol round is around the corner.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me.
Nine 6 at halftime. It's all to play for. I feel like the T side got enough rounds on their T side of Nuke. 9Z moving to the CT side now, of course, but Fnatic with 9 from their CT side won't be too unhappy either. I think both teams will be reasonably satisfied. Let's see how the pistol goes then. Double duel elite for 9Z. Max and David being gifted them by buildup. Double rate boss to absorb those bullets to the chest and below. Still trying to find someone. There we go. Opening frag is here, but look how things turn around back and forth. Crazy pistol round upon us. That's a 1 versus 3 for MongolZ. Trying to figure out where he's being shot from. 1v2 all of a sudden. Just waiting. DGT pops up and gets popped. MongolZ, the patience, will it pay off for him? Try will clutch it. Getting started early on a CT side, then it's try 5 for 12.
Yeah, 9Z scaring me in some of these late round scenarios. Going for these peaks one by one. MongolZ just waits for them to come to him, but eventually they win the fight. Even if they don't peak together here, Try comes through with some much needed impact. And 9Z off to a good start. Oh, that's a stab out of spawn on MongolZ. It's all good though. It's not the best fight anyway. Although he is one of the players with the Deegs in this round.
Stabby, stabby.
Imagine if you stabbed him and then asked for the Deeg because he's low.
I should do that.
Yeah. Come on, man.
I would ask Kenny S to drop me AWP in show matches. I think that's the next logical step. Knife someone and ask for the Deeg. DGT's got places to be. First fire attempted with the Glock. Difficult spot in that situation, especially with your shadow conceding your position as well as you round the corner. 2 plays lost for 9Z as they move to an 8-9 scoreline. Very important pistol round to win. AKs will be coming out for Fnatic. Some consider this a kind of bonus round for the team who won the pistol. Maybe when you're the T side of a MAC-10 and so on, but I feel like the MP9 is so dangerous for a CT side. There's always a position up close to play it. The moving accuracy way better than a MAC-10. Even jumping.
Yeah. That's what I love to see, the jumping accuracy. Like on overpass sometimes, instead of doing that 3-man boost on B into B short, you'll just see teams have a jumping MP9 there now, and it actually works surprisingly often. It's really good in mid-air. This is now 9Z winning both pistols and converting on their map pick in this one. So really no excuses for them. They have to be winning this map. See if their CT side is up to it. Top hut, definitely a good position for the MP9 to be playing. Like that we get to see the top of MongolZ's head on his player cam.
MP9's one of the few weapons in CS which I haven't fired IRL.
Wow. You've fired a lot then, damn. As he's got all the smokes, by the way. All of them.
Are they trying to sell a fake then? Can see that Roy is in a position to do something on the outside. But if he gets dropped here by Max, then their plan may not go as planned. Look at this deep smoke on the ramp. Looks like the plan was to try and show some presence on the outside, maybe pull people out of position. There was a big focus towards the ramp from Fnatic, but now they're going to have to adjust on the fly. Mezzi is creeping forward, though. We'll see if he makes it past these smokes in time. Oh, it's going to be a scary one. Max has no idea, caught off guard there, and that will pull Buddha away. So this part of the plan still could come to fruition, as now there is a focus towards A from Fnatic. 2 plays in Squeaky as Buddha falls back to CT vent. 3 in Squeaky now. Spasher might have a molly for his position there. He will be forced from it. No one's speaking just yet, though. Crim's having a look. Now they know it's clear. Now they can swing on the fight with multi-frag. Let's focus on that. But David gets started off well. Buddha is here as well. Messi's going to have to make a play through the smoke. Did they hear that tag? MongolZ trying to deliver. Messi's going to pick the right time to go through, but a USP will be enough from David to tie the score. Everything even now. We have found parity on Nuke.
Damn. Wow. USP coming out for the final kill from David. Love to see that. And 9Z getting off to a good start here in the gun rounds. And He pointed out perfectly. Max getting that kill really takes the sting out of the fake. 9Z not going to fall for that. They're going to stick with players on this site. And Mezzy desperately pushes through the smoke. You thought he had a chance, but he didn't. And this might be a fast one from Fnatic with the pistols.
Charging towards the ramp, DGT spreading the armor-piercing rounds of the AUG. Old AUG has got such a unique look to it. I fired the old AUG and the new one. But the old one looks super cool. That stainless steel. Everybody standing for 9Z then, enjoying the luxuries of the CT side, building some cash early, just like Fnatic did on their CT side. And now 9Z will be in the lead for possibly the first time in this series.
Looking good for 9Z then. But Fnatic, their first gun round kind of got, I'm not going to say snatched away from them. It's more that it got countered well by 9Z when they were trying to feign that presence on yard. So we might see Fnatic go for something more standard into this one. And indeed, it is the yard smokes early. Max taking flashes, try, able to land a shot there. 1-for-1 trade on yard. And those smokes will finally arrive. Does Max want to fight through this? Surely not. He can't take that risk. So Mezzy will cross into Secret. This time in a 4v4. I see you have left ramp very open here.
Mezzy's going to be the outside nuisance then. Give him good intel on some rotations. He won't hear this one from Max. So Mezzy's made his way into the vent. Does Max check the vents? He's holding angles on it, so he's going to be careful. But Mezzy may be opposition. Oh, the barrel of the gun. The flash came from somewhere down the vents. Absolutely crazy scene here as Max takes control of some part of the lower area, but there are more people here. Plenty of time on the clock for Fnatic. They don't need to rush yet. Max creeping around the vent still. They have no idea. Oh. 43 seconds on the clock here. Fnatic checking their six. Crims holding angles on the ramp. David is here, but the bomb has been planted. 4v2. It's going to be a hard one for Fnatic to turn around. As Tri comes in with that AWP. It looks like he was waiting for that CT side to begin. Pasha shows some presence from control. Bombs planted very nicely for him, but he gets absolutely railed through the door.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's a fantastic round from 9Z. I love that call from them. So they leave ramp open, and they realize if they do that, they've got to do something elsewhere towards B. So Max says, okay, I'll just take the risk. I'll take the risk of going aggressive on yard so that I can get a fast flank towards this B site. And as you said, the flash down the vent, what a way to flush Mezzy out of position. And this one just opens up that gap in the door. Didn't even see Fasha. Fasha just ran into the spray when he was trying to make that little hole to be able to deal with that player. Really cool round from 9Z there. And we are starting to see the kill distribution look pretty damn good on the 9Z side. Tri has slowly been catching up with his teammates. Everyone else having a solid game for themselves. And for Fnatic, no rounds on this T side so far. But at least they got the bomb plant in that one, which allows them to continue with the buys.
The 89% on Nuke of late. That is pretty big. That's a great number. They'll be confident in their current position. Is he on 22 kills now?
Is this the A play from Fnatic or not? I don't know if they're setting up the nades yet. You see this setup from 9Z. If Fasha went round the corner, David up top on Silo, then Buddha also up close. That is very hard to breach.
They'll understand the proximity of Fasha, but can they frag him? That's another question. Roy will be taken down in the meantime. Look at these trade frags then. 3v2 quickly for 9Z as they try to hold on to the A bombs. David is putting in work. Nikador's 1v3. Sub 1 minute mark. He has time, but he doesn't have any personnel. It's just him. moving through Hart, and David with another one. 4 kills for him, defending that A bomb site, shutting things down. While everyone else is getting traded, he's here for the multi-frags.
David stepping up tremendously in this second half. Knew he needed to swing to cut off that hut position, and then he figures no one else is going to come from hut at this point. I'll focus on the other angles. They would have almost certainly been trading instantly. And those were some great kills. Just always set up for good fights, set up from his teammates to try and trade. 9Z dominating on this CT side. Said that they have got a good win rate on this map. A lot of that is against the South American opposition. Sometimes it can be different playing against the European squads, but not here right now. They're doing great work against Fnatic. No bomb plant either. So Fnatic can't go for the AK buy they had in the previous round because they don't have that extra $800 across the board that you get for the bomb plant. It's also worth saying these two teams played over at the Rio Major. It was in a 2-2 game. And Fnatic were able to win that one 2-0, including a 16-14 win on Nuke. I think for Fnatic, it's become a little less of one of their staple maps. And clearly it has been one that 9Z have put some work into. Only the pistols in this one for Fnatic.
Still looking for their first round. On the T side, this is the pick of 9Z, and they're showing us why. Big charge though, with plenty of flashbangs from Fnatic. There's the opening frag. AK collected. That belongs to me, says Prim. 9Z getting punctured. The Mac 10 coming in as well. Seems the bedlam and chaos will prove fruitful for them. Nikados can hear the footsteps to his right-hand side. He knows where these players are. Doesn't have the HP to deal with them. An expensive round, but a successful one nonetheless. And that's what counts at the end of the day. 13-9 for 9Z, 3 rounds away from collecting the first map.
Final timeout taken by Fnatic. Coach Keita will get his last chance to talk to the team. And normally in these spots for Fnatic, I was saying earlier, I look to Crims to try and step up. I feel like he's normally the one who tries to bail them out of these positions where they are struggling to find rounds. On that T side, you've got to make sure the overall call can get you into a good position in the first place. Crims did have a crazy 1-on-3 clutch on Nuke over at Pro League. Landed some nuts flicks in that one. Yeah, this is really it for Fnatic. They've got to get going here. They haven't won a single round on this T side. Can they finally deliver one here? They are going for those yard smokes again, and the AWP of Try going to try and deny them. Oh, that flash was so good, but Try wins the fight against Nikodos and gets away with it.
Very cheeky indeed. Nothing going the way of Fnatic in this half. 5v3 is very, very promising. But Fnatic have the players. They've got the temerity to turn this around if they can. They've got the AK-47s as well. They will need to find a dry peak here for the most part. They have some flashes, but how do they know what the right angle is? Minute 10 on the clock as they wait for the CTs to look for information. David on an island at present. Not sure what angle might be safe. Mezzi slowly creeping around the corner. No sound cues from everybody else. 9Z know where one of the 3 players is. In terms of being compelled to go for dry peaks with low numbers, Pry will be in a very advantageous position. There goes the jump peak. Almost caught 2 there. Got a great angle for a second bite of the cherry as well. Down he goes. 2v3 as Fnatic go for a bomb plant here. DGP has got to be real careful. Basher pops Max. They're turning it around, Fnatic. They've evened the numbers, but can they go further? Roy's in the clutch now. Is he to the left or is he to the right? You may have heard something. Roy creeping around the corner. Now he's got the angle, but Buda's got a kit, and the bomb's not planted for Roy. Buda makes his way over. He's got too much HP. He'll survive this. Off to the races for Roy. Then he's halfway there with the grenade, but can he get there in time? He can't! Conceded position, and it's 14 for 9Z.
So close for Fnatic. Roy desperately running towards the site, but can't get there in time. Good decision to just tuck in behind Silo and realize it's going to be really hard for Roy to get there in time. And for Fnatic, another devastating round lost, but 9Z, they take that initiative early. They got up into the advantageous position. They relied on Try with that AWP down on lower. He delivered enough. Fnatic still with a buy, but they just cannot seem to buy a round win right now.
How do they break 9Z? Nothing doing just yet. Sitting on practically all their utility right now, Fnatic. 5 smokes in the bag. 3 being deployed in front of our eyes. Let's not forget though. Oh my days, that is disastrous. One thing to take a shot through the smoke, it's another one to land when you have your teammate at T-Red to deal with the rest. Everything is going the way of 9Z at present. That went even better than they could have expected. AWP to just try and run distraction for his teammate, but what a way to do it. 5 versus 2, and this looks like a collapse as well towards the ramp. They're just 2 better positioned. The instant trade is here for 9Z, and so is game point.
Yeah, you see Try just has that angle perfectly placed and is just waiting for the time that he thinks they'll try and cross. And as soon as he lands that shot, it puts them in such a strong position. You even see the flash from Try to help his teammate in red to get them up into the 5-on-2. Taking the sting out of Fnatic's yard play entirely. And Fnatic down to Galil's facing map point against them. They do have that AWP for MongolZ, but they've had nothing here on the T side. Nice try on the run boost. MongolZ spots nothing. Oh, that's a good nade.
I love those red bars. Likes to stake rare. Showing some presence from much further away. Try dancing around the ladders on the outside. 1 minute on the clock as many players make their way towards Secret. Very quietly indeed.
Yeah, Max just playing for time. Incendiary down, flash. Make it hard for Fnatic to get down towards B. He is still alone here, though. Fnatic look set on this B bomb site.
What is Crim's role here? They spoke off the double doors, but they weren't ready for Max in his position. 20 seconds remain. Crim's still on the upstairs. Do they rotate through the vent now? Crim's has found a frag he was looking for, and Flash is off to the races. But David's on the bomb site, and they just don't have time to go back and forth here. It's going to be a catastrophe in the vents as MongolZ can't make it off the ladder. 9Z will storm the second half on Nuke and take the first map of the series. 9Z won every single round on their CT side. They win their pick of Nuke with confidence. They came into this day 89% on Nuke in the last 3 months, and that will rise just a little higher after this performance.
Yeah, and that's despite Fnatic getting a pretty good first half, and 9Z struggling to convert rounds, but they really stepped it up on their CT side. I think David had a lot of impact in some of those rounds towards the end there. And we also saw Tri start to deliver on the AWP, something that was a little missing throughout that first half. So great signs from 9Z. And I mean, for Fnatic, a bit disappointing, honestly, that they don't have any success in that second half. It felt like 9Z were always ahead of them, always throwing aggression in or just getting into annoying positions. And Fnatic just didn't seem to have a way to recover. And I think that's maybe an issue you have sometimes when you have Mezzy as a pretty inexperienced IGL. Maybe hard to come back into games like that at times.
Yeah, certainly something to look at in review, but you don't want to look at the whole match in review in the sense that you want to win it. Obviously, they're in a loser's bracket, so it is curtains if one of these teams loses, when one of these teams loses this series. So fantastic performance for 9Z. Definitely a much smaller brand, if you will, but they definitely have a powerful punch to pack, as we saw there. Again, a great way to finish that first map of Nuke. Really strong stuff from them. But that was their pick. Overpass is next, and that will be the pick of Fnatic. Now, looking at the stats on this map, it's 44% for 9Z, who moved to 90% now on Nuke, and 71% for Fnatic. We know how strong they can be on Overpass, and I still have confidence in them to deliver on Overpass. Would you agree, Hawker?
Yeah, absolutely. I think just their playstyle works really well against teams that don't have too much experience or confidence on Overpass as a map. And I feel like that's kind of the case for 9Z. And they could struggle with a lot of those late round rotations, trying to read exactly what Fnatic are doing. It is normally a map that Fnatic always seem to get close wins on for whatever reason. I'm looking at like a lot of their past wins. Their opponents always seem to get double digits. That's kind of how Overpass can go sometimes. You kind of have to grind it out. And especially when you're picking the map a lot, you start on that T side. It's really hard to get T rounds on Overpass. Normally, it's a very CT favored map. So I'm sure for Fnatic, they will be comfortable and confident still ahead of this one.
Yeah, everybody turned up for Fnatic from the outset as well. Mezzy had the highest ADR on the server there, and they had some good multi-frag situations on their CT side. 9Z were just better on their CT side and really held things down. Big props to David as well. He put in work on that A-bomb site from round to round, especially when the T's were trade fragging everybody else. He was able to pull out some key multi-frag rounds to keep them ahead. So we did see some exceptional performances as well. So we have to give credit to 9Z for that. It wasn't just a case of Fnatic capitulating, but their team, their opponents rather, played very well indeed. So Nuke is in the bag, and that will be a more fearsome pick against 9Z. Seeing many teams very strong on Nuke at this event, and lots of, I mean, looking at it on paper, you might not call it an upset, but again, in terms of brand power and so on, I think people who mostly watch European Counter-Strike will feel that way as far as that map is concerned. But yeah, Nuke is proving to be a very interesting map on the fringes, if you will. But anyway, enough about that. Overpass is going to be the next map of the series. And again, 40-ish percent, 44% for 9Z doesn't bode too well at all. But they've won their pick, so they can come into this with comfort. They can take some extra risks. And there's always time to improve on those numbers. And maybe this is the time to do it. But based on what you've seen so far, do you have an opinion on the form of these squads in terms of, like, if we do go to a third map, you think anybody's going to have more momentum than anyone else right now?
Yeah, that's tough to say, because I feel like Fnatic, that first map was a bit weird for them, where I didn't feel like they were playing too badly, but it just kind of fell apart for them on CT side, on that second half. I just feel like I don't really know what went wrong, honestly. It felt like just a lot of opening moves went against them. So I still feel like the Fnatic players are playing pretty decently across the board. And when that happens, I feel like I do have to favor them. But I'm just glad that 9Z are clearly going to be putting up a fight in this series.
In the meantime, Vitality are playing MIBR on Anubis at the moment, 14-11, and Zywu has got 30 frags on the board, and they're not even done yet. We're going to head to a break, maybe tune into the end of that game, and then come back to see the second map of the series, Overpass.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
9Z were strong on their map pick, but can they be strong in the series overall? Do they have the legs, as they say? Fnatic will be looking to enact revenge on their pick of Overpass, a map which still doesn't have a disabled toilet despite one being indicated on that side. We've been lied to for years by Valve. Maybe they'll fix it in Counter-Strike too, but for now, we're stuck without those disabled toilets in CSGO. 9Z will start on the TT side. The double Julies are out once again. Bjorn and Adam on the 1s and 2s, or the 1s and 0s, or the 1s 2 0s maybe, as the observers for our series.
Ooh, Dooley's in connector. Don't mind it. Oh, it's not going to work though. Max swings into Roy. And now there is going to be action on this A side of the map. Mezzi has found a follow-up. That is going to be instant access to the A bomb site. I don't know if 9Z can do much about this.
Oh dear. Buda took one in the face. We hardly knew yet, as far as the pistol round is concerned. Standing in a smoke, minding his own business, and off he goes. The remainder of the team will join in. Fnatic with a clean wipe on the pistol round. They take the pistol on the T side, start as you mean to go on. That's great, instant momentum. Now what will 9Z choose to do in this second round? That was quite the correction there from Roy, swinging to the left. The one tap with a P250 is so satisfying. There are few better things in the game of Counter-Strike than a one tap with a P250. No force buy then from 9Z. They'll be walking hands open, asking Fnatic for an offering. No kills in that round for 9Z.
Yeah.
Not often you see this.
A team ace for Fnatic. So that's nice. Everyone on Fnatic already on the board. The opposite for 9Z. Ooh, they'll move back. Is Fasher tempted? He hears them running away. He does want to hunt them. Hello, David. Somehow manages to sneak up on Crims there. Maybe they were expecting the full-on A stack. Won't matter too much, though, as the bomb will now go down on B, and Fasher will leave. Make sure his teammate can get these fights instead.
Pretty dry for Try and Buda. Interesting urgency with the choice to go for a clean eco.
Wouldn't mind seeing some early CT aggression in this gun round. I feel like if you allow Fnatic to just play that slow style where they play across the map, it's going to be really hard for 9Z to read what's happening. And especially in this round where you don't have a full, utility equipment into it anyway. You don't have a kit to try and play retake. Maybe you do want to make an opening move on the 9Z side to get the advantage.
Awfulest setup from 9Z, but Max will still go forward. As a look-see, doesn't outstay his welcome. The Nitro silence then for a classic, one of the first of his name. Or her name, I suppose. 9Z now rotating back for a focus around the B bomb site. Haven't been offered much around A just yet. But again, Fnatic have a certain pace on the T side. Max being curious now, starting to move down A long. Save for A long. Fnatic have a reasonable spread. Minute 10 on the clock for them as Crims starts to poke a little around B with his Mach 10. Here's a HE grenade to deploy somewhere. What is the plan here for Fnatic? Still no presence towards long A. Max is going to remain in his forward position. There is a lurk smoke. I have a lineup for that, or a smoke similar to that from the short B position, which can be quite useful. Max may be considering a flank here. I can see him being a little active, not seeing much of anything just yet. Now the heat map grows larger towards B. as Nikodos joins the team. Look at the delivery from David and Buda. Buda's down, David's still here, trying to get more, but Fasha will find a second one. Looking towards the barrels now with 18 seconds on the clock. Swings wide, looking to his left. And DGT is here, trying to buy time now as there's 12 seconds for Nikodos. He's on 1 HP. Very awkward for him. Will be unable to deliver. 9Z on the board early, then on the CT side.
Yeah, good timings there on those fights for 9Z. I like that they double swing into Monster, just looking for that info late on the clock. Spot these couple of players, and even though Fasha eventually brings both these kills back, it means that 9Z have a rotate. They also have DGT. It's a really nice swing there out into Monster. He did run the risk of the short player just catching him, but swinging into Monster makes it almost impossible for the T that's there to win that fight. Fnatic straight away call a timeout. They went for that slow approach, but they didn't really cause much misdirection in that round, other than that one lurk smoke over on A. They didn't really pressure with players, so getting that late round info for 9Z was incredibly valuable. And honestly, that's a good sign from 9Z. You've got to know how to play those drawn out rounds, and I love that info they got towards the end there.
Very prompt boost, but still not quite there fast enough. Mezi with a Desert Eagle for round 4. Again, a slow but measured pace from Fnatic. Bunching together on this occasion. So quiet. Awkward jiggle for Fasha, down to 16 HP now. Standing so close to the wall, you'll so much before you'll see your opponent. Nikodos delivering, and that is a chance. That rifle could be collected. We'll see what David will do. He's heading towards connector from short B. If he's fast enough to get some sound cues, he'll get more than that. He'll get a headshot from Roy. Mezi's found an M4 now. Nikodos looking for a second frag, but Try will deny him. He might need to try and do more here. No pun intended. 45 seconds on the clock as Fnatic tries to creep back, but Crims will get dropped. They haven't seen a bomb recently, have 9Z, in this 3-on-3 situation. Where do they position their personnel? How many players are on B for the CT side? It seems like the answer is 0 at the moment. Will they send somebody back there eventually?
Yeah, but he just gets smoked. Oy.
Yeah, so they've lost all position here. Laser focused on the A bomb site. Just retake territory if they choose to go for it. HE's lined up for the bomb site itself. Mezi takes another grenade. But he's still alive. I think all his damage has been grenades so far. So again, 9Z spreading a little too thin. This looks like it might be a painful one for them. Oh, Mezi getting caught with the util here. This could be a catastrophe for them. Indeed, it will be. Awkward timing, very, very unfortunate for them. 9Z with a clean retake. If the guns were ready, then it should have been way worse. But that timing's so awkward for Fnatic. They worked hard to get the advantages in this round, only for it to collapse late on.
Yeah, just that utility that they have in the retake for 9Z proves really useful there. Doing a lot of damage early, even though Fnatic had a 3v3 with the bomb down. They had all their players taking damage. And 9Z able to quickly move in and sweep things under the rug. Fnatic forced back down to pistols. And 9Z already showing resistance here on their CT side. This is a great start for them. Ooh, might need to get out of connector. These pistols running them down. Mezi takes 2 in connector. Try is going to bring one back, but that's a terrible start here for 9Z.
It could get worse. That's a fast shot from Buda, though. Complete change of pace now as the urgency is high. You can try it. He finds some information. He knows some players are lurking, catches one on long, and he knows there's at least one here as well. Shot after shot, he delivers, but now Nikodos has an opportunity. One by the truck. Big headshot from Nikodos, leaves it into a 1v1. Inviting Buda to make a play. Third bomb plant attempted, still faking. Buddha towards the truck now. Oh, these shots from Nikados are nasty. A 3K on the A bomb site. No reaction from him. Completely lethal and exactly what Fnatic needed.
I mean, this looked like it was going to be recovered by 9Z. This was the start from Mezzy. Just gets there so quick. 9Z weren't ready for it. Trice starts to bring it back, but then Nikados lands some incredible shots. He gets given this second fight as well. And then in the 1v1, so many fake plants, but he had confidence in his aim. And that AK does deliver for Nikados. And that is a devastating round loss for 9Z. Look at the money. It's gone. It's an awful position for them. And they just didn't seem ready for that fast pace from Fnatic. Not ready for the pistols in connector. And not ready for Nikados to pull that off.
That was a pretty crazy clutch. But they needed something going their way, Fnatic, after some of these rounds. Look at the situation that's put 9Z on. They're back to the second round. Clean eco. Max still looking for a first frag. Heading back towards the A-bomb site then. Fnatic always measured, leaving Crimson situ towards B. In case of any shenanigans. They've got the util to thin out these numbers as well. The mollies, the HEs, Basher moving forward with the angles. Many pistols facing his direction though. This is looking awkward. They're trying to spread like an army of ants, 9Z in this round. And they find themselves 2 kills and DGT's got a rifle. Fnatic haven't got a frag yet. As I say that, David's dropped. There goes DGT as well. It's definitely made life a lot easier for them because that was looking extremely awkward indeed. Tries over towards B, so Max will surely expire eventually. 20 HP for him. Now they can stay on A, protect the fallen weapons. Try will perhaps head towards connector. All of 10 HP for him. A shaky start here and there for Fnatic. We'll see if they can stabilize in the rounds to come.
Yeah, just winning that force, well, not even force buy, sorry, half buy with the pistols. It's just put them in such a powerful position that they could have the chance to consistently cause issues to that CT economy. And as soon as you get into that position on overpass, it can very quickly get out of hand because you don't need too many T rounds on this map. Prims with the final kill. Gets his first 3 frags on the board. And Fnatic really realizing that this good start could be very useful for them. They take another tactical timeout here. Just 6 rounds played. That's their second timeout taken.
Max 0 for 5. If he comes to life, then maybe life gets even more difficult for Fnatic. Still in the lead though, 4-2. Keeping the CT economy honest. Shaky start, perhaps better than a shaky end. We're gonna have problems, have them at the beginning. Well, if you're going to have problems, nobody wants to have problems. Wonder how aggressive 9Z will be here. They do not have full util in this round. And indeed, Max and DGT will be sending it to some degree. Big flash as Max swings on the fountain. Can't quite make the connection though. He'll fall back while he can. DGT in a very precarious spot, but he will deliver the frag onto Roy, and there's no one behind that. No one to answer to that frag. So a 4v5 for Fnatic. A minute 20 on the clock. as they start to congregate towards the B bomb site. 3 players there already for 9Z. Nothing uncommon in that respect. Seems they'll go for that standing boost, if you will. But they won't get what they're looking for. David swinging on shore B as well, leaving MongolZ and Crims versus the world. Creeping through Monster. Looking real rough for Fnatic now. It's going to be an expensive round for them. MongolZ in the clutch, 1 versus 5. 47 seconds, but there's too many man on road for him. 9Z make it to 3.
Yeah, that's a cool round from 9Z. I love that opening move there. They basically have the rifle firing into mid, and then they have the AWP of Try also take a shot from bathrooms. So from Fnatic's perspective, they're probably expecting the standard setup. It's very common to start with just 2 CTs towards A. And so Fnatic swing A long and just weren't ready for DGT to be there. They did not expect a 3rd player on that A site so early. So that is what nets 9Z the man advantage. They lock it in on the B bomb site. And now Try wants to fight into mid. Needs to be a little careful. You're up against the pistols here. Saw them lose rifles in an earlier round against the pistols. They're playing this similar setup, and Max has been caught in connector again.
Up close to the personal ears, Try delivering with the USP as well. Lack of helmets will be very useful in a round such as this as he tries to protect that weapon. A tag onto Fasha. Maybe the HE will finish off the job. Hold on a second. Fasha, how has he done that with 20 HP? Opened a window for Fnatic. David will try to close it once again, but Crims will deny him. A dab hand with an AWP. Don't forget it. Buda, 1 versus 3. Fnatic storming back. This is a scrappy game of overpass.
I feel like they've got to play more passive against these lower buys. It's not going to be easy for Fnatic if you play the longer range angles, but in connector, you get the AK, and then Fasha just puts that 1 AK to use, catches them falling back. They can't find him. They can't land a single shot. And then Crims gets the AWP into his hands. Hits him with the turnaround. What a brutal round loss for 9Z. They have to go back down to USPs again.
Another clean USP round. 3 now. Can Fnatic stabilize? 9Z still looks threatening. But yes, that was a rough round for them. A recovery is needed.
Ouch.
Max 1 for 7. Having a tough time of things. No timeout here, but we'll keep an eye on him and see if he can find a way back into the game. Well, into the game. Seems to have a reasonable spawn for A, and he'll be deploying that Molotov. As we can see, Fnatic are charging forward through it. Max will be on an island of sorts on this bomb site. Airstrike will be at least giving some clues away. DGT just slightly slow, maybe almost sort of leg there, but can't really do anything about it. So connector door blown off, but no presence from the CTs in that position. 4 players holding steadfast on the B bomb site, but it seems there may be some activity towards A.
Yeah, 9Z will have to adjust their CT setup. Can't just leave Max here alone when you've left this banana area open. So they will now have 2 CTs on the site itself. That was a scary jump. MongolZ was scoped in on the angle. You got to remember, Max is still having to hold 2 separate angles here, so he peeks into Mezzi, who wins the duel against him. Clean man advantage for Fnatic to work with there.
1 for 8 then is Max. Still not having a good time of things. DGT trying to clean up, has to win that duel, but Mezzi's just ducking and diving, swaying left to right, makes it a 5-on-3. Crims lurking as his teammates run distraction. They give the sound cues away to draw the distraction, allowing Crims to get 1 for 3. Simple but beautiful, very effective, crushing 9Z in round 10.
I see Fnatic there putting that pressure towards A, coming back to B, but leaving Mezzi to just make it uncomfortable for 9Z. And Mezzi winning that second fight on A was everything. And Try might not even get away. Missed shot. He'll try and get back to safety. They're already flanking elsewhere. Crims has got the kill on A long. How the hell does Try get away here? I think the answer is he might not. Mezzy runs him down from the back. Fnatic with 70 rounds. This has got out of hand real quick now. That timing on B was brilliant as well. Running in through short just as that monster smoke is fading for Crims to get a free kill in the back. There's only one CT on B because of all that pressure put on A. Lovely round from Fnatic.
Starting to wonder if this CT round is a little lost for 9Z, the way things are going. So many poverty rounds from them, and this looks to be another one. Just don't have the cash. And Max, he's got big problems in his position. He's getting nothing done, and you could see how awkward that one was, holding in that long area. Is that really what they want him to be doing? They're so afraid of push into that B bomb site. Max is so forward on an island, no support, no flashes. Just waiting to die as the 0-7. Just waiting to die as the 0-7 song goes. 1 for 8 now. This one's not looking much better. 1 for 9.
Yeah, can't win the fight in connector. And so Fnatic will be in a great position here. Might be a chance for Try to try and catch someone. But Nico Dawes is ready for it though. Fnatic have left the bomb back, but they might just win by elimination.
Ancient will be the deciding map should it go that far. Who knows what to expect if we make it there. Right now, Fnatic feel like they're in the driving seat. Again, things were bumpy a little earlier on. They found themselves some suspension, it seems. Looking at Ancient. 75% with 8 played for 9Z, 43 with 7 played for Fnatic. There may be some disparity in the opponents played on that map as well. But we're not there just yet. 8-3 for Fnatic. They have a chance for a fantastic T side of overpass. But there is still room for a comeback for 9Z. They need to figure out how to make Max effective though. Fry will be AWP and naked in this round. This time Max is going to be in connector. Again, they've been blowing the connector door off in rounds prior, but not really having much presence there often. Things are different on this occasion, but the door isn't blown off just yet. Crims looking to creep forward. Has he been seen by David? No. How has he found this, Crims? Another collapse for 9Z. How did he find that first kill? Maybe he realized he's being blocked in the smoke. I don't know, but nothing is going the way of 9Z at present. They can do nothing to even respond to this. They're just simply not in the positions.
Yeah, that's criminal from Crims to get away with that. I mean, the second fight isn't easy either. Had to be a very quick headshot. 9Z finding nothing right now. Lark smoke on A, but it's the B site which is wide open. And so Fnatic have this round for free just off the back of Crims, who's been so solid in his position. Over on B short.
Bomb has been planted.
Well then, we did say that Fnatic are normally a team that love overpass. I think you call it their home map with how often they pick it. And they look very comfortable right now. They've got their feet up. They got themselves a tea or a coffee, and they're relaxing.
That was a rough one. We actually saw a change in formation from 9Z around the A bomb site, but Crims How he found that first entry on Shore B, I have no idea. They'll save 3 weapons though, I think. Look at this. Oh, I can see the silhouette. I can see the silhouette. You can see the player moving around inside the smoke. He was always making the Counter-Strike logo until he was on the floor. Six-round lead now. Finally, we have a pause of some description. Might be a tech pause, actually, but either way, a break in momentum would be great for 9Z because the struggle is real.
Yeah, it's been a big-time struggles. Damn. Don't really know what to say about this one. It just feels so convincing for Fnatic. See if there's an update elsewhere. Looks like that second map has started, and Vitality are already 6-1 up on the T side of Nuke. So that's looking very good for them against MIBR in the lower bracket. Over in the other side of things, here in Group B. Tough for Fnatic and Vitality, though, because they both lost their opening BO1s. They're both in this lower bracket. Only one of them can make it through. But that is still ahead of us. For now, it is this series that Fnatic will be focused on. And they do have a gun round to deal with here.
Oh boy, that was a tight one. Finally something going their way. But they are losing players on the B bomb site. Crims again causing issues. And now they know where Buddha is, and Crims will try to do something about it, but Messi's here to trade. Everybody cleared out on B. That is an instrumental frag then, as Messi can fall back and they can move together. Try left alone with the AWP. Now, what is the play? A minute left on the clock. Does Try commit to this position? Does he hold the left of the pillar? Seems to take his time and peek every so often. Classic players crab walking onto the B bomb site. A promising start. And when he tells a story, has a quick peek, can't find a quick scope though. Who does he face? Expecting. No, that's perfect from Try. One down to the 1 versus 1, but where is Messi? Hasn't seen him by the sandbags, and Messi gives them no mercy whatsoever. Double figures for Fnatic, 10-3 on the T side of Overpass.
Yeah, not a bad effort from Try there. I think he realized when the molly was going to force the default player out of the site that the other player would probably peek as well, and they try and swing together. So I love how he just holds that pillar. That meant that he didn't see where Messi moved from on the bomb site. He didn't realize he'd moved behind the sandbags. Gets caught off guard by that position. It's already 10 T rounds for Fnatic. Slightly awkward buy for 9Z in this one. And wow, Messi wants contact on Monster. Smoke will deny him though.
Awkward. Ooh, very awkward. Chance for 9Z. More presence shown by Fnatic in connector. Minute 10 on the clock. Plenty of time as far as they are concerned. 2-man setup as well. They've got a trade fragger if required. Max hiding in the corner. Again, the AK barrel doesn't matter. Roy may have switched to left-hand model there. If the player switches from right-hand to left-hand, we won't see it on our clients. But again, as you turn that corner, as you round that corner from the T perspective, with the gun in your right hand, it blocks that position behind the stairs. So if you have a toggle, that's one of the main places to do it. And Fnatic find their entry. 35 seconds on the clock. Again, a big focus towards B. Maybe why 9Z has been so concerned with this bomb site. Crims is still up as well. Well, never mind that. He's been taken down finally by David, but Roy's here to trade. They'll swing on the site now. The flashes will continue as well. Chain flashes on the B-bomb side of Overpass as Roy leads it down to try in a 1 versus 3. 14 seconds. Wants to try and find the cover as the bomb is planted, but he can't quite get there, which means 11 rounds for Fnatic.
And an ace from Roy. Comes through with every single kill. Wreaking havoc on the B-bomb site. Did the initial damage in connector. And just did not slow down. The flash was set up so nicely for him. That was that connector kill I was talking about earlier, but then he comes back to B. Trade kill initially. Flash in for him. And then just continues to take fights. And at the end here, clearly wanted this ace. Takes the fight against Try. Wins it out. And into the last round and a half we go with Fnatic already up to 11. And wow, Nico does lands that shot onto Try early.
Oh boy.
What? Okay, what? This is weird.
It very is. It very is indeed. Very is. Never mind. David and DGT remain 2 versus 3. Not enough sleep today. Fnatic looking to really pin 9Z to the wall in the last round of the first half. So no KHE. But the bomb is exiting the bomb site. Smokes up to buy time. As David will creep around. But Fnatic are being careful. Nikolas has made his way onto the A bomb site in the meantime as DGT is booking it down long as if he's a T. Look at the spread on the radar. So much time for Fnatic. Seems that Roy is heading towards long as well. What is DGT's play? He's gone back towards A, hasn't seen anything. Nikolas at the bottom of bank. And DGT's on the way. This is awkward. He's moonwalking with his knife out. Oh, he's just spotted the legs. He's going for the knife himself. What a bizarre situation. David coming up from B now. He'll hear Nikolas, but he surely has no idea what is happening otherwise. 17 seconds on the clock, and Nikolas is here, but won't find that kill. The bomb being planted for Truck. The cover is right. David knows he's got a 1v1 in that situation, but he can't do anything about it. 12 rounds. Monstrous from Fnatic. A shaky start, but a very strong finish in the first half. I once met a girl who unblocks a meat grinder with her hand, and guess what happened to her hand? Still, she had more digits than we have rounds for the CT side in that first half. They need to do better. They move to the T side with just 3. This pistol will be crucial for them. Otherwise, we will be racing towards a deciding map. Fnatic, again, looking a little bit difficult for them at the beginning of that half, roared to life afterwards. They've got 7 pistols on these 5 players in this pistol round. And a crossfire. Roy will hear them coming, and Crims will have a look-see. Nice pop from him at range, and he is just taking them one by one. Roy collecting the 3rd. I love that setup. That was really, really fantastic. Roy's got the sound cues. He can run distraction, fire a few shots, and Crims just picks them off for free. He was picking them off like scabs on a child's knee.
Yeah, that's a really nice setup. So cheeky to set Crims up. And, I mean, Crims has been killing it on this map. Joint top of the board. So why not set him up for success? DGT. Seeing if they offer up anything to him. But I don't think so. Crims just swings into him instead. See the kill distribution for Fnatic. So strong right now. 13-3 up. This is looking like a non-starter for 9Z here on Overpass.
Off to the races then, Fnatic. Very promising situation for them. Tries brought down to 350. He's like, nah, mate, I'm going full armor and deagle, bro. And everybody else is like, we haven't pulled the strat yet. Time to eco. Maybe he pressed the bind by mistake. Goodbye to binds in CS2, lol. Hope that changes.
Yeah.
That's a cultural thing. You can't just take that away.
I agree. What is the idea to set up try then? Or is just going to play defensive? Yeah, this is good for Fnatic. Put these smokes up. We'll still fight. Nico does. Nice adjustment. And that is another convincing round for Fnatic. I mean, I think we've got to be looking to the 3rd map at this point. Even if you're a big 9Z believer, this one has just not felt like it's their map, in all honesty.
Molly's for ramp on the playground. Really oppressing 9Z in their first buy round. The rifles are out, some useful here or there. An early boost from Fnatic, as we saw from 9Z. That one didn't bear fruit in the first half. We'll have to wait in the second, but as that Molly goes, you can see the attention is being drawn. Roy's dropped. But Mezzi will collect Buddha in connector. You know there's at least one in short B. Max starting to wonder now, starting to poke, starting to make his way through on and out, but he doesn't get the spray. Having a nightmare on this map, Max. 3 for 15. Bomb dropped in the smoke on Monster. This is looking so bad for 9Z. Diagnosis murder from Fnatic. See how they made that jump peak safe. Mezzi with 8 HP, flash comes through, and he sees that there is still presence in short B.
Taking their time, 9Z. Ooh. Mezzi not getting boosted up, but we'll start to rotate to A. Does not with the AWP on the A site. Has the rifle right now, and there is the info he was looking for. Smoke down. Ooh, don't take that silencer off. Now's not the time for it. They're approaching this A bomb site. Is he playing close in the smoke? He's so low. He does get hard cleared, and Nico does. Can't react. He's scared of Long, but they just swing into him, not even looking in his direction. Nico Dolls will take that all day long. Rotate has arrived. 15 for Fnatic. Smooth, smooth sailing.
Making it look pedestrian at the end there, Nico does. May have seen that second player at DICE as well, but just disengaged, had time on his side as well. Really keeping them under the cosh. Game point to Fnatic, storming back. Not that they were playing bad in the first map. They had a very strong opponent, but they are showing utter dominance from pillar to post here on Overpass. They're always going to be a hard team to beat. It's just been uncomfortable for 9Z as they have to run through fire to make their way on towards B. And they will get absolutely drilled. Try versus 5. And he will not survive. Fnatic with a lights out performance on Overpass and a very quick second half to force almost immediate third map in this series. All Fnatic on Overpass. At least Nuke was, well, it was competitive to some degree, but let's not forget the strength that MongolZ had on their CT side, winning every round. That was not the case on Overpass. They couldn't get started, really struggled, especially on their CT side. Max ending with as many kills as MongolZ had on their CT side, and that's simply not enough on a map like Overpass.
Yeah, definitely not a good performance here. I love this from Nico does. Pretty sure he legs him on purpose to go for that knife. Had to be. And the turnaround not in time. Yeah, I think that kind of sums it up. Fnatic just so confident at the end there. They knew they had that one in the bag. And we got to see the strengths, really, from Fnatic, not only as a team, but also on Overpass specifically, because they were clearly just kind of tactically outmaneuvering MongolZ in a lot of rounds. The thing is, they're also just winning a lot of early fights, though. So it was kind of like that 1-2 punch of just terrible things happening for MongolZ and great things happening for Fnatic.
Yeah, you could see that. I felt like MongolZ on their CT side were very concerned with the B bomb side, perhaps expecting Fnatic to habitually hit it up. But even with 4 players there, it was often not enough, and that did leave them with awkwardness around the A bomb sites as well. But I think Crims especially was quite a problem for them. We saw many multi-frags and trade frags from Crims in that series. And looking at the first half especially, we can see the impact Crims had, and Max, who was the man who was left alone around the A bomb site. We often saw him down 2 jobs, looking in the toilets, looking towards long, looking towards the entrance from the party area as well, and just being in situations where he couldn't succeed. And I don't know if that got into his head as well. In the second half, we saw that AK spray didn't work out for him at range on the B bomb site, where that would have been an important entry, losing that duel and so on. But I think part of the point is that, like, MongolZ need to put their whole team in positions where they can be effective. Otherwise, if they have a similar performance, they may go missing on the third map as well.
Yeah, saw Max getting caught in connector a couple of times as well, just run over. And it's definitely a scenario where MongolZ's players just did not show up in the same way. See the first kill percent really high from Crims. There was that round where he was on B short, just defaulting out. He got those 2 opening kills. He had a lot of impact with his frags as well. So that's good to see from Crims. Love seeing him play with such confidence. You don't always see him really try and force the issue with early fights, but yeah, I feel like on this map, he was really happy to get involved early, was clearly feeling the game well, and that worked out very nicely for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's always good to see Crims performing, especially as part of the old guard of Fnatic. That's definitely one of the more notable players from earlier generations who is still playing amazingly. And again, we saw him with the AWP. I can't remember. I think it was on Overpass, which is an underrated talent he has. He's been picking it up for a while, opportunistically here and there, but he does deliver when he does grab it. So that man is adept with all the tools available. But again, I think, like, it's not just all eyes on Max performing, but the MongolZ having the right formation overall to allow their players to succeed. A rough Overpass for them, but the next map cannot be the same. Otherwise, they're going to be in for an early bath. And with the strong performance we saw from them on Nuke, like, regardless of who wins, I think we want to see both teams playing well. Ancient is the third and deciding map of the series. What are your expectations as far as these 2 teams are concerned on that map?
Yeah, I think for Fnatic, I mean, you look at the percentages, it doesn't look as good for Fnatic, but you realize some of those losses are really close ones, and they've got some pretty decent wins. Like, they were able to beat Bait on this map. I know that doesn't sound like much. People maybe don't know much about that Bait team, but that's a really good map for the Bait squad. They got a couple of upsets on Ancient. They were able to beat NiP on this map on the Fnatic side as well. So I feel like they should be pretty solid favorites here. But MongolZ have been beating teams in their region on this map. I think they're on a 6-win streak right now. So it is just a question of whether that can translate here into this game. And honestly, also, just can MongolZ just bounce back? I hope so, because surely you just take that map as a write-off and say, listen, nothing went right for us. Maybe you were kind of expecting that, honestly, on this one, because Fnatic are so strong on Overpass, and you've got to just play for that third map instead.
Absolutely. And for those of you at home as well, you know, a lot of people, when a new map comes into the map pool, they don't bother to learn anything and they just stick to the old maps and so on. have a look at the radar. Look at people in T-spawn deploying the smokes, the flashbangs into the mid position, support utility for their teammates. It's really easy to do. Grab the demo after the match and see how it is done. It is so simple. It is so simple. 10 minutes of effort will give you a lifetime of pleasure in matchmaking, especially. Get your team swinging in mid, flash forward them, I won't blind them and so on. And you can have a lovely day on Ancient. But one of these two teams will have a horrible day on Ancient because they're going to get eliminated at the end of this series. Will it be Fnatic though, or will it be 9Z? I think with the stats and the teams that both teams are playing against and so on, and as you said, the scores as well, I think it may make for a fairly well-balanced game of Ancient. I think Nuke was reasonably balanced, and yes, Fnatic didn't win a round on their T side, but they didn't necessarily get smashed in every round. We saw great multi-frags and so on from individuals, but I think Ancient's going to be a much closer affair than Overpass, and it's not long until we find out. It's break time when we're back, the deciding map of this series.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO. ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
number who dis? We are into the third map of the series, Overpass. Fnatic were the only team that turned up really. Sorry, Overpass, excuse me. It is Ancient. Thanks for correcting me, Hawker. So the only team that turned up to Overpass was Fnatic, but I am convinced that everybody's going to be ready for Ancient.
Yeah, I think so. I'm hoping that we see a better showing here. Get those glasses clean.
Oh, you don't want
Need
to
to be
clean
ready.
glasses with a tissue.
Yeah.
Dude, that's going to smudge. They're going to smudge. I can't stand smudge glasses. It drives me crazy. You have to have the microfiber. But he's doomed. He's doomed.
Still.
Like he's got to breathe. He's got to breathe on them.
You
give
have
it some
to
hot
breathe.
breath.
Yeah, for sure.
And then, oh dear, like you've come unprepared, man. It's like, it's one thing if, you know, someone's got their keyboard checked in and their luggage doesn't turn up and so on, but you've got to have that microfiber towel and a backup to have your glasses clean. Because smudges are so distracting, darling. But there we go. Seems to have solved his problems. But can they solve the problems of the third and final map of this series? Ancient is upon us. CT aggression mid is going to be very important through the B bomb sites. The T side of cave, if you will. It's going to be a flashpoint for these squads. I think they're both ready to send it on each other. Very juicy looking map, especially with the statistics of 9Z on this map, especially. Bjorn and Adam on the ones and zeros once again. Is Bjorn like the Swedish version of Boris, maybe? Who knows?
Yeah,
Probably not. Or Byron. Or Benjamin. Anyway, answers on the postcard, answers in Twitch chat, answers in YouTube chat as well. 9Z will be the aggressor. The flashbang is here, but Factor's delivering. Did what he could while he was blind. 3 CTs remain now as 9Z take the bomb site, and 2 of those CTs are on a long flank. Nikados has to stay alive. He'll show presence in the meantime, but he can't find any dirty angles on these players. 9Z is spreading out. They're looking for these lurkers off Fnatic. Roy spamming the inbox and finding himself Max. 3-on-3 now. No defuse kit on these 3 players for Fnatic. Nikados still fishing for something. Just finding boots for the time being. Crim's dispatched off for once. Down goes Roy as well. Nikados in the clutch now with no kit. Could just try to save his Kevlar here. Again, it kills 300, but his Kevlar 650. Might as well just run for the hills. If he keeps the perfect Kevlar as well, he could go for a helmet for the force buy. What's he up to here? Just save the Kevlar. Keep it perfect if you can. No, he's got 99 actually. So never mind. That is something. Again, we looked at the efficiency in terms of grenades and so on, but people have been considering the Kevlar as well. More valuable than 2 kills if damage has been done, especially in the pistol. Any damage to the Kevlar for the team winning to the pistol, they're going to have to spend that 1,000 on the helmet anyway. So go save your Kevlar.
Yeah, always a nice feeling when you can manage that. Not in this round, though. Fnatic losing out early. There is that quick top mid smoke that the Ts love to throw, and it makes it hard for the CT side to contest this mid area. You can already see that happening right now. There is some utility damage. So Fnatic have got DGT down below half. They're not going to be able to compete for the mid control. And already 9Z moving towards top mid, in fact. Looks like they'll leave Max there with the Mac 10. Warning shots. Oh.
All right.
Didn't give any warning. Didn't get any warning from Nikados.
Plenty of time for error correction by 9Z. Even with this smoke, the Messi will give them the angle they're looking for. Main threat has been neutralized now. Plenty of time, even with that kill. Hold on a second. Fasha will make it expensive at least, and that is a boon for the CT side as well. When you lose the pistol and you force buy, that fails, etc., you come in for your first buy, you don't want, ideally, the T side to have plenty of money, because if you are to win that first round, let's say you struggle, let's say you survive with 3 players, 2 players or something, they'll have a full buy in the hole, and they'll have maximum pressure coming your way once again. But if you can make it expensive, as was done here, then that can alleviate that pressure somewhat. Although, of course, it's still a failed force buy, which means that the Eco will be here. Basher picking up a Desert Eagle and Kevlar, but his money's still together with the team.
Oh, he's already putting it to use. Very quick shot lands onto Try, and Fnatic are going to use that to try and pretend it's a stack on B, and then rotate over to A. I like that they're trying something creative here. But I don't know if 9Z will fall for this. Especially if Max just investigates the B site with the Mac 10. That's when they will realize B is wide open. And it looks like 9Z are already starting to commit here, so nothing really doing for Fnatic after the opening kill.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb has been plantarized. A consideration in a round such as this is avoiding the SMG if you can, or SMGs in other rounds, to not give the extra money away to the opponent. But again, I think there may be more urgency to try and get any kills there. Nice pickup by DGT. Nice collection by David. Very nice indeed. NiKoDoz will try and do what he can. He has been heard and dealt with by the likes of Max. 2 more kills then for Fnatic. We'll see how much is left in the coffers for 9Z after their full buy, because that is part of the story in terms of the long term of this match. Not too shabby then for 9Z. Fnatic looking for their first round. NiKoDoz on the AWP.
See what they can do with good utility across the board on the Fnatic side. Only NiKoDoz missing some nades. They're going to fight for mid. 3 CTs positioned towards mid early. Nades going both ways. David will try and swing out. Ooh, big damage done there. The CTs have those lineups to spam. They're going to push through, but DGT able to get one. See Mezzy, though, helping from up above. Makes it really awkward for the Ts there. They'll lose out on the mid fights, and Max tries to take a risk, which doesn't pay off.
Great way to win for Fnatic with 4 men standing. At least 2 AKs brought into round number 5 as well. Promising start from them. And as we said, in terms of the damage they did earlier, have a look at the cash for 9Z. That is the impact that those kills have earlier on. Despite losing those rounds, it all matters. And again, you can choose to try and avoid the SMG. You can choose to press forward and find another kill or 2 with the USPs. And it seems that the risk was worthwhile here. So we see that 9Z are left with a very difficult buy. Retake scenario for the A-bomb site as far as Fnatic are concerned. NiKoDoz moving forward, though, to post up on A-long. Very aggressive Fnatic presence shown around that mid position. With no one challenging Mezzy's area, they start to focus towards that A-bomb site, which is the right call. But all they pulled B, pulled back towards B. NiKoDoz pops David. They haven't seen the bomb Fnatic. DGT will still lurk towards that A-bomb site with a Desert Eagle. Roy in mid now, as Fasha's got to be careful around that B-bomb site. Smoke up for now. But with all these AKs lurking around, anything could happen here.
Buda's still going to try and sell this presence on B. They're playing really passive on the CT side, so they're not going to see him sneak into the bomb site. He still want to go A. It looks like it. Buda goes down. There's only one CT on A because of that. It's NiKoDoz with the AWP. No flashes against him here. He could shut this down. Oh, he must spot that shadow. Oh, he's tempted, but that flick back down is good. And now the rotate has arrived. He doesn't need it. NiKoDoz lands 2 shots. Fasha with the final kill. And Fnatic looking good now that they've got the guns out.
Very good rotate. Well, very good information call there from NiKoDoz. Did not out-overplay his position. Just called for the backup. Spotted a rat. And flushed him out. Nice work from him. Nice flick as well. Fnatic coming to life early on the 3rd and final map of this series, putting 9Z on the pistols once again. Max 1 for 4. Prim's 1 for 3. Still early here in Ancient. 3's pretty good for Roy in that situation. Of course, he left the AK at risk for a brief moment, but his team are here to clean up, so they'll be content with that. Fnatic score is tied then as 9-0 on the bye once again.
Yeah, man, this is definitely a nice recovery from Fnatic. Glad that they get some early gun rounds here. It's pretty important for them. See if 9Z can be successful on this mid control. Looks like they've been able to get it so far. And, well, this time, Roy challenging. David taking a lot of damage. He's still sticking around. He's down on 2 health, and the final nade will finish the job.
Wonder if those flashbangs came at the right time that were being thrown by 9Z and T-Spawn. Very uncomfortable position for them now. Waiting for that smoke to go. And here's another one that is really going to burn the clock. No one is in a position to do anything about this B area, really. So 9Z will have to wait. And even if Buddha goes through this with a flashbang, he's got 2 directions to look and no one to help him, no one to trade frag, which is the main strength of the T side. So this is rough indeed. Did he spot that player towards cave? He knows he's there now, but again, so much time being wasted. He absorbs bullets like a sponge through the wood. "39 seconds on the clock. They've been waiting so long for this, but almost all the util has gone now. It's all gone as far as the B bomb site's concerned. Still lurking around 9Z as Crims is entertained in mid. It seems they might retract and just try to save it. Would be throwing good money after bad to try and send it into this B bomb site. Fnatic have been in control of this round from the beginning, and there simply isn't anything 9Z can do about that.
Yeah, nothing they can do in this one. And they might even get hunted if they're not careful. Yeah, I think Max tuck back. Don't want to die after time. And it's looking like 9Z want to talk this one through. First tactical timeout taken. Has been a very strong start from Fnatic. I mean, if you look at opening duels, for example, they've won 6 of the opening duels on the Fnatic side so far. Been very convincing in that aspect of the game. Fasher and Roy getting off to good starts in a lot of rounds here. And Fnatic just starting to pressure that mid position, and that's something 9Z need to be aware of. And obviously in this round, the utility will be really awkward with those players saving, barely being able to buy any nades. So 9Z have got to figure out what they can do with limited utility in this round.
DGT running distraction. Very risky job for him, creeping through the smokes. I can understand it. There's a lot of action towards that B bomb site, but with the molly being thrown through cave by Mezzi, that allows Roy to deal with the mid position. Look at this, beautiful from Fnatic. They shut this down so fast. Just watching the process there. Roy's watching the smoke, but he's also watching the potential swing up from B ramp. But when that molly goes down from Mezzi, he can focus on that smoke, find that kill, then go and support Mezzi as he continues his aggression towards that ramp, and they wipe out 9Z in that round.
Yeah, man, this CT aggression is so nice from Fnatic right now. Well coordinated down into this B side, and nothing that 9Z can do against it. And now 9Z down to a half buy in this one. I try and inject some pace into the play. E-execute, pretty common in a round like this. Fnatic are fighting from the site, and 9Z trying to get good timing here. The flash looks good. Mezzi can't find anything, and Fasher has to fall back.
Sees the elbow, Fasher eats the flashbang, bomb planted, but there are more flashes coming, and he's got a shot. Running out of bullets, but a teammate is here, and again, it is another significant cleanup for Fnatic. They survived before, they build the cash before they win the round. They're almost all on $10,000.
Really good response there from Fnatic. Those flashes coming in at the right time, even though Mezzi goes down so quickly on the site. And just look at the money on the Fnatic side right now. These CT round wins have been incredibly convincing. I think in the last 4 rounds, they've only lost 3 players. It has been really dominant. I lost maybe 1 or 2 more, but it has been convincing round wins for Fnatic. And we've got some aggression out through A this time. Playing an aggressive stance early, but it's Roy flashed at mid. Oh, Trey gets through the smoke from Fasher. Oh,
Big tag,
man.
Big frag. 6 rounds in a row for Fnatic, fighting for a 7th. 4 versus 3 in their favor. Mid is compromised to some degree. We can see that there is a lurker around Red Room for the CT side. His name is Fasher. DGT will be creeping as well, but the more they separate 9Z, the harder it's going to get. A crouch peek will be successful for buildup. I thought he was a goner there, gets his bell rung, but survived with the 20 HP.
Maybe that opens up this B side. Fasher, the one man here. DGT is cutting off that rotation. So Fasher alone on an island right now. Nice kill though, good adjustment onto Buddha, who tried the crouch peek again. Oh, there's DGT activating alongside Try. The kills come in quick succession, and 9Z turn it round.
The patience to hold that angle in CT for that long, cut off that rotation. As he lost his teammate, the bomb was alone on the bomb site. You had to be nervous for them. He was convinced that that was the play. Not one, but both frags. I thought the trade might come through. Not on this occasion, though. Spreads the wealth with that spray, and 9Z get a... They turn it around. After 6 rounds in a row for Fnatic, 9Z make it to 4. Again, if you consider the pistol and the implied rounds afterwards, that 3-0, this is the first round they've had since then. But again, Fnatic have been building so much money. They've got multiple buys in the hole, so they'll come straight back from this one. Individual performance from DGT there to turn things in their favor. Can they find a way to consistently win rounds, though, on the T side of Ancient? Again, David's going to be in T-spawn deploying the grenades. There's a late flashbang coming through, but it doesn't come in time to save Try.
So dangerous to swing like that with the AWP in that round. And wow, the spray from Crims, he commits to it. That means they can spot his tracers and spam him back. Decent damage done to 9Z, though. Still, the mid control is there for Fnatic. And MongolZ wants more info, wants more opportunities here, takes the fight and wins it against David.
That's the bomb as well. It's like he's going to try and rescue it, but you can see that makes Fnatic gravitate towards that B bomb site, which is proving expensive for them, but Mezzi will hold his position. Fasher moving out of Donut. He won't hear the rotation. If he was in Donut, he would hear DGT running towards A, but they've had so much evidence towards that B bomb site, despite all the frags in mid from earlier on, that they have lost position. Fnatic, they'll have to retake with low health, but a man advantage. The AWP could come in handy, but 9Z have one as well. Bomb getting planted now. There's a smoke in Donut, and Fasher starts to make his way over. Down he goes. 2 versus 2. Shot through the smoke. Punished for his insolence. They conceded position at the wrong time, Fnatic. And 9Z have a way into this round. Clock is ticking. Both these CTs with kits. Mezzi so patient, though. Surely waiting for DGT to round the corner, and that's exactly what's happened. That leaves Max in the clutch. No smoke for the CTs. They need to get on that bomb quickly. Time is ticking. And it's ticking really fast. They're really having a slow approach about this one. Max pops out, but Mezzi is ready for him. 2 masterclass frags from Mezzi, but is there time to defuse the bomb? Just about.
If Mezzi goes down, I think the round is done. So low on health, but he hits the headshot. So impressive. That was that trade kill onto Crims, but MongolZ brings his team back into an advantageous position. And even though 9Z get towards this bomb site and get into the 2v2 thanks to Max, He's so patient on this retake. I thought he'd taken too much time. I was with you, but look at this kill. Relies on himself to hit the headshot. Fnatic still looking good here.
Not an easy pace to play on a retake. All credit to Mezi on that one. But we're fast into round 12 now. Mezi's been so instrumental in this position. 10 kills for him now. Fasha on the ramp. Trying to duel. Oh, can't believe. Look at the brazen plays that we're seeing. Fasha continues to push down and delivers on buildup. He thought surely there's no way the CTs continue to duel here. They can't afford to lose that frag. It just goes down the ramp and kills him. And again, the bomb heading towards ramp alone on B. While DGT tries to figure out what might be happening here, and the bomb's been lost. Mezi rotates onto the bomb site. Leaves DGT in a very dire situation. Really playing well. We said that through B would be a flashpoint. Have a look at all those TXs on the radar. That's such an important position for both teams to hold on to. And Fnatic have been doing it well.
Yeah, they've been contesting that pretty heavily. Much more heavily than most teams like to. It's been working out really nicely. IEM having their issues here. Feels like Fnatic have the edge in some of these tight scenarios. And then they're also winning a few convincing rounds on top. DGT will be safe to save. But his teammates are not going to have good money here. Fnatic off to a very strong CT half. And still a couple more rounds for them to compete for here. I think it might be the half buy from IEM alongside the one saved rifle. Interested to see if IEM go for the delayed mid-take at any point. Wait out the CT utility. Thing is, Roy gets to peek up into Banana so soon. He has been caught this time, though. DGT takes him down, and they'll group up to A. Again, it's the B control for Fnatic. They have all the info.
Look at them closing the net. It's been so oppressive towards B. They're not too concerned with the ramp, although Mezi will keep an eye on it at a closer angle for a rotation. A nice flick from NiKaDoz. Doesn't know one's gone past, though, but he has his teammate in the donut. Crims is here. NiKaDoz waiting to find some angles as Max is the last one to fall. A slaughterhouse, an abattoir on the A bomb site, allowing Fnatic to make it to 9.
You have that much info towards B. It's easy to assemble a defense towards A. NiKaDoz just playing far enough back. This is that boost. They finally dealt with Roy on that mid play. But yeah, NiKaDoz, this is just a pretty easy position to play with the AWP. And then Crims here, there's a massive gap in the smoke. And he punishes. Clean kills from Crims. 9-4 lead for Fnatic, but IEM back to the buy. Ooh, that is so quick. 1-for-1 trade. They go for more, but Buddha holds for it. So IEM win the early fight towards B this time.
That's a very, very big frag to get. Mezi's a big name to drop, considering how instrumental he has been in many of these rounds. The two top fraggers for Fnatic have been dropped. IEM have plenty of time to play with now. They can stabilize, they can wait, they can hold. Allow Fnatic to maybe make a play. So they've got to find a way back into this round. They've got the money for the next round regardless. NiKaDoz has got plenty of cash to drop Roy, who's got 1,400. So there is no saving to be done here unless they really like AKs. Execute into the bomb site of B. NiKaDoz is here, slightly aflame. That could be a juicy grenade. That might even hit them on the way in. Does some damage, and he's been joined by Roy now. Flashes abound as we have 40 seconds on the clock. Look at the transfer from Roy. Dancing around the pillar as more flashes come through. There's a trade from NiKaDoz. 1 versus 2. DGT racing in. He's got to find his kill now before the full rotation comes through. But Crimson's just around the corner. Won't be needed. Nikodos punctures him like a football and makes it 10 for Fnatic.
Ouch. 9Z had the clean 4 versus 3. They had the clean man advantage. But Roy overperforms with that double kill on the bomb site. Allows time for Nikodos to emerge through the smoke. Nikodos, close quarters AWPing like that, not easy. If you miss a shot, you know you're screwed, but he hits both of them. And you just see the confidence Fnatic are playing with right now. It's another map where everyone is delivering.
What will be 9Z's offering in the last round of the first half? It's important to be strong on the CT side, and Fnatic have certainly been that. Comeback will be very difficult here in for 9Z. But a 5th round would be something. No one staying in T-spawn to deploy grenades into that mid position as we see the double HEs come through. If the race cars were on, they would have been in so much trouble. And it still could be. Again, Roy looking to support Messi, but keeping angles in case of a push through the smoke. Look at the variance here. Somehow they found an entry. Not sure if they can see anything, really. Doesn't seem to be a smoke kill, though. Crim's playing a bit more passive, and again, it's Messi. Again, it is Messi. Instrumental on this ancient map.
Man, Messi. I mean, that tap was ridiculous, but Nikodos not ready for try to be so far forward. Oh, surely Fasher hears him, though. He doesn't go further. Max wins the fight elsewhere against Crims. So it's actually a winnable position, but there's Fasher finding that timing to catch try in the back. Max still has the bomb here, but a 1v2 on his hands. And if he goes mid, both CTs are here right now. Max might get the first opportunity, but doesn't even find that. 11-4 at the half for Fnatic, looking very good for them. For 9Z, they've got a lot of work to do to try to recover in that second half.
We return for the second half. Fnatic are playing well. They are showing strength. Well, they have been on the CT side. They controlled the match well. Mezi, very important player around that B bomb side. But now they move to the T side, and it's 9Z's turn to do the same. But again, once more, with the score that they managed to yield in the first half, the second half pistol will be instrumental for them. It's the urgency for them that they must win this. Otherwise, we might be in for another short map as far as the second half is concerned. Into the A bomb site, Fnatic go. 9Z are close, but this is a very fast plant indeed. The smoke is up, and that is some quick success there. But Mezi won't find success trying to take down David, and DGT's here as well. So perhaps there is some promise for 9Z. 4v2 made one as Nikados has so much to do now. Exactly the kind of response we wanted to see from 9Z.
Yeah, that's what they needed. Especially considering they won the first pistol in this map. They got a 3-0 lead and then just got dominated in the gun rounds. So pistol rounds going well for them. Now they need to turn that into some gun round success. Just some solid shots, those USPs. Clean as you like. And a very early timeout from Fnatic. I mean, they got the bomb down. So I think they're considering if they want to go for the full-on force buy. Oh, they're slowly buying. They're teasing us. Will it be the half buy or will it be the full investment? Okay, Galil bought AK as well. It is the force buy. And they're going to have a bit of weight behind this buy. Might be the utility that's lacking, but the actual weaponry, very solid here for Fnatic.
What is the plan? 2 flashes in this round. Curious to see how they will be used. 9Z not looking to send it down mid at the beginning of this round. Tries to play the ranges where they can with their rifles, which they've prioritized, as we can see. I like that the HUD shows the pistol if it's the non-default pistol. Anyway, we have a very fast exchange, and damage been dropped on the A bomb site. Mezi again, from round to round, from side to side. Mezi, so important for Fnatic, forcing the issue. Aggressive in defense, aggressive on the attack. Fasha trying to fall back towards Donut, gets dropped by DGT. There's some kind of crossfire bait set up here for Fnatic. Mezi low, may play off of his teammates. He's got the sound cues at the very least. But Crimson's going to look towards mid, see what's happening there, and Max will take him down. And now it's Roy in the clutch. 1 versus 2 with only the Desert Eagle jiggling. Has he been seen? Touching the bomb now. They've got a kit as well. Does he wide swing to try and find the diffuser? He can't do it. Big damage at the beginning, but they will survive. 9Z take the round and move to 6.
Yeah, Fasher after getting that bomb down, caught repositioning. I thought he might just stay on the site because his teammates had some of the other positions covered. These are those kills from Mezi, showing what that Galil can do. But this was Fasher getting caught, leaves it in a 3-on-3. Despite Mezi's best efforts, he gets traded quickly. 9Z get back into the bomb site. And too tricky for Roy to try and peek towards the bomb there. The defender for 9Z stands tall. Fnatic, though, still forcing because they got that bomb down. And Mezi with another massive entry. Oh, no.
This is monstrous. Just making it over. What can Max do about it? The bomb's been deployed to another teammate, but they're starting to lose the numbers now. Lose the personnel. Fashion needs his team to come through that smoke quickly, urgently, and they will. Not in time to save him, but maybe the round can still be saved. The bomb's been lost. Mezi's got a great angle, though. Mezi again with the pre-fire, and Crimson trade with 27 HP down to the wire. Fnatic make double the score of 9Z. My word, these teams are fighting tooth and nail. However, it is Fnatic who have broken 9Z for now.
Oh, and that might be the moment. That might be the round that changes things. As he gets out mid, Crim's just able to jump through that smoke, taking damage in the process. And yeah, as you were saying, 9Z's money in trouble. And they can't afford to lose this round now. They'll fall so far behind. Those constant force buys apply too much pressure. Fight into cave early. Roy swings on both. The Mac-10 doing so much work here. How does that nade do 1 damage? Buddha was on 2 health.
This is devastating. Devastating for 9Z. Even the fast rounds trying to cause some chaos. Fnatic prevail just about, but they still do. Crim's dependable. So much action from Mezzy in this game so far. We almost forgot how dangerous Crim's always is. Moment for 9Z to think perhaps as they focus towards the A-bomb site. See what they choose to do as Fnatic collapse on B. They save the Kevlar and such. Oof. That 1 HP's gone then. Little more than that damage done with that headshot with the AK-47. Again, Fnatic riding a wave of momentum on Ancient.
Feels like that round could have been the turning point. So now Fnatic will be in a dominant position. That's something. David making a bit of extra cash, getting a Mac-10 as well. Fnatic still hunting here. But Nico does with a nice adjustment. Doesn't give away his AK. And so only David able to save. Tough map here for 9Z. And remember, this is not only the deciding map in this series, but it is elimination on the line for both of these teams in the lower bracket. So 9Z are going to have to do a hell of a lot to come back into this. Oh, those nades in mid. Oh, how was that team damage? Oh, boy.
Lethal.
This is good timing.
And efficient. Oh, they're not really waking up to this. That took a second to realize who was doing what there. Maybe assuming it was a teammate behind them. Either way, no harm done. Significantly, at least. Fnatic in the race cars at the moment.
Bomb has been planted.
Hair versus a tortoise.
Terrorists win.
And then they were on 14. A hell of an uphill struggle now for 9Z, but let's see what they can do. $4,500 rough average. The util will be very important. Curious as to Fnatic's approach to mid, any outside of B on the T side, if they'll send it early. One player standing in T-spawn will be a clue. We can see Nikados is there deploying a second smoke towards that donut position. You can see on the radar those flashes that allow the T's to swing their backs to the flashes. They can face the fight, but there will be no challenge. EGT making his way through now and popping Mezzy. In the meantime, Max will hold things down, but there is a traffic jam towards that B bomb site. That's a lot of information on the def cam at the very least. 2 of the 4 players here for 9Z. And a full rotation on the way as well.
Fnatic able to burst through those doors, announce their presence, and start to move towards B. Roy, the man leading the charge, low on health. Might try and set up to trade him here. Oh, he goes alone. Fasher is able to bring one back. And look at Max trying to fight on the front foot here. Nico does caught on the edge of the smoke. Surely Fasher will not be able to get this one done. 9Z win a much needed round. So some claps behind from the coach. Still a long, long way to go though. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you 9Z fans. I do like these early timeouts for Fnatic. Although if this game were to get close, only 1 timeout remaining now. Messi has had a great couple of maps here. Was performing admirably on Nuke. Putting up some incredible numbers in this series, especially as the in-game leader of the team. Definitely one of the strengths that Fnatic have. And here come the nades into mid. No damage done. Crims wants to fight here. Flash came through, but didn't blind DGT. They're able to trade, but look at 9Z. So much focus on this mid area.
The aggression we were looking for, but look at the response from Fnatic, sending it into A immediately. If they're successful, then Roy can clean up some rotations from the back. We can see he and Max are rotating at a similar speed. But it's Max who has to go through a smoke there. And that'll slow him down. David's being watched for, but he's found a bomb carrier. And the transfer is there as well. 9Z coming to life, exactly what we were looking for. 4 players still up, off angle being held by Max, and that leaves 4 players alive for them as they move to an 8th round. A long road to recovery, but that'll certainly help. 3 AKs on the CT side will also help. That could be the difference maker in the duels to come.
Just heavy presence on mid early. Flashes didn't do enough. David, that's the transfer that really locked in the round. Nice to see 9Z fighting here. I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to. Look at this. Quick play out mid from Crims. He's got 2 with the Tech 9.
My days. God flashes from MongolZ to help as well. Fnatic are just not giving them much of anything. Even if 9Z win the round, that's a great way to do it. David performing again. But look how dangerous they are. Again, mid is a problem. Fnatic have the flashes. Crims, man. Really trying to ruin lives out here.
Throw back to the Tech 9 days. Is that 2016? When Olaf was killing it. Good recovery from David, though. David has been really good on this CT side. Had a lot of multi-kill rounds throughout this series. Rifles are now out, and 9Z are not contesting mid this time. They're scared of the flashes.
Nice chunky grenade. Flash.
Jeez, David.
Yeah, David's just on fire at present. Give him that AK every time. 21 kills now for David, racing up the scoreboard. Just one behind Mezzi, who's on 22. Max delivering as well, 13 frags for him. Minute 20 for Fnatic to find a way in. Even with 3 players on the T side, Fnatic are dangerous. Their presence of mind, their spatial awareness is very dangerous. So with 4, they are still very capable. Quick look from MongolZ. Doesn't go back to the well, though. Heading towards the minute mark. 3 players make it 2. A blind MongolZ drops Buddha as Max starts to wonder. A double peek coming his way. We said they were dangerous. Now they're in the lead.
Look at the rotate. So nice from Tri. Oh, and David getting more where that came from. Roy chunked down to half. That nade so nice. Even the bomb plant awkward with the molly in position. Roy's going to struggle here. Oh, the molly spread to him. He thought he was getting shot from the side. I like this from 9Z, though. So patient. Not giving Roy anything in that one. They're up to 10.
Yeah.
This is getting scary.
It's competitive now. It was looking like a washout for a while, but 9Z have managed to stabilize, and David is playing lights out. He's been so important in, I feel like, the last 4 rounds, at least. So instrumental. That's paranoia. That's paranoia right there. Who's there?
It's like when you trigger like an NPC in a video game, and it's like, huh?
Pistols once more for Fnatic, and they know how to abuse them. That grenade could be a nasty one, though. They'll still take position. The bomb plant might be good. DGT's got to be careful here. He's just lurking around the smoke, and we've seen disaster. 3 pistol kills now for Fnatic. Max and Tri remain. Plenty of tags, but what can you do? Surely you don't throw the good money after the bad. Fnatic abusing everything in this game. Use these pistols so well. confidence, rabid aggression. They're out here like honey badgers on that A-bomb site.
Oh, baby. I mean, that is so brutal because you do so much hard work to beat out the gun rounds. And then the pistols rushing onto that A-bomb site. 2 of them go down to the bomb. But it is 15 for Fnatic. And 9Z facing elimination. If they can't pull off these 5 rounds in a row to bring this to overtime. I mean, Fnatic have been really scary with those pistols pretty much every time. But this is the first time they get so many clean entries onto a bomb site. Pressure on for 9Z. No more room for error.
Match points, series points, elimination points. It's a fight for survival out here. We have seen a late resurgence. 9Z have been in the Lazarus pit, but is it too little too late? A noble effort in the second half from David, but is there more left in the tank? These pistol rounds from Fnatic. You can just see they are so well studied. Oh dear, MongolZ is absolutely ready for that one. Playing a very dangerous game, buildup. It might cost him for the final time. DGT popping out in mid. There's plenty of players to come from outside B later on, so we'll have to be careful. He's got try for support. A's been abandoned. Mezzi starts to wonder about mid as well as Cave is being cleared. There's a lot going on in this map right now. Max force from his angle. Was he spotted by Roy? Either way, he'll deliver the frag, but MongolZ is creeping. And there's the trade that he was looking for. Looking towards mid now. There's DGT, but Mezzi can't do anything about it. Smoke is still up. He's separated now from the bomb, but he is swinging straight into the A-bomb site. Showing some presence immediately. Clearing behind the boxes, and he sees that no one is here. That doesn't mean the rotation is safe, though. We can see on the radar that DGT is in a dangerous position. Bombs creeping into B at the same time as they know that the A site's been compromised. Does that pull the rotation? David heard the bomb being planted, and that's going to be the round right there. Mezzi's never going to get there in time. Staying on the A bomb site. He might find another frag, though. That'll be denied as well. 9Z stay alive for now.
I mean, Mezzi peeking into the AWP there was incredible. But even in the 3v3, MongolZ just got caught on that fallback. He was kind of alone with the AWP in towards Jaguar. It's really hard to get away there. I love that they had that re-smoke on mid for 9Z to allow DGT to go for that aggressive play. And then Mezzi just tries to completely draw the attention towards the other bomb site. But all you need is David to stick around. Mr. Reliable right now for 9Z. And there is that final timeout for Fnatic. This has got way closer than they would have wanted. They're not going to fully invest here, but they'll get an AWP out. They'll get an AK. Mezzi's been having a great game, so that's good to see. And MongolZ hasn't been too bad either. It kind of feels like this might be the round that Fnatic win, just like based on how this game has gone so far. It would almost be fitting for them to do it with the pistols, but let's wait and see. Oh, Buddha is scaring me.
Oh, boy. Onto the site they go. Trouble is here. Trouble is called Fnatic. The pistols again roaring away. Just feeling like they can do whatever they want, running forward, taking all the jewels, but will try to do what he can. Traded by Crims. Back and forth we go. Only rifles remaining now. Bomb is planted for the ramp, for the wallbang as well. And there'll be even more boost for MongolZ. He doesn't have an angle, though. That molly is going to stop them from peeking. That bomb's going to get defused. Trying to go for a secondary wallbang. Not quite getting what they wanted. 9Z will stay alive. 3 rounds away. Bomb planted. There's money for Fnatic. The pressure keeps coming.
I mean, that's an incredible recovery. Losing 2 kills on the site, you think they're in trouble, but they're lucky that Fnatic didn't buy much utility into this round. Because if they had a smoke or a molly, they could have easily slowed down that retake. But instead, it's the CTs who have the retake utility at their disposal. And credit to Try, landing those 2 shots with the AWP initially, put it into a much better position. And just enough utility to lock Fnatic out from spotting towards that bomb. So 9Z hanging on in there. But this is now Fnatic back to the full buy. Messi's even got 5 grand in the bank because they saved a couple of guns from the previous. Definitely watching for that mid control. It has looked good for Fnatic at times. And again, they are using that utility early.
Crims again in that mid position, leaving David with a lot of work to do. Nikados with a great angle on the Molotov, forcing Buddha away. Survival is hard on Ancient. Minute 20 will feel like an eternity as 9Z spread out across the map. Very thinly spread as well. Buddha basically playing for info. Like somewhat committed on long 8. But Messi's pretty far away for now. Starting to show some presence as we reach the minute mark, which is still an eon for the likes of Fnatic.
Yeah, I do like this patience from Fnatic, but if 9Z make an info play at the right time later in the round, that could allow the right sort of stack. And here is that info play from David. The commitment looks like it's coming towards B already.
Crim's being careful. Just cutting off that rotation, making sure no one's able to flank. David will try to put up some kind of smoke, but they're going to lose players on the B bomb site here.
Oh.
Max has found an angle. He's dropped the bomb carrier. 26 seconds. There's time for error correction. Nikados will punish. And then there were 2 versus the 4 of Fnatic, who still need to plant that bomb. Try creeping forward, but how far does he go? To flashes here, but he can't stop it. And they can't stop Fnatic. They eliminate 9Z from IEM Rio in a very back and forth affair. Quite an entertaining series has reached its conclusion on Ancient. Fnatic looking strong, especially on Overpass, finishing well on Ancient also.
Yeah, doing really well here, Fnatic. They were favorites coming into this series. For 9Z, a bit of a shame as the South American qualifiers that they're not able to get any win here in Rio, but they go out here in this lower bracket. Unfortunate for them, but Fnatic, a very solid team to go up against, and we saw just how good the individuals were for Fnatic here. MongolZ was a man possessed this series. He was incredible. Crims, I mean, this guy has been around for so long and he's still putting up great numbers, coming through with so many impact rounds. Great to see. He's such a reliable player for this Fnatic team. And all in all, no complaints here for Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have to give credit to 9Z for how well they played on Nuke to win all those rounds on their CT side. Like, full credit to them. They played really, really well. I think David had a very good exhibition for himself. Again, in the second half on Ancient, he was very, very important. He was everywhere in many of the rounds that 9Z were able to capture. But also on Nuke as well, in order for them to have that strong performance, he had multi-frags on the CT side, on the A-bomb side, when his teammates were getting traded, found a way to get the multi-frags when it was needed, when it counted. So there's definitely positive takeaways for 9Z, but they were up against a strong-looking Fnatic who will proceed for the time being at the very least. And I think for the teams that they're going to be playing in the future, it was nice to have a strong enough opponent in 9Z as well. It wasn't a complete whitewash, although Overpass was very lopsided indeed. But again, I think it was an excellent example from Fnatic in terms of, like at the beginning, we said for the viewers at home, the utility from Spawn to allow your teammates to succeed in the mid position. We saw great examples of that with flashbangs, but also the urgency around the B bomb sites and mid, and the combination of the two, how they work together, how like Roy and MongolZ work together to support each other was really, really fantastic. So again, I think that's a really good demo for people. If you want to try and learn how like two players can work together and support each other and so on the CT side, I think we saw some great examples there from Fnatic.
Yeah, for sure. I actually quite like where Ancient is at now. I feel like at first I wasn't loving it, but actually the spawn change seems to have changed a lot. I really like those fights towards mid now. And I feel like it's pretty important for the Ts. Like if the Ts can get that control, it really opens up so much of the map. You can see them start to cut off rotations, start to play between bomb sites. So definitely cool to see how important that mid control was here in this one.
Indeed, and I believe we have a post-match interview ready, so let's check out the thoughts of the players.
Fnatic and NiKoDoz survive elimination against 9Z. He already told me, don't talk about Nuke, but I've got to start there, mate. And it's not about your individual performance on it, it's about Fnatic in general. At one point, you spoke about it, the important one, G2, you beat him. We started to slip away. Is this less time on it? Is it more confusing for you guys? What's going wrong?
I mean, honestly, we don't get to play it that much in officials nowadays, and we don't have so much time to practice when we go from event to event right now. But honestly, it's like we just don't get the kills, you know? I think a lot of the rounds, we know what they're doing. Like, we literally know, okay, they're coming in at this round. Let's be fucking ready in. Excuse my language. Like, but we don't get the kills, you know?
Yeah. So when you don't get the kills, it goes completely not your way. Overpass, it's been your main pick for a long time now. Everyone can expect you guys to play into it. You smashed it. You rolled over it. And then on Ancient, it was pretty convincing as well. Was there any slight worry, though, on Ancient towards the end that they might be able to come back?
Nah, I think it was a lot like the same on Nuke. Like, this time, we actually got the kills when we knew what they were doing, right? And some rounds slipped away. We were hesitating quite a bit when we had the information. And we were a bit, like, sloppy in those, like, after scenarios, even in the pistol round. But it worked out in the end and we got the win.
And you're feeling more confident now, though, overall? You feel ready to do a further big challenge now going into this?
Yeah, for sure. We got our first win. That's always the hardest one, right? So just got to keep grinding from the lower bracket.
Take that momentum from here, run it through the lower bracket. NiKoDoz, thank you very much, my man. Bardov, Hawker, take it away.
Thank you, big man Bank. Some interesting thoughts there from NiKoDoz. And indeed, I think practice can be difficult sometimes when you're just on the road constantly. It's hard to take a timeout and review. You know, I thought maybe, I mean, it would have been a weird time for like Virtus Pro to do that, but they did more than that and kick half their team. But, you know, I think having a balance is important if you can, which especially in the current climate is difficult for teams to do. They need that presence from tournament to tournament. So it's hard to be able to look back and kind of fix your problems and so on. But it's interesting, he said they were hesitating in moments, because I think, you they like to play a slow style anyway. Maybe that masks it somewhat, because you don't know if they're hesitating or just waiting for the right time to make their play. But indeed, they're still in the lowest bracket. They still have a road to run, and they have to take it just one match at a time, really.
Yeah, that's what you got to do in that lower bracket, and we can take a look at that now. Vitality were able to get their win in the lower bracket as well. That was going on at the same time as this one. They took that 2-0 over MIBR. So the South American teams somewhat struggling, other than Furia, who are still in that upper bracket. They have to face FaZe though. So we'll see how long they can stay in that upper bracket. Not an easy matchup for them there, but we know Furia are a team capable of stepping up when they are on home soil. Hopefully we can see that in that series.
So Fnatic will be playing the loser of OG and Cloud9, Vitality, the loser of FaZe Clan and Furia. That's going to be a very interesting one, regardless of who loses. We've got some really nice matchups on both sides of the bracket. Yeah. Meanwhile, in Group A, you can see the current scores on the doors. Ninjas and Pajamas versus 9. That's next up on the B stream. Heroic versus the Mongols. I think will be close or will be a wipeout in favor of Heroic is how I see that one going. Surprise is always good as well. But indeed, we have seen a lot of action so far, and there's plenty more to come today as well. We've just had our first of our 3 matches on this broadcast. But for now, we're going to head to a break. Don't go anywhere. We're back soon.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Seen you in this place. I like to play some games. auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Fadet auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out.
The year when the Polish Counter-Strike scene made its mark by using 3 major words: friendship, power, legacy. It was a time when every CSGO fan thought that the Golden Five would live forever. Some say that sunshine follows thunder, and it looks as though the forecast could, for once, be right. Sure, comparing them to the old mighty VP would be an exaggeration, but 9 are hungry to put Polish CS back on the map. Alongside players like Minio, who have been loyal to hometown squads, there is one name well known for his foray into international waters: Hades. A pillar for ENT for over a year, the AWPer now becomes a key piece of 9's puzzle. And they made waves at the Paris RMR. In fact, I think a tsunami would be a better fit. Just a few days before heading to Rio, they washed out the big guns of G2, Big, and Vitality to lock in a spot at the Legend stage in the French capital. But before that happens, it's time for 9 to shine in Rio.
We are back, and look how beautiful these sculptures are. I'm very impressed by that. That is way too good. We are back for our second game of the day in beautiful Brazil. Lovely murals, lovely beaches as well, and two dangerous teams looking to make a bigger name for themselves here in IEM Rio. Intel Extreme Masters, a fantastic name with plenty of lore in Counter-Strike, and more is being made every day. We've had a hell of a match on our hands that has just concluded after 3 maps, and now we've got Ninjas in Pajamas and 9, the Polish stars resurging. The Polish squad, the Polish scene are here once again. Kylar, Hades, Minio Key, and Goofy. If you're not familiar with this team, pay attention. They may not have the name brand you're looking for, the name brand you're familiar with or looking for if you came here to see Ninjas in Pajamas, but they are taking scalps one by one, and they are very quickly making a name for themselves.
Definitely a team on the rise right now. They're suddenly competing against the top tier competition and finding wins against Vitality, Big, G2, MongolZ most recently. That is an incredible list of names to have. That's a lot of the top tier teams that they have beaten very recently. And so they're not going to be scared at all going up against NiP. And speaking of NiP, here is that roster. I talked to Alexi at the RMRs, and he said he thinks the team is in a much better shape now. He thinks they've started to find their roles. He thinks they're starting to work together a lot better. And it did show in their results there, as they were able to qualify through the RMR, beating Big 2-0. And they're hoping that they can continue that form into Rio.
You saw Alexi B's watch as well. Very nice. Santos Enjoyer, I have a similar one. Mine's a slightly different color, but love to see some watch geeks on the servers as well. Ninjas in Pajamas, a relatively new look Ninjas in Pajamas. I like to see some promise from them. Of course, both of these teams are fighting to stay alive, but you know, they're pretty closely ranked to each other as well. This is another really interesting match. I think every match that has 9 in it is super interesting. Again, for those of you who are unfamiliar, they have been playing really well. They are taking down the biggest names in Counter-Strike. They beat MongolZ 2-1 yesterday. They've got recent victories, a 2-0 over Vitality. They beat G2 on Nuke. They beat Big as well. They've traded wins and losses with Big of late. But the point is, like, you know, we see teams on the come up and like, how far can they go? And, you know, they're beating the middling teams. They're poking and prodding. These guys are just smashing people like G2 on Nuke. These are outrageous performances we're seeing from these guys immediately. And it's fantastic to see. They are a really strong unit, a young squad as well. And they worked hard to get into IEM Rio in the first place, and they are making it count. But there's going to be no slackers left in this bracket for them to get through. They're going to have to fight the hard way, tooth and nail, if they are to continue to survive here at IEM Rio.
And if you want to talk about some of the specific names on 9, Goofy was great yesterday, especially on Nuke, on the decider map against MongolZ. He was just in control of a lot of those fights. And then Hades on the AWP is normally a go-to for them. And the thing I like about 9 right now is yesterday, their lowest performing player was K on the rifle, and yet he's normally their best rifler on this team. So for him to not be there and for this team still to perform, it just goes to show this is actually a really well-rounded roster. And that is something we don't often see with these teams rising through the ranks. We don't always see them have every single player deliver. But I don't think there's a weak point on this 9 squad, and that is fantastic for them.
Yeah, it really is fantastic to see. I'm excited for this. I'm excited for every game we get to see of theirs. It's really cool. And also this roster for Ninjas in Pajamas as well. Man, it's been a hell of a run for NiP, obviously with Device coming and going and so on, but that is all in the past. Now let's have a look at the Veto and see where we will be playing. Pray for Anubis, chat. We want to see Anubis at some point. Roasted again. At least we saw Vitality playing Anubis on the other stream, on the A stream, but the B stream will be denied once more. Vertigo will be the opening map of the series. Into the building sites we go. From Vertigo to Mirage. We've seen Mirage as a decider, I feel, but in the first 2 picks, not so often we see that these days, but NiP will certainly be sending us that way. No Ancient for this particular series then. So what will be the decider? A Nuke potentially? Question mark? No. Denied by Ninjas in Pajamas. Overpass. More technical maps for the decider. What do you think of this series?
Yeah, I like that NiP respect the 9 strength on Nuke that we've seen as of late. Even though that's, you know, an okay map for NiP, one that they're pretty decent on. I think you can't afford to play 9 on it because it's such a strength for them. So I feel like, listen, Vertigo we've seen be very good for 9. So I would expect them to be able to pick that up. And getting into Overpass as the decider, again, kind of interesting because 9 haven't had the best results on that as of late. They haven't really beaten any top competition on it. So I think that's a good decision from NiP. I like that they go to the Overpass. But it's also not a map that NiP have necessarily been super consistent on themselves. I still think that Veto's good for NiP, though. Like, compared to the one against MongolZ, where I instantly saw the Veto and was scared for MongolZ, I think NiP have done well in the Veto here. I think that's going to help them a lot.
Can we just appreciate the lack of full-size keyboards on both of these squads as well? We can see some 10 keyless keyboards. So where you've got the arrow keys there, like the first one in front of our camera, that's a 10 keyless keyboard. So 10 keyless or 60%, I think 65% is the sweet spot, but that's plenty more space for all these players. Again, there's 10, I think it's about 10 keyless for the first 2 there. Maybe Alexi B is a full sizer. He looks like his arms are spread further afield, but it's been a long time coming. An evolution in the equipment, of course, wide mice, the wireless mice, but the size of the keyboard as well is coming down to more reasonable sizes. Learn about binds on the keyboard. People are always like, oh, but we can't use bybinds without a full-size keyboard. Yes, you can. There's a function key. Hello. Anyway, that's enough of a detour there. I think map 2 and 3 especially look really close. I think NiP are going to have to dig deep to deal with 9's T side. We saw them. It was so mentally stimulating to see 9's T side on Vertigo yesterday, and we're going to see another one today. So obviously, NiP, if they had the time, will be able to study that and try and make a game plan, but to execute it against 9 will be another story. Again, they are a rising team, which means that all these players won't be too familiar with the habits of the players on 9, and that is certainly to their advantage as we move into this series.
And I think looking a little more at the NiP side, you look at someone like Headtrick. He's a very young, inexperienced player, just qualified for his first major with NiP. He sneaks into the final CSGO major, but he's only 18 years old. And, you know, for someone from Ukraine going into an international team, it was always going to take him a bit of time to adjust. But I think he is starting to find his footing now. And we heard everyone on NiP basically giving him praise and saying he's slowly improving on the AWP. He is slowly showing signs of what he can do. We'll see if he can deliver early on this one as they have to go up against 9's Vertigo. I said it yesterday, James. I think 9 are one of the few teams I enjoy watching on this map. They've got some nice creative ideas. They've got a really nice breadth of strategy. You should get to see that coming through here as we get underway into the first map of the series.
9 starting on a T side as well is exactly what we want to see. And indeed, Hawker, you and I both kind of hate Vertigo, but we still enjoy watching 9 play, which is a real credit to their team and what they've been able to do in the games of Vertigo that we have witnessed from them. Running towards B, but not committing. Starting to poke towards A now, maybe trying to catch somebody out of position, double OP, but Roland just keeping an eye on things. You can see him communicating to the squad. We've got mans on deck. Rez is waiting, perhaps for the gimmick smoke. Roland with the Julies, creeping, spots Hades. Spamming now, and the bomb falls at his feet. That's a nice start for him. Flashbang, though, that may deal with him. Indeed, it will. Headtrick is here, but how quick is he with these pops? Look at the airtime there. Either way, Rez will deal with that. 3-on-3 as NiP try to hold on to this bomb site. A smoke up on short, and config has been lost as Goofy comes in from the back. 2 more to find now. Rez and Alexi B. Alexi B is the one to duel, running low, and Rez will come to clean up to get the reloads in as they're still in a 2v2 situation. Things may slow down as Hades is on the A bomb site, but where is the bomb? They're both creeping around quietly now as they look for more frags.
Hades goes forward, but Rez Gets a couple of warning shots and gets to survive. You'll see Hades now drop back with that P250 for the post plant, and Alexi's on the long flag. He might catch him. Oh, he can't get the kill. That was a golden opportunity that's gone awry for Alexi. And now Rez has to try and deliver, and it's so hard for him here. They don't have to fight him. Oh, that's a clean kill from Rez. He'll get towards the bomb, but Minio's going to peek from the other side, and Rez not ready. The dualies line up the final frag. 9 in with the pistol.
Start as you mean to go on. Noble effort from Brolan. Promised with the bomb falling at his feet. Pistol rounds often a back and forth affair. See the P250 from Hades as well. So crucial to have in a pistol round for a T-side when there is range. Equalizer at medium to long range. So we'll see the force fight from Ninjas in Pajamas. Rez will have the French gun. Go to a train station in France and you'll see the army walking around with FAMAS. Remainder of the squad with pistols, save for Brolan with the MP9. Oh, double nades. Somehow dodges most of that damage Alexi B. Going a little too far, maybe. Down the ramp, Rez goes. Emergency here, interestingly. Got a little too wide, though, so he will be traded by Key. Essential rifle to be collected if Goofy finds himself near it with that Mac 10. Mac 10 has its own utility in a round such as this, though. Still dangerous as Minio will thin the numbers for Ninjas in Pajamas and avoid the trade frag. Creeping through mid, but a double peek might be on the way. But he's still playing safe. 45 seconds on the clock and only 2 remain. Starting to creep forward now in this mid position. Minio keeping them on it. Bomb planted. They'll lose a rifle. That is a nice pickup for NiP. They have no kits. So I imagine Headtrick wants to save this. Thumbs up to the Rops sticker. Man like Rops.
I love Rops. Well then, 9 will convert this round. Off to a very good start in this one. Do you have a favorite pro, James, or is that too hard of a question to answer?
So people always say, like, who's your favorite player, right, over the years? And it's quite a few years now. But for me, it's been more about favorite teams, like stylistically, who I enjoy watching play, who is quite engaging. Rops would certainly be one of my favorite players. You can see James recently did a video, I think, on Rops lurking on Inferno, if I remember correctly. He's a great person to learn from in terms of how he plays. But I also have conversations with him in DM about equipment, about mice technology, and all kinds of stuff. So he's just such a smart player, you know. And he's when he was coming up like years ago. Actually, before he was coming up, I think Vendetta and I were playing Face It, and Rops was on the other side, and his team beat my team. And he took a screenshot of the result and saved it, and he found it in some folder years later and tweeted it, which I thought was funny. So I joked and said I taught him everything he knows. But Rops would certainly be a favorite one. I think he's a great beacon for young players in terms of what is possible. It was 2017 where he was struggling to explain to his family. I mean, everybody does, you know.
Yeah.
Like we are essentially non-traditional, if you will. Like, he was struggling to explain to his family the opportunities that were being afforded to him at the time, the professional teams and so on, and it being a real career choice. Obviously, since then, people like around him, not just his family, but his school understood the opportunities. The school was super flexible and said, all right, let's, you know, pursue your dreams and we'll do what needs to be done to allow you to study at the same time and so on. So I think for a multitude of reasons, Rops is certainly a favorite. I think Nico is as well, as one of the best players in the world. Yeah. Like, if he's the only person remaining on the team, the way he lines up pre-fires of angles and so on is just so fascinating to watch. So those are 2 players who come to mind immediately.
Very nice. His B site is open for 9, so they'll be fine here. Yeah, the other thing with Rops is, like, there was a period where people thought he was just cheating in FPL. Like, they couldn't believe he was so good. He had to, like, fly out to London to play on a different PC for people to believe he was legit. I mean, that's always a cool story.
Yeah, so again, it was one thing like the family don't understand. It's another thing the pros don't understand. But also in that latter sense, I think he marks a generational shift in Counter-Strike where we didn't have the infrastructure in CS that we do now, where you can have all these like youngsters come up and just destroy everybody who's been playing the game for years and so on. You're like, okay, all these years come and go, and you know you have all this wisdom, and that's how you win. But these teenagers come in, and they're just smart, and they deliver the goods. So he represents many things in this game.
Yeah, man, definitely. Well, look at that for NiP. Actually, a couple of AKs stolen, which they will take. Don't have too much to work with in this round. That was a good shot from Brolan. Config is someone to watch whenever NiP are on the server. He's been their highest rated player at this tournament so far, and he hasn't always been in his best form here on this specific NiP lineup. But it looks like it's all coming together, and his raw aim is fantastic. There's a fight into ramp. The nade looks good. It won't quite land, though. So just some early damage onto 9. And this molly will land up towards mid if they want it. Very cheeky one.
It's a big headshot from Goofy. Important duel won by Goofy, and there's so much time on the clock. Really compromising Ninjas in Pajamas now. You start to fall back, and Goofy is behind enemy lines, cutting this defense to pieces. Hetrick might have a free one, though, as Goofy repositions. Has he done enough, though? Plenty of footsteps making their way towards the A-bomb site now, charging up the ramp. Hetrick will fall back and stay close to his teammates. They still don't know if anybody's in the mid position as they're looking that way as they make their way towards A. 45 seconds on the clock now. 9 are starting to creep. They don't have any smoke grenades, though, for the usual execute onto the A-bomb site to plant the bomb. So time will be of the essence, but Hetrick will jiggle into his doom, into his demise, as Hades dispatches of him with the AWP. Patiently waiting as Hades, 2 remain, but again, it's them who need to plant the bomb. They have thinned the numbers, and Kyla's coming in from the back. That'll be the end of Config. Now Rez is being pulled from pillar to post. Which way does he go?
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb planted on A. Seems he may be disengaging then. How did Goofy get into such a deep position?
Nine are really good at that. They're really good at getting Goofy up mid and just making him a real nuisance. Love to see it. I also love Goofy's name because it's like the least intimidating name ever. So if you say, oh, I lost against Goofy, you just sit there like, oh, doesn't sound great. But no, he's deadly, man. Goofy's great. I'm pretty sure 9 said in some of the interviews as well, okay, just about survives. I think they said that Goofy's the guy always with the smile on his face on the team. So I guess it makes sense if you're going to pick that name. Yeah, look at that, man. Through the smoke. Oh, that's so cheeky.
I have a Face It jersey. On the back of it, it says Black Heaton. Okay. Because I reckon I look like a slightly black version of Heaton. I think that we look kind of similar, and we've got a similar build. So I literally have a jersey that has Black Heaton printed on the back of it.
All right, nice.
Something you didn't know. 4-0-4-9, a strong expected start on the T side of Vertigo. This is where we were fascinated by their play yesterday, and they'll continue in the same fashion. Goofy just slinking past the defenses there from the NiP and crumbling them from the inside. They'll be back on the buy once more in round 5, NiP. So let's see what they're able to do.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for them to come back from. I can see Config with the AWP and the spawn. So I will be keeping my eye on him once this round starts. So if we get a reset, maybe the spawns change. Who knows? Over on the other stream, we have Counter-Strike aplenty. The mainstream game has got underway. It is Furia versus FaZe. That is also a fantastic matchup. Got to keep your eyes on both monitors right now. Furia currently 4-1 up. So nice start for them. See if they can keep that up. For now, though, it is the double AWP setup for NiP. And Config does have that spawn. I think he's just going to play mid with it. Oh, he had the B-hops. Yeah, just going to hold mid. Headtrick will take his AWP over to Ramp.
Presence shown by 9, perhaps expecting to be entertained by more utility. They'll focus their efforts elsewhere. Could be shock and awe. Yeah. Got Goofy lining up some grenades, it looks like. Maybe some flashes. Here we go. There's one for the mid position. Rez, a flame, but he'll still deliver onto Kylar. 52 HP for him as he moves back to a more passive position. The mollies continue in that same spot now. Such a strong position for the CTs. Really important to deal with it. NiP will create some space for themselves with the smoke grenade. But 9, I'm not going to overcommit. The AWP is still in situ. And they're holding by the stairs. Hades will be rewarded as Rez looks for information. Very expensive to find it. Do they hear the reload now? Config has posted up and taken the angle. There's no utility left beyond a smoke and a HE grenade. Oh, Config looks to his left-hand side just as they come out, and all the frags are going the way of 9 on this bomb site. Not sure if there's anything else for NiP to do at this point.
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, the utility really solid there from 9. I think that was a counter flash from NiP, which is what allowed Rez to survive a little longer. Certainly, it seemed like there was that counter flash to allow him to get away from the molly on site. But even though he got the 1 kill, he was traded eventually. And then Config, I mean, it was pretty unfortunate. But man, both those shots just missing. Looks away at just the wrong time. And 9 showing us that wealth of strategy available to them on their T side. This time, a nice play into the B bomb site.
They're actually so cool to watch on Vertigo. It's refreshing.
Just like a good Warana.
You see Rez delivering the kill despite the molly, and there are more mollies to keep him away from that position as well. They just hold in the middle of the site. They cut that site in half diagonally. Hades posted up with the AWP.
Hades loves trying these plays early. Just tries to get posted up. Sees if anyone is in position. Not this time, though.
Certified man's Hades. Getting that information from Banks yesterday. Helping to put ninjas in pajamas at maximum loss bonus. Still looking for their first kill, as is first round, excuse me. Alexi B still looking for his first kill. Barely mentioned Config yet. 1 for 4 at the moment with a FAMAS, but we'll come to him later. Config's going to get dropped in mid by Hades. Someone's going to have to go and pick up the slack there. Look how patient they are again. Round after round, we're seeing NiP try to make a difference and push forward. It's risky, and they're being waited for, but this time Headtrick delivers.
Yeah, both AWPers getting kills for their respective squads, but there's a rotation into B from NiP here. Rez decides to get up close. There's only 1 molly available. There's a boost in play also. Rez should be able to hear all of this. They've spotted him, and they spam him down. Rez falls early. There is now another rotator arriving, but it's Alexi, the first pillar on the hold. He's only able to get 1, but his teammate's been dealt with. How much can Alexi do here?
Wow.
Nothing. What a shot from Minio. Unless Headtrick finds something, which he has, maybe this round is still doable. He's just dropped the bomb on the site. They will get it down now.
Bomb has been
They
planted.
had to do that fast. Very, very urgent with about 15 seconds on the clock. Headtrick in the 1 versus 2. Doesn't seem like he fancies it. Guess he feels like the prospect of being trade fragged at least is just too great. No kit for him. I'm not sure if there was one on the side either way. He will abandon ship. And 9 will continue the clean sheet. You can see the frustration on the faces of Ninjas in Pajamas. 9 are a very strong team on this map.
Hades was just giving fist bumps. Round isn't even over yet, but I mean, he knows he's won the round. I just love that he takes his hands off his keyboard and his mouse. He's like, yeah, I'm chilling, having a good time. Show off that knife, why not?
Getting more expensive by the day.
True.
Very nice shot by Hades. That's a tight one from Headtrick as well. But again, a rough spot for an IP. 9 will find an advantage or take the map control and then just wait, just hold while they've got the time. An IP will try and fight their way back into the game, but they've got to walk into the angles, which are often inferior. That could prove to be very painful indeed. Spoke about Headtrick being so young. First major and so on. Obviously, Config, much more experienced head. With his own struggles as well. Of course, bearing in mind how young a lot of these people are, constantly on the road, as Fnatic said. Got to grow up in the public eye. Don't get to walk in the park and learn the life lessons as normal. Renewed focus on Counter-Strike as they look for their first round versus 9. And again, all credit to this squad of 9. They are very good on this map. Very good indeed, as you will find out if you haven't seen them play Vertigo before. Looking for round number 7 as we see a mixed bag from Ninjas in Pajamas. A half buy from them. They've got the AWP on Headtrick, pops and pans around it to fight with as well.
Pops and pans can be useful in some scenarios. Maybe not in CS. Oh, they get back. The smoke fades. Roland goes for the jump peak. Really hard to hit that there, especially on this specific angle from K. Wow. Okay, Rez was ready for the boost. It's a pretty common boost, but still hard to pre-aim that. Fantastic headshot from Rez, and he will ask for assistance. They've still got this AWP in play.
.50 seconds remain. As the process on A begins, but there's still lurkers towards B. Minio traded. They know where the AWP is. Does that raise the urgency now? Surely that's the go command. Roland gets dropped. There's more to play with, but they've got to clear this out. Just laser focus, tunnel vision. Goofy will trade Alexi B though. He's found the key frags, but Headtrick's made it to 1 versus 1. He's dropped a bomb as well. Goofy going for the flank. Headtrick has no idea. He's looking for it now, though. Shotgun mode, and he finds a quick scope. Headtrick, the spatial awareness, fantastic from him. Really marginal round, but that was a half buy from NiP.
Yeah, Headtrick having that AWP ends up having a huge impact. That's why you save it, because you can do things like that with it. Looked like Goofy had made the difference, but Headtrick fires back. And then the awareness to catch that flanking player. Brilliant from Headtrick, really finding his footing now on NiP. And 9 putting presence over towards B early. NiP finally with that first round on the board, but you've always got to be ready. Kai already up ramp, that nade. Oh, that's it. Headtrick's done for, nothing he can do. And that is just such a quick start to the round from 9.
Config and Rez have a combined $0 in the bank. This is a very dicey situation. Does Alexi B die on his sword here? Or do they all fall back to 1 bomb site, gets his bell rung, and he might have to concede here. They might have to all just go to B together. It's so awkward for them. There's still a minute on the clock though. Like, where do they play from in this scenario? They're kind of being invited to press on and lose everything, as we see there from Config again. 9 take advantages, then they hold and punish. The CT's looking for information. It happens again, and they're down to 2. Really rough situation for Ninjas in Pajamas. They get a frag on key, but again, what can they really do here?
Bomb has been planted.
Okay.
Goofy on the hunt, but Alexi B will survive for now, it seems.
Yeah, he's all right. But NiP as a whole are not. That's just brutal. Like, you win your first round and you lose the next one so quickly. With K just getting up ramp so early. Little gap in the smoke. Head trick gets caught out. K gets up to the site, catches the rotate. It feels so easy. But it's thanks to him getting into that advanced position early. That NiP you weren't accounting for.
Config's having a nightmare. Still 1 kill. 1 for 7 at the moment. Vertigo, Mirage, and Overpass. That is our series. Mirage will be a very fun map indeed. Always explosive. Vertigo, more of an acquired taste. Nine certainly love the taste of it. Oh god, it's collapsing again. It's like they're gravitating towards a trash compactor and being flattened round after round. Alexi B's found something on the ramp though. He's kept it close enough. Config keeps finding himself on a FAMAS, which is less than ideal on the buy rounds especially. FAMAS and 10 HP versus an AK. Very rough situation. Look at this swing from Alexi B though. Picking up the slack. There's more work to be done. 1 minute remains for 9. I have some information on Alexi B's whereabouts anyway. He's got all the frags in this round. What of the remainder of the squad? Minio's creeping in towards B, it looks like. I'm not sure if he's underneath or above. Oh, he's on the site. He's seen that it's empty. He's seen it's completely empty as presence has been shown towards the A bomb site. But if they rotate, will they be going into Config who's coming in from the back? Are they expecting this? Kylab is chip walking with his gun out, but they're going to line up for Config, exactly what he needed. 3 kills on the board now, and NiP find a second.
That's more like it. A mid-round maneuver that works out for NiP. Config able to get in behind. And even though they give up the B bomb site, they realize with Config down there, it's very hard for those ramp players to make it back. And 9 actually don't expect the flank. So NiP catching 9 off guard for once. And that is all 9 need to decide they want to take a timeout. They're not happy getting caught off guard in that one. Great to see Config getting involved after a pretty slow start. He can be an inconsistent player, but still likes to make proactive plays, and nice to see that one pay off.
This is a huge round for NiP. This is the round where they can break 9. If they can find a way to do it. I feel like consecutive round wins are looking somewhat difficult for NiP with how strong 9 are, but doesn't matter how they find a win here if they do. And that could open the floodgate for a late comeback in this half. So far, so good. Key punished by Brolan, who dances around the smoke grenades. Has to be careful though. Hades is lurking, but the smoke cover is good. Be aware of your silencer. He'll create some space for himself. Saying hello with some shots, but no one's there. So 9 will have some hardship early then. A 4 versus 5. Even with 4 players, they can find a way to have a good spread on Vertigo. That may not be the case on this round, though.
Molly in play for Brolan, so he can peek. Oh, wow, he still takes the fight. Love that play from Brolan, and the nade will help him. He lines up 2-1 through the smoke. Goofy didn't know what hit him. Oh, Brolan with a beautiful round.
Wow. Just lit them up with no Fs given. 4 kills for him. And there's no bomb plant for 9. We said that was a big round for them. And look at the style in which they won it. They put 9 on $2,000 per person. Lining up for him perfectly. Goofy in the smoke has no idea what hits him. What a fantastic round for NiP. And now they have opened the floodgates. This is their chance to catch up to 9. Poverty round for them. A P250 and some P shooters. The Glock's armor penetration isn't great versus that P250. This is a chance for Ninjas in Pajamas to build. Oh my days.
Ouch.
Kylar got absolutely wrecked by that HE grenade.
He got
Timing.
unlucky.
Oh, there'll be a shooting gallery for Ninjas in Pajamas around that mid position, but the 9 are trying to swarm somewhere. Their target has to be a bomb plant here, or a kill at the very least. Making their way towards the A-bomb site. Head tricks on the pistol, which will be enough. Kylo with 15 HP. Just the one bullet probably be good. Just dancing around the pillar. His teammates will clean up. Everybody survives for NiP. Perfect round.
Nice little ring around the rosy. The head trick. Waits for his teammates to arrive. I also find it kind of funny that Config basically stole those kills from Alexi B at the start of the round. But you know, you got to do it. Got to make sure your teammate doesn't go down to the pistols. And now 9 back on the buy. It's the NiP putting up a fight here because we know 9 are incredibly good on this map. I wouldn't call them Vertigo specialists. I think that would be a bit unfair to them. They're a very well-rounded team, but they are exceptional on this map. Now seeing NiP start to put up a fight on ramp, though. Utility early, making it difficult for 9 to make progress here.
VLC media player in the middle of the ramp.
I wonder why they chose the traffic cone as the logo. We may never know.
5-man on road. Roland's boost might come at a very good time. Spots Keith's head, but can't finish off. Actually, he can finish off the job. How many did he see? How compromised is this play from 9 in their eyes? Could be even more so as that smoke is deployed on short. Head trick moving back to the site now, looking towards the sandbags. Roland is here as well. Then there were 2. 9 don't have the control they used to. This looks like another failure of a round for them. Config from the back once again. Really making life harder for them. Dealing with the matter. 5 alive for Ninjas in Pajamas as they continue the catch-up. 9 look like they are out of ideas at the moment.
Yeah, it's just NiP finding some nice info in the mid-rounds right now. This time with the little boost. And then Brolan, while running back, just about able to get that spam on through. And wow, that was clean from Brolan. Config again on that flank. He's the man to lock it in. And to lock 9 out from the recent rounds. And it's another timeout taken from 9. This has been an excellent adjustment from NiP. I really thought they weren't going to be able to manage this, but they found the solutions here. And now 9 down on pistols yet again.
Poverty status. And they're light on grenades as well. We see another smoke grenade being added late on, but I don't feel like there's enough util to suggest a deliberate execution. A set piece, if you will. Look how fast they've made their way up towards short, though. He is here with lightning speed, and Minio's going to run distraction from the front. This might be enough then. Headtrick's going to be exposed. He's not going to see this coming. Still alive for the time being, but this has to be the green light for the rest of the squad. Down goes the AWP. They have position now. Alexi B's compromised. He's going to fall back. It's going to be self-preservation here. Look at the swing from 9 with the pistols. That might just be enough. Tyler and Goofy dispatched off Key, having a look-see. 3 versus 2. Plenty of money for NiP. They've lost the AWP. They might lose the AKs as well, but surely they've got to go for this. They both have kits. They both have smoke. Deploying the util now as well. They need to find some kills, though. There's no way they defuse this bomb with 3 players standing. I would be absolutely shocked. There's the first bait. Nobody doing anything, though, but Config will get domed by the Tech 9. And there goes Rez as well. So lightning fast up the short position. NiP had no idea.
Yeah, that's a sneaky play. NiP decided to stack more heavily with players on B. I think they were ready for this round being pistols, and they were maybe scared it was just going to be a quick B pop. But they left that option open. They left construction open. K gets into position, and as soon as he does that, the round starts to collapse. That one small oversight for NiP cost them. And now 9 with an excellent opportunity here. Already 8 rounds, could get up to 9 or 10. Flash for config, info for res. Our 9 players moving into position now, though. And that's a great nade. Kyler down to 41.
Ooh, devastating. Free fire as well. Gets the knife out and dies in style at least. 4v4 config is here. And things will slow down once again. Still time. Skirmishes around the B bomb site. How far does config go? Do you think it's a full evacuation? Looks like he did. And again, 9-3. Then NiP push. You trying to shoot it down?
I don't know. I think he might have just seen it poke it out and just shot it. I'm not sure. Either way, 9 go back to this A bomb site. Oh, well, Alexi gets a kill elsewhere. Not that much utility here for 9. Got to deal with this AWP.
Down cues as well. Roland expects 26 seconds. Hops up to get slam dunked by Goofy, of course. Headtrick with an awkward one. And now it's Headtrick versus Key. 1v1, plants the bomb in a safe position. Oh my God, that was so clean. So clean from Headtrick. Key could have planted the bomb. Wasn't showing much, but showing just enough. Headtrick, that was nasty.
Ooh, man, Headtrick feeling it right now. This is great to see from the young AWPer. Oh, it's such a great reaction shot. Love seeing it in slow-mo. I wasn't sure when Headtrick joined this team. I thought he looked better with the rifle than the AWP, but he is proving me wrong. He is definitely stepping up right now. And I'm all here for it. I love being proven wrong. And it's shots like that landing. Roland again brawling on ramp. He's won that first fight. He still wants to stick around. Back into the molly. Might be time to get out of there.
Both conceding their position. They'll have to disengage. Another 4v5. We have a fight on our hands. I love this. Ninjas in Pajamas have come to play. Headtrick on 13 kills now. Top of the leaderboard. Roland makes it 10. 5v3 for Ninjas in Pajamas. Minute 10 on the clock. They're lining up for config. He's going to hold his position. Grenades are on the way, but he delivers the second one. Punishing 9 in the last round of the first half. Minio versus 5. Util flies in his direction. That rotation as well, allowing Headtrick to get a free one. Well, that was quite the comeback then from Ninjas in Pajamas. It's kept close at half-time. More Vertigo action to come. Counter-Strike legend Taz is keeping a keen eye on this match. Recent comments from him on Twitter. G5 Taz on Twitter. Incredible result for NiP after seeing how lost they were at the start of the map. 9 is dropping the ball. It's their map to lose. Simply fits them too good. He also said if NiP want to win the series, they need config balls out. I'm assuming he's referring to tennis balls. 9 have a lead at half-time. The Julies are out on the CT side as NiP look to encroach on the A bomb site. Roland is creeping, and he's got 4 players in tow. Focusing up the ramp as Roland waits for a peek that may come, may not come. In the meantime, Minia will have a look from the back, and Roland will be dispatched off easily by T. Moving round now to the site. The Julies are barreling off. They're rattling off on that sandbag player. They're not quite finding what he's looking for. We've got a flanker all the way around that short position, and he's still delivering. Very long reload on those Julies. His teammates here for help as well. Bomb not planted just yet. This is chaos. I think they're heading towards B. They are going on a procession towards that B bomb site. Res of 7 HP will try to catch them off guard. Key jumping around the corners. 6 golden coins. Super Mario to try and avoid those headshots. And Res, the flank is here with that Glock, trying to run distraction, running out of bullets, and it looks like Kyler will come back for him, but who's going to win what? Res will deliver. 7 HP in a dream, and now it's Key 1 versus 3. 2 on the site, 2 to find, but it will be head trick with the headshot to tie the score. 8 apiece.
Wow, what a chaotic pistol round. K trying to do what he could on ramp, just running distraction almost weirdly in this position as he tries to get in behind. But then 9 not really able to fight for the site well enough. And as soon as NiP realize they can just run it over to B, they make the most of that. Even though Rez didn't get the initial kill from behind, he makes up for it. It's 9 down to USPs, and so NiP should get the lead here. What a comeback this has been. It was 7-1 down at one point, NiP.
Yeah, this is quite something. They are putting up a fight and then some. That's a hell of a choke point to deal with USPs. But Rez is still running low on bullets. There will be a flashbang. He's down to the clock. I think he might have some help on the way. Indeed, he will. Everybody survives for Ninjas in Pajamas. And they take the lead versus 9. I feel like from what we've seen of 9 on Vertigo, this looks like the hardest map for Ninjas in Pajamas to win. I feel like Taz's comments on Twitter kind of are in that direction as well. But here we are with NiP in the lead early in the second half. Of course, 9 are coming in for their first buy now. Let's see what they can do. Kyler will have to pull his socks up here. 5 for 14 at the moment. At a half-time of things in the latter half of that first half. But it's a new day now on the CT side as we go to an early boost here for Key. Oops.
Yeah, okay, they go for it again, even though they make the noise. Roland is going up on sandbags. He's been spotted. Nice boost initially in the round for 9. So we'll come towards this position. Minio almost caught mid-air there. Now decides it's time to fall back. Got the man advantage and damage onto Alexi. This looks very good for 9. The stat line for head trick, by the way, 19 for 4. That is crazy.
That is huge, considering the score at the beginning, 1-7. That's a hell of a performance from him. Key is dropped on the ramp. They continue to try and trade. I think the bomb may have been spotted there. Needs to be rescued by NiP. Molly to try and delay things, to try and buy some time. And have a look at Hades' position. This may have gifted 9 something extra as the T's tried to swing on that bomb, and Config finds himself in a 1v3 now. Bomb collected, 30 seconds, but does he ever get past this position? The answer is no, not on this occasion. 9 fights straight back.
And you do see quite often a team, when they go onto their opponent's pick, they get to start on CT's side. That was the luxury that NiP had. But now you might be on a map you're not that comfortable on, And that is normally much more difficult to deal with when you're on T side. And you see here, they hang around on ramp, but 9 are just drawing out those fights and consistently coming out on top in the third timeout taken by NiP. They will now have the full rifles. So that will be a benefit for them.
Much work to be done here by both squads. M4s and AKs, some Galils as well. Plenty of utility, a big focus on Vertigo. Early engagements towards B. Config lurking in that mid position. Presence being shown towards B yet further than from Ninjas in Pajamas. Looking forward to the AWP getting involved on the CT side. But for now, NiP are fishing for something. 9 able to avoid. 497 HP for 9 at present. Rez had a nice angle, but Goofy will get the better of him. 8 HP and a dream for Goofy. That's information for them, which is important. NiP responding now, starting to creep up towards A. Silently, mind. Roland's in a position. We saw this in a pistol as well. His teammates creeping around Goofy. He is dodging so much fire at the moment, staying alive, holding position. He trying to trade. He finds 2 before Roland can activate, and that is huge. 3v2 before the bomb is planted. 20 seconds, and there's no util in the hands of NiP at present. Kyler coming in from the back. He can hear that rotation. How do they get this bomb planted? 9 are simply waiting. Roland full committing to it with 12 seconds on the clock. Config holding down the angle to the left, but again, they may have somebody coming in from behind. We can see it on the X-ray. That is Kyler. 9 showing presence elsewhere. There goes Config, and then Brian's got so much to do. Trying to find something around this. Mo Goofy looking over the top. The transfer, it won't be enough. 2 plays to 5 for 9 as they make it 10-9.
Bomb has been defused.
Yeah, well worked there by 9 in that round. They got that early kill, got off to the advantage over on B. And then K was in such a good position. This is a real difference maker in this round. Getting this double kill puts them in a great spot. And they just wait for that flag from Kyler. That's all they need. Swing together on the final fight. Really well managed round by 9. And it looks like they have got themselves back into control here on this CT side. See, it is pistols in play now for NiP. First fight already goes the way of the CTs.
Is this 9 stabilizing on their CT side after a noble comeback from NiP in the first half? Of course, this round won't be the measure with the weaponry we see from NiP. Definitely something to think about, though, for the next buy round. Great transfer from Hades. Just leaving Rez as the last man standing. Nothing doing here then.
Counter-terrorists win.
There we go. 9 up to 11. Leading NiP by 2 rounds. NiP will have the buy back, but you can already see Brolan forced onto a Galil. Same for Alexi. They want to focus that utility on a couple of their players. AK is available, though, for some of the big hitters on the NiP side. That nade just does a bit of damage onto Config. Roland taking a little bit of damage, actually. Meanwhile, Kyler's gone aggressive down B stairs.
Measured approach from NiP at the beginning of these rounds. We observed the exchange of utility. This time Config has Alexi B around him in that mid position, but it seems they're falling back somewhat. These mollies for Ninjas in Pajamas. Well, there's one less now as Rez gets decapitated. If they had plans towards B, they are a lot more awkward now. And without that map control, kind of telegraphed what they might be doing. 9 will be expectant of more players towards A. That'll make life even harder for NiP. 40 seconds on the clock, almost all the util is gone for 9, but they are 2 frags to the good now. Config creeping in. It's going to be a dry one. This is such a strong angle from Minio. Delivers almost to Headtrick, down to 4 HP. What do you even do here for NiP? Losing that player on B was a catastrophe for them. And then it's Headtrick in a sandwich, and he is the meat. 12 rounds for 9.
Yeah, they just got crushed, NiP, in that round. It's like a hydraulic press, destroying them. And I love that Kyler still makes that aggressive play, even though he's not having a great game individually. He gets aggressive down on B stairs. It's so important to still be willing to make those plays, exert pressure on the map. You'll hear the pros talk about how much Counter-Strike is a mental game. Now NiP's mental might be in trouble after that round because that one did not feel close. And this T side has been going pretty badly wrong for them. Final timeout taken. What can NiP get going here?
Since the pistol, it's been all 9, really. NiP need to find a way to break them in these buy rounds. We've seen so many people broken by Tech 9s, though, mentally and physically, and this might be another example. Always good to have a deliberate plan around like this. Axe loss bonus after this round, unless NiP can find something here. Left and right click release. Fair chunk of damage. 4 of these 5 plays of Kevlar, it's worth noting, so they can take some kind of fight. Goofy gets his bell rung again, as does Minio, and with the style that NiP will be bringing into this round, if they can close the distance here, we might see a few kills for them. Headtrick creating some space. Drawing CTs towards that mid position if he can. They might line up for Kylar, though. 2 remaining, 1 in mid, 1 on the B-bomb site, carrying that bomb. There'll be 2 kills for Ninjas in Pajamas. No bomb plant for them. But they've done some damage. If they can mount a comeback, then that may have a part to play.
Nice and comfy for Kyler on that B-bomb site. Slowly getting his kill count up. Honestly, though, the stats of the players, you know, in theory, you look at them and you wouldn't assume that 9 have this lead, especially with Headtrick having such good stats on the T side. But the rounds that they have won have looked very good. Sometimes they forced NiP just to save. Headtrick with that all. Hard scoped on ramp. No one here contesting aggressively until that smoke goes down. We might see K try and peek over the top of it. Roland's got up towards construction. Ooh, K has got that kill he was looking for.
Oh boy.
In position, he's somehow got 2 before Roland can trade.
They know the AWP's here now. The smoke is up already. Is he able to escape? Roland is enacting revenge. Look how fast that was from Hades. 1 versus 2. Hedrick with the AWP. Getting tagged down to 1. But still standing. He could be killed by a flashbang. 1 minute on the clock. He has the bomb. He doesn't know that there are 2 players on A, which is why he's in shotgun mode. Now, there's a fair chance he finds himself a 1v1 as time passes, moving away from the A-bomb site. Do 9 stick together as 2? Or do they try to cover both bomb sites? They're still both on A. 36 seconds. The longer this goes on, the more they have to consider things here. Creeping around mid. Surely he starts looking towards site at the wrong time here. The quick scope from Hedrick.
Oh,
heading
no.
towards the A-bomb site now. He is running to his demise. Assuming the other player was on the B-bomb site, they did stick together and it paid off for them. 14-9.
Yeah, you can see what Hedrick's thinking there. Maybe thinking that because he's been quiet for so long that they would have rotated to B, preempting that play. Oh, man, that second shot, lovely from K. Let's move off to that good start. Hedrick still made it close for a second, but Goofy pulls his gun out just as he hears Hedrick. The ragdoll goes flying. Tech-9s again for NiP. 14-9 down. This is going to be a long road ahead of them. They want to come back on this map.
So many Tech-9s. Very, very dangerous. Kyler has a quick look. I don't think he saw much of anything there. Looking for that boost. Hades getting into position, looking for the transfer. That's information at least. See if the rifle fell into enemy hands. Or if it's still up top. We have a boost coming as well. Brand collects that M4. Not sure if it needs a reload. That would concede his position, but he's dropped back onto the stairs. 10 bullets in the magazine, 1 minute on the clock. 2 rounds away from the WR9.
Back towards ramp. Grouped up are NiP. Meanwhile, Minio will adjust the setup, bring a second player onto the A site itself. There are 2 smokes here for NiP, though, and not much utility for 9. So as these smokes come in, have to be the spam through them. Minio able to get 1 before the smokes really bloom. Off plant looking unlikely right now, but maybe they will be able to get it. Hedrick low on health, gets it down. He won't be able to get away safely, and Config will try and cause some chaos. I think he should be able to deal with this. He'll do his best. He'll get 1. Trying to transfer, but there's a player behind him. It is 9 up to 15 rounds. NiP putting up a fight briefly on this map, but 9 have taken over here on their CT side.
I think people were concerned for a moment, knowing how strong 9 are on this map, but they're pulling away. They have pulled away. Many chances to convert now. AKs are out, as well as the AWP for NiP. Hedrick on 25 frags here. Still ahead of everybody else. He's got 21, Minio on 20. Put in big numbers on that first half and has done the same in the second. But it might not be enough against a very good team called 9.
Hades with that orb, just waiting. I like the 9 willing to play without ramp control. On their CT side, throwing different looks in on different rounds. It's all scoped in. Will land a shot onto Brolan. Clean pick for 9 early in the round.
Heading towards 45 seconds left. Again, very slow and deliberate from NiP. Trying to deny information, but Hades is having none of that. Ready for head trick. Much better angle for Hades. Much better. Delivers onto Alexi B as well. They are getting shut down, Ninjas in Pajamas, one by one. So much for Rez to do. So little time to do it. He has the bomb, but I don't see a plant coming anytime soon. All the angles are covered. Popping up. Rez, so many targets. He's found 2 of them, but he still needs to plant that bomb. 1v2. He solo, but there is the final trade. A noble attempt, but wasn't enough in the end. After a close end to the first half and a close start to the second, 9 pull away and secure Vertigo. despite Headtrick's best efforts, 9 were just too strong in the second half, pulling away from Ninjas in Pajamas, who couldn't really get started after the pistol. Big bag of rounds for 9. It was close towards the end of the first half. Again, a 7-1 start for 9, but NiP managed to find a way in, but ultimately 9 are just too strong on Vertigo.
Yeah, 9 showing different looks, definitely on their T side and on their CT side as well. You saw some rounds, okay, fighting for ramp like that one. Sometimes they were sitting back. This was Headtrick, unfortunately not able to win that clutch. And after that, it really felt like 9 were in full control. 16-9, winning every CT gun round, only losing the pistol. And yet another example of why they're so good on this map. I genuinely think there's a strong argument to be made that they're the best team in the world on this map right now, which is crazy to say. The only other team I can think of are like Cloud9, who pick it a lot. And I don't think we've seen that game. I would love to see that, actually. But yeah, 9 are just so creative and so good on this map. It's great to see.
Yeah, it really is. And behind the scenes, a lot of people think that they are one of the, not many people are fond of Vertigo from a spectator point of view. It's not the most engaging map to watch, but they are a very engaging team to watch on the T side. And they do stand out outside of, they're kind of just alone on the chart away from all the other teams in terms of levels of interest to watch on Vertigo. It's fascinating to watch their presence versus most other teams. We see an immediate contrast with the T side of 9 and the T side of NiP in that game of Vertigo. Of course, NiP having to play against 9 there as well made it even harder than normal. But I think that's an absolutely good shout. I wouldn't be surprised if they were the best team on Vertigo. So that's been secured, but there's still a series to secure. We head to Mirage, the pick of Ninjas in Pajamas. What are your expectations? Do you think that they can win this one? Is this a confident pick from them in the vacuum of this series? Are we going to 3 maps?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting for NiP. I don't know if I'd say they have like a clear home map. Mirage is definitely one they will pick some of the time. I feel like they're a team that switch up their pick based on their opponent. So that might be part of why they go for the Mirage here, because it's kind of not easy to find a weak map for 9. Maybe you could go for the Ancient if you really wanted to, but they don't go for it in this one. They allow 9 to ban that in second rotation. So yeah, I think this will be close, honestly. I feel like Mirage in general, most teams are going to be able to play to a decent level, and it can oftentimes just come down to a few key moments. So I really think it just depends if NiP can step up in those big moments, which I think they can. I think we've seen enough recently to suggest they should be able to bring this to a third.
Mirage is just thinking of like CS2 for a moment. I feel like it's one of the most, if you think of the textures on the walls and so on, bearing in mind this is an update to an old Mirage that used to be played in North America, especially when new Mirage came out, they were still playing the old one. The textures and so on are still very basic compared to a lot of the other maps around. So I do wonder what it will look like in the makeover for CS2. But Mirage, definitely a fan favorite. I'm excited to see what both these teams can do on this map. But of course, 9, it's a journey of exploration. I'm excited to see what kind of 9, what kind of shape we're going to see on that map. And my camera's just disappeared randomly. That's interesting.
James?
I don't know.
Leave me, man. Don't ditch me. What the hell, man?
Oh, no, it's not. It's the people in the back. They're just trolling me. And it's like, okay, we've had enough of James, so never mind. Like, I set off a smoke grenade and disappeared. Speaking of smokes, I think it was Imperial who missed a smoke yesterday on Mirage window. I don't expect that'll happen today, but when we head to the break, definitely something for people to look at. Yes, I'm enjoying my new grenades. This is new to my edition. I've had this one. The flashbang's been here for like a few years now. And this is literally the flashbang from the game. I think this is an example of one of the smoke grenades in CS2, as opposed to the one in CSGO, which has got like a yellow line through the middle of it. And then, of course, also new is this HE grenade, which I don't know if this is more Tarkov than CSGO or something, but I think it's relatively CSGO as well.
Yeah, it looks similar enough. I can go with that.
And with that, we will head to a break. When we're back, we'll see if these teams can land their Mirage smokes in the window.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO. ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
Brazilian Counter-Strike quiz with 9. I'm joined by Minio and Hades alongside my, companion, life companion at this point, Machine. Now, gentlemen, you'll be going up against NiP. See who can get the most correct here. Are you ready?
Always.
All right, let's get stuck into this. Which Brazilian Counter-Strike player has the nickname Taco? Is it Tarsio Dinello, Marcelo de Tarsio, Taco de Moldo, or Epitasio de Mello?
I mean, what do you think?
It's D.
Yeah.
I'm sure I saw it like so many times.
One which is like for sure not. Epitasio. I just don't see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what would your answer be?
Marcelo.
The correct answer is actually Epitasio.
Is it?
Yeah.
Who was the first Brazilian player to join North American organization Team Liquid? Was it A, Taco, B, Zeus, C, Steel, or D, Bolt?
Oh.
That's actually quite a hard one.
It was Steel, right?
Whoa.
Zeus was standing for Liquid 2018 at the major.
What are you thinking?
You can go for Steel.
All right, correct.
Yes.
Yeah, your gut was right.
Yeah, nice.
Like as a player.
Steel on Liquid, yeah,
but
maybe.
Steel was before. I remember he was playing for Liquid 2017 Katowice.
You got a memory on you.
Then we could go for that.
I think it's Steel. Like I haven't seen Bolts in a Liquid.
Is that your
jersey,
final
so
answer?
I think Steel, yeah.
Damn,
Nice.
okay. Who was the coach of the Brazilian team Luminosity Gaming when they won their major in 2016? Is it A, Dead, B, Peacemaker, C, Apoca, or D, Zeus?
I mean, Zeus.
Dead.
No, not that.
No?
Oh, I would have said that.
It's that was in SK.
I don't know. It's between A or D for me, but
Yeah, I agree with ARD. Peacemaker was the manager, I think, and Apoca is not there. So I think it's D.
I don't want to know what they were doing in 2016.
Yeah.
That kind of helped with the context.
Playing matchmaking.
let's go D.
Yeah, let's go for Zeus.
Yep, well, Zeus is correct.
Nice,
All
well
right,
done.
Yeah.
Damn, brother, you're killing
2016, 2017. What happened in those years?
Glad you came, man. Good to see you here, yeah?
It feels like those years are imprinted in Brolin's mind.
Yeah. Whom replaced FNX in the SK Gaming roster in 2017? And now I'm going to give Alexi a 10-second head start, Brolin. You shut your mouth. A, Bolts. B, Phelps. C, Taco. D, Steel. FNX, he left the roster in 2017.
Do you know this?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably Phelps.
But this is good, right? He doesn't have to call right now. Brolin's just getting all the entries.
I would say
it's-
Alexi's just going,
I would say it's
hit the
Bolts,
side.
but I'll let you make the call.
It's Phelps.
Yeah, we'll go for Phelps.
Yeah, nice.
Phelps is correct. The biggest Brazilian Counter-Strike fan right here.
I just remember at one point, like, Bolts went off and came back.
I think
so-
Bolts replaced Phelps later.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, good
So-
stuff. Thank you
strong.
very much.
Thank you, Nine.
Thank you.
Mirage is here. The most popular map in Counter-Strike, maybe replacing Dust 2 in that respect. An iconic map with a very old age, but I think a new lick of paint is just around the corner. But before we get there, we're going to have another game of it right now between Ninjas in Pajamas and Nine, who lead by 1 to securing their map of Vertigo. Another strong performance from them again. But how far can they go? What will they look like on Mirage? That is the question. We've seen great AWPing even on Vertigo. Not every AWPer likes the layout of that one, but we have seen success here.
Yeah, and I'm sure.
I've got an admin to just put down a contract where they can, you know, because they're busy right now. So I thought, right, this could be a good time to get them to sign over their Bitcoin to me.
Nice.
Sign the contract.
Jesus Christ. Wow. Wow. Okay.
You know, you got to hustle, man.
Yeah,
it's tough out there. Cost of living and all that.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Scam people.
Yeah, why not? Why the hell not? Got the notes out. I love that everyone's got notes now. Taking it serious. Why not have some notes?
There's a museum in Croatia called the Museum of Broken Relationships. And I went in the shop and they have these notebooks, and on the front of it, it says, a list of my jealous observations. And I love that. So I bought 2 of those. Fantastic book.
That's cool.
That's my notebook.
Oh, yeah. Very nice. How was the museum?
I didn't go in. They were at capacity for when I was there. So I just thought, let me just see what's in the shop. That maybe there's something cool.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. Wow. We have ourselves Mirage at the ready. Excited for this one. I like seeing NiP, especially on this map. They've got so much talent on this roster. Just look at some of these names. They can definitely pop off on the server, and Mirage is the perfect map for individuals. Well, we're getting new observers every map, man. I feel like someone's messing with the names. But here we are. Hades holding mid early. Run up through underpass, and Alexi wins that first fight. Not normally the name you look at on NiP, but nice to see him off to a good start.
Hopping past, getting somewhat stuck, but still finding the frag. Goofy will be missing some toofies after that headshot. Key will be the last man standing then outside the B-bomb site. Not much left for him to do, really. This is a great situation for NiP as well. Bearing in mind, Rez, Headtrick, and Config have got armor, which is untouched. They shouldn't be hunting for this last guy too much. Ideally, they want to keep their armor perfect. And they will do. So they're all going to get a cheap helmet for $350, which means the AKs will be coming out.
That's just so clean. Very nice from NiP. Alexi off to a great start in this one. Goes up through ladder room to get that kill. And then some of the other players start getting involved once they get onto the bomb site. Nine will force up, but not a single kill in the pistol. Let's hope for their sake they can do something in this one. There's that window smoke. It landed.
Close. Almost took the knees out. Pistol taken by ninjas in pajamas at the beginning of Mirage. This is their pick, Mirage. But look at that pick from Hades, the tag as well, as he is sent towards the bench. No one else is really in position. We see a flash from Kyler as he tries to find something by the door of the market. They have been heard, and they will be smoked off as far as the window is concerned. Now, they don't really have position here. Now, they could fish for something. They've got 2 Desert Eagles in the market position, I believe. Actually, 1 on short, 1 in the market. Roland's been dropped as well. So this is a dicey round for Ninjas in Pajamas, especially as that kill comes through. Trying to play off of the chaos. Goofy's in the 1v1 now. He's found the second last player, but where is Rez? Hiding behind the bench. Does he have the angle? Indeed he does. That got real expensive real quick, but it is a clean sheet for NiP.
Normally so hard to get back into that B-bomb site because there's so few angles to approach it. It was a great shot from Hades at the start, but they got site control. And then Headtrick just about getting that spray. Goofy goes through the smoke, but Rez just holds. Really nice angle to hold there. Make sure he wins that fight. So NiP take a lot of casualties, but they might get their reward in this round as they are up against minimal investment. Fatigue Mac 10 at this range. Maybe not the fight that Head Trick wants. Some slow from NiP. Don't mind a slow round.
Fast eco round is a good eco round, Hawker.
I agree. You know, you don't want to run into a stack, I suppose. Maybe send a Mac 10 in to try and get info. Don't mind losing that.
Recently sold my butterfly fade for millions of dollars. Very expensive item. I had 3 fades.
3?
Yeah.
How'd you have 3?
I had the fade butterfly, the fade karambit, and the fade
Oh, okay.
bayonet stat track. So I kept the bayonet.
3 butterfly fades.
That would be nice.
That seems silly.
That would be nice.
If only you could go back in time.
Disposed them for my IRL competition loadout. At one point, I had 13 knives.
13?
Yeah, I'm just a collector.
I mean, technically, you could just buy loads of like bad knives and say, I've got 50 knives.
No, mine were really nice.
Yeah, you actually have nice.
But I had the skeleton knives came out, and then it kind of like was like, you know, if I had this, I should be using it. So I got rid of all the other ones. There we go. Got rid of that one now as well. But anyway, eco round is done. Let's focus on the action. 3-0 NiP. 9 looking for their first. Hades will have the AWP. The CT side is ready. Kian Minio looking for the opening frags as is config. What does the beginning of the round look like?
Let's see. Hades with that up. Ooh, gap in this oak. Key to work with. A-site is pretty vulnerable right now. Minio just looking into ramp. They haven't decided to make a move on towards him though. And 9 will start to get aggressive towards mid here. You see them flashing in, looking for this information, looking for this control. Minio's going to go all the way into top mid. So they've cleared out this area. That's really nice for the CTs. Means that NiP can't split onto a bomb site right now.
All right. 9 are going to get pinched here. They may have 3 players able. Oh, that pot plastic come at the right time. No response just yet, though. Alexi B will dispatch of Minio. Now things are getting a little awkward, popping up on the bench and getting taken down. The trades will continue. The bomb is stuck in mid. There is a smoke up. He can look over that. Hades sees an elbow. He will surely find an angle here as the crab work comes in from Brolan. Kylar on shorts. But he might jump up and look over that smoke grenade, but he will retract config in the 1 versus 3 then. 25 seconds at the mercy of the smoke, waiting for it to go. All kinds of off angles to be held by these CTs. It's a long way to that B bomb site. Nice headshot from him. Smoke up on short. Turning the corner straight into the hands of Hades, still on the balcony, and 9 are on the board.
Yeah, very nice round from 9. That's the shot from Hades, and then this flash. It was the Roland's, Rez's flash that just blinds him. Pretty brutal. But that's what allows Hades to get into good position, just holding that angle. And then gets the final kill on top. So 9 with their first CT round. Hades delivering a lot of impact. Okay, in towards top mid, holding that angle so no one can cross. Kyler also going aggressive out through B apartments. A lot of map control here for 9, but NiP looks set on this A site right now.
Look at these smokes. Top connector and jungle have been dealt with. They'll swing around those smokes as well. No CTs lurking in those positions. there'll be CTs lurking elsewhere who will be dispatched off. Key towards top mid, maybe going for a flank. He's gone. 3 players remain for 9 as Hades looks for a second. Look at this position from Goofy. How long could he hold this angle for? 3 huddles by jungle. They start to swing from CT. Goofy edging forward as the T's do exactly the same. Big headshot from Headtrick, and he's got a flurry of weapons at his feet. Hades with another one. He's got a great angle as well to cover. Is this bomb being defused? No, it's not just yet. Kyler has the kit though. He's got to get on it fast. He has to commit to this. He has to hold it. Red with the grenade. He's on the reload as well. Will he get there in time? No, the bomb's been defused. The kill comes afterwards. But the bomb has been defused and the round goes the way of 9.
Oh, Rez having to reload is so costly. That's a 2v4 they overturn, and Hades deserves a lot of credit. I mean, this initial angle, I didn't think Config was going to go into the open, but he did. And then once they get towards the bomb, Hades can try and lock it down. And then Kyler just about getting that defuse in before Rez can do anything about it. The utility is awful here. They've gone for full M4s. They didn't have anyone surviving. NiP themselves with some weaknesses. And Config getting straight up into short early.
Nice angle, mostly hidden from short. How aggressive 9R and EB apartments. Somebody will have to watch CT eventually, but for now, they're expecting angles towards A. Hard committed on the bomb site, going deeper and deeper now. Very light on utility, and maybe that's why they're so aggressive. Alexi B with an off angle with this Tech 9. Oh dear. CT's saying hello. He only spots 1 though. But surely they know the jig is up. He can't do anything about it. Gets no kill here, so out come NiP into the A bomb site. The objective is committed now, falling to the floor near default. The CT start to swing. Still 40 seconds. They have to be careful. Config's made his way to CT spawn with a huge angle from beside the plant pot. And that bomb's still default. Key, 1 of 3. First one to be dropped by Config then. Minio and Goofy remain. Lexi B burst fired by Goofy coming in from short, and Config's here again. Coming to life on Mirage with 3 kills in this round. But where is Minio? 1 versus 2. 17 seconds. Starting to plant the bomb now. And there's a creep from Headtrick to deliver that final frag.
Pretty good turnaround there for NiP. I was convinced Alexi was going to get caught out early. Then it looked like 9 were putting up a good hold. Once they dropped that bomb, they had 3 players on that A bomb site. But not really able to combine on the 9 side in the way they might have wanted. Config got into that advanced position in CT. It started to get uncomfortable for 9. Now it is just the Eags alongside a 5-7 for the CTs in this one. Ooh, quick reactions from Minio. Flicks up to the face. And Alexi B might be next to feel the wrath here. Oh, the Deeg doing huge damage. Will drop back. But this is the exact start that 9 needed to have a chance in this round.
Config coming into Mirage real sharp. Headtrick though has already got 9 frags in this. 6 rounds. Not in round number 7 in front of us just yet. But again, had a lights out performance on paper at least on Vertigo despite the loss. And it started well on Mirage. 50 seconds remain. You can see Kylar jump spotting in the apartments, holding the pixel gap. You'll soon see players coming his way. Goofy pops up in mid and Hades will join him as well. 2 players remain for NiP and Kylar up close with a 5-7 surely will catch them by surprise. That leaves Rez in a 1v3. Praise the frag of his teammates. 30 seconds to find 2 here. Nothing on the site, and there's not 1 but 2 of them. And down he goes as well.
That timing on the ramp aggression from Minio was really nice. He got some good information to allow 9 to adjust their setup. And this was that first shot as well. Goofy swings Nuke's on mid, and then Hades. Oh, the smoke came in, but not before he saw his opponent. Big round win for 9 there. And NiP, I mean, they're feeling that. Not just in terms of losing the round against the weak buy, but also in terms of their own economy. They take a time out here, but they've got no money to back it up. Those are the sorts of rounds you might look back on if this ends up being a close game. Think to yourself, damn, if we could have just beaten the Pistols there, who knows what would have happened.
Take a 9 round then.
Full investment from NiP.
Counter utility is reasonable. So that's not where the meat and potatoes are for NiP. Utility being exchanged in multiple positions. Speaking of position, have a look at Alexi B. Found himself a spot in the window. Hoping to catch somebody unawares. Minio's angle is good though. If he presses forward to clear it, there might not be. Alexi B's crosshair was in the perfect position, but Minio was just ready for it. NiP rotating over towards the A-bomb site then, where Key is very committed. 2 plays in the jungle. Wondering what's happening in mid. Minio's had a look and seen that there's nothing doing there. Key goes up as there's a smoke in Palace. Can use that as a brick wall temporarily. One flash and a dream then for Ninjas in Pajamas. No smokes whatsoever. They need to charge down a position, but there are 4 riflers here with the flank coming through from Kylar. Key delivers on Palace. The money will certainly help as well. Now you can be the bait. Goofy delivers. Bomb is dropped, and there goes Config as well. They barely step a foot into the A-bomb site. 9 had the information, and that helps them stop the bleeding. Only 1 player lost.
Felt like they didn't even get to the door to ask the bouncer if they could get into the A-bomb site. They got cut off before they got close. And for NiP, that means it is no investment. Literally $0 spent into this round. So maybe just send it on to B and pray for a bomb plant. I don't know. You really can't do anything here. Recovery from 9, though. They're about to get the lead. Oh, careful, K. He's fine. And so will 9B, although they're actually going to give up a bomb plant.
Okay, that was awkward. Ooh, that's a nice one. All right then, Config's done some damage here. That got further than we expected. I don't think we saw that bomb plant coming. Sometimes the MP9 runs out of bullets too quickly. Such a fast fire rate. So that's pretty good for Ninjas in Pajamas. They got some bonus damage there as well as that bomb plant. Puts them in a healthier position. Still trailing by 1, however. Bearing in mind, this is their map pick. We want to see some strength and control from them. Might have been proactive on their flanks. They've seeked information in the right ways in some of these rounds and reaped the rewards for it. But now it's a buy versus buy. We'll see if they can do the same.
NiP have been very happy to take slow starts to these rounds. Going for too much map control early. Looks like in this one they will be competing for mid though. That's a re-smoke lineup for Connector. Always important to have in your back pocket to help out your teammates over on A. NiP using very little utility early in the round on the mid control. Roland needs to be ready here though because there's aggression coming into Palace. Oh, there's an AWP holding. What is that timing? No, Brolan doesn't see anything.
That's crazy. The bomb's rotating over towards A as well. What is the play now? Do you have to clear Palace? Do you bank on a rotation back onto the site? Top connector smoked by Config, top mid. Running distraction elsewhere. Maybe NiP will bank on 9 thinking it's the lurker. But Minio's still in the palace position. A great burst on Kyla. As there's more util going towards ramp. A split of the A bomb site being attempted. NiP slipping through the smoke. Minio's going to be really important here. I don't think he's visible from connector. A flash from Hades as he looks towards the connector. Oh, hello and goodbye. A clean shot onto config. And he knows people at ramp as well. Key will activate. Hades down. Minio. Will they forget about that palace player? Again, they've had to make assumptions, so they can't have all the information. There's 9 seconds to plant this bomb, and Minio will appear and transfer from one coast to the other. The round is secured.
Just arrives at the right time, in a very strong position. This is Hades just getting onto this angle, spots out config. Such little time left for NiP at this point that they were always going to struggle. Just didn't have the time to clear out Minio up in Palace. Well then, 9 showing us what they can do on Mirage right now. NiP consistently behind in the economy game, but they're focused on this B site again.
Meaty nades as NiP tries to charge the position. Goofy moving around the corner. Got himself some angles. Kyla for support as well. This should be pedestrian here in for 9. Should be. And will be. 4 players alive as they try to head towards 10 rounds on their CT side. Into the pajamas coming in for the buy again. We'll see if everybody's got full grenades. Who feels stronger at the moment?
I think you've got to say 9 in recent rounds. Looking very good. I mean, NiP won the pistol, right? They went 3-0 up. So yeah, these gun rounds have been great. Doesn't feel like NiP are getting the quick trades onto sites that they would want. Let's see if they can change anything here on the NiP side. Hades always seems to be so good at just picking positions where you might get peeked. Config is patient this time, though. Yeah, nice fight from Config. He's aware there could be an AWP here. Hades doesn't pull the trigger, though. They're not going to expect him. That is so ballsy from Hades. Gets blinded, but doesn't fire off the shot. They assume the AWP isn't still on the angle. What a lovely start to the round.
NiP somewhat static at the moment. Bomb going to be collected by LXCB then, but which way will he rotate it? Or is it having another look towards mid? Losing time here. Someone's got to go and collect that bomb. That's a big frag by Head Trick. There's one player in sandwich though. Does he pop out? Minio still waiting. The CT's been spotted in CT. I'd be surprised if they even check this position. He really hasn't done anything yet, Minio. Just waiting. Finding the second kill eventually. And look how they fall. LXCB off as well, leaving Rez in a 1 versus 3. 17 seconds to plant this bomb. One player on shot looking for him, but he can't quite make the connection. Patience paying off for Minio. Put himself into a position to find 2 kills. Very nicely done by him. Just about getting there. Very important second frag as we see a timeout called by NiP.
Yeah, clearly feeling like they need it right now. That was a great opener from Head Trick as well, but as they enter this A side, Minio does so much work from his position. And because the trades are so good, Rez can't really do anything at the end there. Tried to tap, not successful. Not looking good for NiP right now. This is their map pick, but 8-4 down. I don't think we see them buy in this round either. They're going to have to go for the half buy instead. I mean, the fact that NiP won the pistol and went 3-0 up here, this has just gone terribly wrong for them. Feels like they can't find a way into these rounds. Even when they do, they're not really in position to follow up from the kills they're getting. Not able to clear out all these positions from 9. Oh, this is something though. There's a kill from Config. B-side vulnerable now.
Goofy wasn't on island, but Key has come in to help. Bomb is committed to the bomb site as our ninjas in pajamas, and Rez is making it doable in unlikely fashion. Minio and Hades creeping, but Rez is creeping as well. Awkward for Hades, but he found Rez first. Alexi B fishing now, stuck in the corner. Config is somewhere with a rifle. He's on the way, coming in from the back, being waited for by Hades, who looks away, looks back just in time. And that is the game changer. That is the frag they needed to make it really hard. They know Alexi B stuck by the van. Just begging them to peek a tight angle. So correction is minimal with the Desert Eagle. But look at the angles they've got. Minio's in a very good spot. Alexi B could still be fast enough. Assuming nothing, but there's so many places to check. It was promising, but still, it's a round for 9, making it 9-4 for Ninjas in Pajamas. Is 4 enough, or must they get more rounds in this half?
I feel like you want 1 or 2 more. Nice to see Rez delivering a couple of kills with the Deeg. But Hades, so solid with the AWP, has just been racking up the numbers. See if NiP can get anything going here. These gun rounds have not gone their way. Again, Config out towards mid. He's been doing a decent job here. Bomb will be brought back to A pretty early in this round. Minio's currently peeking into ramp though, so he'll get early info. Has a smoke at the ready if he spots anyone.
Very oppressive smoke to deal with. That buys some time.
Wow, he's gone through. He's got the info in ramp. Just as NiP start falling back.
Yeah, that's quite the rotation we're seeing. More presence in mid. Hades was waiting. Config can't trade the frag. Goofy in a forward position. Config looking for it, but Goofy's moving around the corner. Rez maybe trying to run distraction over towards B. That might pull Hades out of position. He's heading towards B, actually. Regardless, NiP are falling 1 by 1. No response to any of these frags. Rez and Alexi B now. With Minio in T-spawn. Why are you running, he asks. Alexi B with 14 HP, showing a bit of cap. And the bomb is lost. Minio gets the reload he needs. Rez has 20 seconds. But to do what with? Got 3 players coming his way. Look at the angles being held as well. By the sofa, and yet on the floor.
From 3-0 up to 10-4 down for NiP. And the mid-round aggression is so nice from 9. They're always getting info in the mid-round. Saw in this round, Minio pushing all the way through ramp, all the way into spawn. Make sure that 9 are ready for the fights elsewhere. It just gives you such an advanced early warning on the other side of the map. It's double up setup with Hades moving into mid early. Oh, he got blinded there. Couldn't land the shot onto Config. That'll do Hades nicely though. Peek from Rez. And 9 get another early kill.
Very strong CT half for 9. NiP up against it at the moment. Hades on 16 kills, very consistent. Spotting one in the apartments is Kylar. Hard to identify which way he's going though. Of course, he'll need to cross again to make it towards the apps. That might be enough information for 9. NiP have no idea they've been spotted, and we have a 4-player focus on A. Minio isn't satisfied with this info. Now that is a dirty angle from Config. But he doesn't win a duel. Oh dear. Well then. 9 are far from devoid of information. A chunky HE into the ramp as Brolan waits for that smoke to go, but there's yet more utility coming. 4 players here for 9. 25 seconds to clear out a quadrant of players on this bomb site and plant the bomb. That is a lot to ask, and it's not going to happen. 11 rounds at halftime for 9. They continue to show strength from map to map. We'll see if anything is left for NiP after the break. Ninjas in pajamas will have to dig deep if they are to mount a comeback versus a strong team in 9. Surging, flying the Polish flag high and bright. Fantastic to see how good this team have been. Can be and will be if they continue through this tournament. Looking good at the moment, but there is more play to be had. Pistol round is here. Rez will spot some crucial information, but he'll die very quickly indeed. This is rough as sandpaper for Ninjas in Pajamas. Roland with a lot to do. Won't keep his angle on that. Oh, hold on a second. Never mind that. We've got a rotation towards B as it has been breached, but Config is top mid. He'll surely hit a rotation. Will he understand what's happening? NiP moving over towards B now. They know what's happening, but Goofy is hiding behind the shelves, delivering the first kill. LXTP won't get a hand on that tilt. No robberies today, unless Config somehow finds a way.
I mean, again, what a mid-round call from 9. This is fantastic Counter-Strike they're showing us. Bringing it back. Rotation gets heard, but they're so far forward on B that it doesn't matter. And even Config looks at this and says, well, this isn't really doable.
Oh my
God, the dink. It's devastating.
Heard you like saving Kevlar config, they say. They know, even on the pistol round, that he's trying to save, and they won't let it happen. Presence of mind from 9. Leave config hiding for dear life.
Not easy to hit that shot, actually.
What's
Fair
the
play
thought?
config. I mean, this is just clean kills on A, and as soon as you get those kills, you can start to play with NiP because you know their info is lacking. Yeah, NiP just getting outclassed on the server right now, and that's not even a disrespect to NiP. That's just a compliment to 9.
Yeah.
What are we saying? Ooh, we're saying something. Rez and Brolan drop the bomb on ramp. Able to get one back. Brolan is alone here, and look at Minio. Again, they're just cutting off these rotations.
Absolutely surrounded. Headtrick trying to find a way back. Coming in from B with the Desert Eagle. Picks up the Famash. Minio creeping through. And the remaining 2 Ts know where one of the CTs is. But Kyla doesn't have an angle to help his teammate with this bomb just yet. Maybe there's a chance still. And what was Kyla up to? Maybe waiting to catch a CT crossing to help the other one. That's not going to happen now. So this has turned into a hot mess for 9. And the bomb's been abandoned as well. Maybe reading he won't have time to rotate back over. You can see Brolan going back and forth with 15 HP. Again, time spent clearing the bomb itself and the positions around it mean there's no time to plant the bomb. So he's got to go quickly, Kyla, if he wants time to try and find a way in this round. We're heading towards 20 seconds now. CTs could be anywhere, and again, they expect him to clear like this, which makes life oh so worse as he makes his way onto the bomb site. No one showing just yet. There's Brolan, but where's the last one? Comes out of nowhere, Headtrick. Just about surviving. Disaster for 9, a chance for NiP.
Yeah, that's more like it for NiP. Nice bit of ramp aggression. They win these early trades. Brolan wins the second fight. Rez took the first one away from him. And then Brolan keeps control of the bomb. And I love that decision to drop back onto the site. 30 seconds remaining. He's got to slow down to clear some angles and recover that bomb. So he's likely going to have to go 8. And then it's really hard to clear all those angles on the site. So very well played by NiP. To make sure they handle the pistols here, but they put themselves in a good position. Okay, trying to see what he can do. Kyla in the midst of the smoke. This is cheeky. He's got past a player behind him. Only gets the 1 kill, though. I don't think that's enough chaos caused, or is it? Hades on the B bomb site gets 1 back. Drop down towards Alexi. Shoots to try and mask the sound, but Alexi wise to his tricks. It looks like NiP will be okay here.
One minute for Key. Let's see what he can find. He has the bomb, but he is walking towards the 2 of the 3 players. Sees a gun on the floor, salivates, but is left wanting by Rez. NiP move to half the score of 9. The road to recovery is a great one. Loss bonus is rising for 9. Again, they'll soon be heading into a scenario where a bomb plant will be enough to get a buy in the next round. Early flashes towards top mid. That's how you do it. For an A player supporting your mid player. So we'll have Hades with a P250. There'll be some shenanigans from 9, but 19 times out of 20, they should get absolutely ruined in a round such as this. Last eco round is a good eco round.
That'll do nicely for NiP. Over on the main stream, we have Furia facing off against FaZe. Furia took the first map, and they're currently 11-8 up on the second. Looking good for Furia right now, although FaZe are starting to come back into it. Plenty of Counter-Strike. You've got to keep your eyes on all of it. Definitely keep your eyes on this one, because NiP trying to mount that comeback. 9 all leaning over to B early. Could this be a quick play? Looks like it.
Config defending B, hiding behind the pillar. Alexi B's here to help. Config is down. Got to be careful with that grenade. One has made his way towards the van already. Rez trying to rotate in if he can. Alexi B's in trouble. He needs some help, but help is not going to come fast enough. Minio deletes 2. What is there left for NiP to do now? They have to hold on to these weapons. Config and Rez can buy. They have to disengage and save. Into the B-bomb site they go, 9.
How well played is that from Minio? He's the in-game leader on this team. Didn't look like it in that round. He looked like the star rifler. That is so impressive, because he saw Alexi at the back of the site. Some players would get way too focused on that one player, way too focused on that fight, that he just was ahead of the game. He read them so well. He figured the rotate would be coming in from kitchen and that player would try and help. So he just waits for that fight and then isolates the duel onto Alexi. 9 take the risk of calling for a fast round. Sometimes you can get crushed when you call for those quick ones, but it goes incredibly right for them here. So calm under pressure here, Minio. The adjustment onto Alexi. Very well taken. And now pressure on NiP. If they want to stay in IEM Rio, they really need this round. Their money is bad. If they lose this, they are so far down.
Nobody wants to go all the way to Rio just to exit very, very quickly. Special place. And both these teams would love to have a run. Three rounds away from a 2-0 R9. NiP versus an unfamiliar opponent. And they are struggling. No history between these two brands. Again, when you haven't played 100 games against each other, when you haven't learned the habits of each player, it's a lot more difficult to deal with. But that team needs to run a tight ship as well, and 9 certainly do. The way they play Vertigo is a great indicator of that. They clearly communicate well. Mid to late round calls good as well. Minio finds an entry on Rez. And this is the execute into the B bomb site then. Config by the pillar at the back. Alexi B's been dropped. Minio once more charges up and punishes Config. NiP out of position once more. The remainder, Brolan and Head Trick, there's nothing they can do. Just bear witness to the sound of their teammates getting wrecked on B.
Yeah, Alexi put down his smoke early in this round into the apartment. So when the actual push came in, he didn't really have utility to try and delay. Just gets caught out on that B site. Config unable to help him on the hold. Those two not able to really combine for much of anything on the B site. Looks like 9 might have found the weak point in the CT setup right here towards B. Really quick and easy site take. Alexi was almost getting caught in transition. And NiP at least get to save 2 guns. But they're gonna need them here because the money is pretty poor. Trick could drop a rifle as well if they want to just go for it. And honestly, being 14-7 down, I think that's probably what they should do at this point.
NiP are up against it. big time. Two MP9s. You would see an MP9 short B if it was kicker. Or on A ramp. It was a Brazilian squad from way back when. Let's see how they use them. Lexi B will be towards B with his. And Rez towards the ramp with his, putting them in the right position to succeed. No one's far away enough to throw a pot flash though, so looks like it'll be the dry peak. Rez swinging around the corner. How does Head Trick trade that with the AWP? Where was the pop flash, maybe? I think they were peeking the wrong way around there. Things are collapsing on the A-bomb site once again. Bombs in B apartments. Lexi B towards B still with that MP9. As Key and Hades have been dropped 3-on-3.
Pressure on Alexi. With that MP9, he's been struggling on this B site. He's playing from Van this time. There is a molly, but I think 9 might just go without nades. And Roland's actually rotating. The molly now comes in, so Alexi has to reposition, but it pays off for him. Traded quickly, but look at Brolan arriving. Big damage done, but now they know he hits the headshot anyway. And Minio has to try to clutch, and Brolan will just try to survive at the back of the bomb site. He knows Config is ready on short. Config actually just takes the fight anyway. So NiP able to recover. An all-important 8th round picked up for them.
That one got real dicey, real fast. There's a lot of money here for 9 though. So I wonder if 2 players is enough. I think Rez really wanted to just clear that right-hand side and maybe post up with the AWP afterwards, but they were in an awkward situation either way with 2 MP9s. Had to make something happen, but they were still able to turn it around over towards B. Now, can they capitalize on this success? Can they find more? They'll still continue with 1 MP9 in round 23 versus the 4 AKs in AWP. They've got 2 AKs of their own, though, with the aimers on NiP. Maybe that'll be the difference maker for them. Hades moving forward. Config having a look. Mid has been compromised for now. Rez top con. 3 players in B. Looks like we might see some aggression towards B apartments, maybe. See what Lexi B and Config do. Posting up towards the van. Somebody's going to have to go back for the bomb a bit later on, but Config is making a push into B apps with Lexi B in tow, actually. Not seeing anyone. NiP will go deeper on A. Try and create that crossfire with Shadow as Brolan makes his way in.
Ooh, Minio loses out there to the aggression of NiP. Hades on that lurk with the AWP. Little awkward. He might actually catch a player falling back. He has. But there is still Alexi all the way pushed through, and it is this A play running into a stack. Brolan will get dealt with. What a shot from K. Oh, and Kyler delivers a headshot of his own. This stack not paying off for NiP. There's the flank from Hades. And Alexi is just watching the kill feed, wondering what the hell just happened.
I think with that frag in the apartments, the AWP, at the sound cues of the rotation as well, maybe understanding what the CTs knew, allowing the Ts to visualize the positions, get some nasty entries. If you knew we were going towards A, where would you stand? I feel like is how those frags came through. 9 forcing the issue as they have done round after round. Excellent, exceptional performance from this squad so far. 24 kills for Hades.
Terrorists win.
I mean, that's just the aim shining through from 9 and the reads from Hades. And the fact that he gets in behind on the flank, incredible. I've had so much fun watching Hades on this team. Has so much freedom. It's clear that the confidence is back. The positioning is there. Final timeout taken by NiP as they face elimination here at IEM Rio. Unless they can bring this one all the way back to overtime. Nine are taking names. Not just at the RMR, but here at Rio as well.
They're going to have to build new shelves for all these scalps they're collecting. Definitely running out of space at present. Such a confidence builder for the squad as well. They're just good. They are just good. Really good.
It's so nice having a completely new Polish roster. Delivering again at the top level of Counter-Strike. It's felt like they've had a lot of talented players, but they've never been able to put the five together. This looks like that perfect five for them. What can Brolan do here? Close range MP9. NiP needs something right now. And 9 happy to run down the clock and make NiP sweat.
My God. Hetrick's trying to scout kill elsewhere, and Rez will still deliver. Oh my days! How did Minio not get that? He's got 2 HP. Goofy and Key remain. See Key's angle on this rotation if Alexi B continues. I can't believe what I just witnessed, but there's still more work to be done. Goofy going for the outside plant. There's a nice angle from Key indeed. 16 seconds, so they've got big pressure. Does he realize that one more is there? Trying to clean up, at least make it expensive for them. Starting to charge through, low on the bullets though. HE being deployed. He's just going for the frags now, although he pulls out the bomb as Config appears. Rez with some kind of jiu-jitsu out the window. Bullet time to find the kill there with the 5-7.
Yeah, no right getting away with that. Oh man, yeah, he just
caught
straight back. Yeah, man, that should have been it. Config fighting back at the end here. A nade from K as well, which could have got a kill, but didn't quite land onto either of the CTs. And so NiP hang on in there, and look at this aggressive mid fight from NiP. They got 4 players on mid in the early rounds. Oh, and Config heard that molly thrown. Thought about taking the fight, but have to watch under as well here. Nice timing on that molly.
This has caused some problems then for 9. Ninjas in pajamas threatening a comeback if they can win this one. Just look how much noise is cut in these rounds. Such a big, wide open map like Mirage for used to the explosive plays, excuse me. They are making the CTs wait. They're making the CTs stare at angles for a while. Grenades being deployed as Hades comes out, delivers onto Brolan, and the numbers are here for an instant trade on Config. 4 on 3, heading towards the A-bomb site. How do they deal with short? Alexi B's here with an MP9, less than ideal. The key is dropped to the middle of A. 3v3, 30 seconds left. A crossfire almost for the CTs, not quite. That's a big, deep smoke, and they can focus on Alexi now, but no one's looking in his direction. The MP9 comes to life, leaving Kylar as the last one to fall, and the money has been broken for 9. Suddenly, Ninjas in Pajamas are not too far away.
And it with that hefty focus on mid. And 9 unable to break through in that position. So NiP up to double digits, and suddenly there is a real game on our hands here. Looked like 9 were going to run away with it. NiP starting to put up a fight. 9 keep getting reset, and NiP aren't actually that far away. from taking us to overtime. Still work to be done. This round should be okay. Rez will spot Goofy and just go back for that free kill. And now that the first thread has been pulled, the entire NiP team are getting unraveled, or they are unraveling. 9 in this one. First time out taken by 9. That's not bad.
They've got a bye with NiP at 11. They've got a bye with NiP at 13 and a forced bye at 14. In a situation, they've got 2 good chances to sort this out, 9. Otherwise, we could be heading to an overtime, which feels so unlikely. Such a marginal situation. Rez with 2 HP flying out the window, being the swing moment to keep NiP in this game. The pick of Ninjas in Pyjamas Mirage still on the losing side of it, as we see. There are a number of match points there for 9. Galil will come out, presumably for grenades. Goofy and Key will be short. They've been so good on the entries, though. So good. 3 players starting towards the A-bomb site at the beginning of the round here. That is quite something. 2 in Palace. Hades has got 2 flashes on A ramp. So what is the plan here? Is he going to peek dry? We've got Brolan jump peeking in CT spawn, and he's been deleted. No one else is in position. Rez is in connector. He's in a very dangerous spot. Molotov's coming his way. He's terrified of what could be in mid.
Wow, this is scary. Head trick hard scoped. Hits the shot, but not the kill onto Minio. That's the rotate, but Config quickly traded. And maybe 9 need to slow this down now. They want to group up with that bomb. An advantage, every opportunity for the Poles to get the win right here and now. They're staying spread out.
Got so much time, 9. There are 3 CTs to find. Goofy hasn't seen anything jungle connector. And now Headtrick's made his way towards CT. But where does he look? Does he focus on ramp? Surely Hades can't peek. Kylar starts to run. But Rez is in position. They have no eyes towards mid. I don't think Rez gets around the corner in time. He doesn't. They don't want to give the game away. They can raise the alarm to Headtrick, though. There's a dry peek and all the information. Looking for a short plant, maybe. Minio needs to activate, but where is he going? 26 seconds, and he's standing in the middle of B, lurking slowly, waiting for that bomb to rotate, but they've lost it. They're asking too much on this occasion. They're not going to get the bomb plant. They're not going to get that bonus money, 9. We'll try to make it expensive, but this one is falling away again. Such a promising start for 9. Big entries towards A, but maybe overplayed it. Had no eyes on mid, allowed Ninjas in Pyjamas to make plays, get into position, and here we are again.
Yeah, you wonder if that is the first round where it feels like 9 are showing just a little hesitation, a little nerves in this scenario. They tried to group up towards A, but Rez, I mean, he makes a great play. You've got to give him credit for that. They just didn't have the utility there, leaving the player on the lurk, not effective. Here comes the fast play, though. Rez not able to win the first fight. Hades comes out on top. Headtrick bringing it back, but another great shot from Hades. He's not going to bring them through single-handedly. The bomb's been dropped on ramp, and Hades still alive, but Headtrick makes up for it. That open CT wreaking havoc, and it looks like 9's pistols won't pay off this time.
Has he been heard? Perhaps he has. Oh, sees the elbow. Now the bomb is on a ramp. They're close enough to get these sound cues. I think Alexi B should have an idea. You can see Config looking towards jungle now. And there he is again, Headtrick in CT. We just got ourselves a real match hawker. The buy is back. If they plant the bomb, they have maybe another buy. Maybe a good enough buy in the next round. But they'll want to do it this time. They've had 2 big windows in 2 different rounds to convert this one. Those entries from Palace on the A-bomb site. And of course, let's not forget that window situation with Rez. But here we are, 13 to 15. NiP by the skin of their teeth, still in this one.
And this was 15-8 at one point. NiP on a 5-round streak. Hades versus Headtrick has been quite fun. Both of them top fragging for their respective teams. Headtrick there, racking up the frags. But Hades chooses to go without the AWP here. Could have afforded it. But he wants the full nades with the AK instead. NiP have been willing to fight mid, but look at this. This is the B play we saw earlier from 9. Got to be ready for this aggression, though. He's got a knife out. Oh, no.
Rez with great timing. Aggressive play in the underpass, but Kylar finds the entry again. Alexi B around the corner. Rez still activating. Again, they at least need a bomb plant here, 9. But those smokes will soon be gone. Hades needs to get on that site quickly. And Molly towards the window. Bomb plant incoming. And that may secure them rifles in the next round. It might do. Goofy makes it a 2 versus 2. Important. Molly goes down on short. Hades watching the window, watching the door. Where is the second player? Goofy doesn't want to outstay his welcome. Grenades will be deployed. Hades now in the clutch by the window. Spots one, swats him, knows where the last is. Rez full health. Flashbang up high. The Mollies are here as well, and Rez will clutch the round from the start to the finish. 4 kills for Rez. So important in this round for NiP. We are going all the rounds.
Rez's turn to be the hero for NiP. What a comeback this has been from NiP, but they need one more. And they can't get ahead of themselves because they allowed the bomb plant. So still a buy from 9. That's the aggression from Rez, though. Just caught them out entirely. 9 still get it into a somewhat winnable position. But Hades just blinded, running across into the open. He's got the AWP this time. 9 have one more chance with a buy into round 30.
Second smoke in the window. And one towards Popcorn as well.
Smells like a B play.
I don't know if you saw one or more than one, but there's the smoke up. This is a much better situation for NiP. That will allow the rotation through the door if required. 9 have no one on short either. There's the lurk from Minio, though. Goofy's been dropped. 3 remain. Getting a bit quiet now as Hades is posted up. There's one on the van, though. And down he goes. Config looking for a second. Key with 3 HP and the bomb. Minio coming in from short. There's Alexi B. There's 1 minute now in this 1 versus 3. Minio needs to figure out a way to isolate the fight. Brolan is coming up short. Alexi B looking over the smoke up top. Down he goes. He may have heard one in market, but is he prepared for a short play? Oh, Brolan is giving a position away. But he will deliver the kill. We are actually heading to overtime. I cannot believe it.
Wow. Okay, then. That is crazy. NiP come back from 15-8 down. And we just go straight into overtime. And, well, not quite straight in because 9 still have tactical timeouts remaining. But, man, that round was on a knife's edge at one point. Nice jump peeking from Alexi. I think he stepped up significantly on this B site. Just playing for info, smoke down. Really well played by him to survive. About 12.5k starting money in overtime, so the money shouldn't be as much of an issue. It is now first team to 19 who would get the win. And for 9, if they were to get there, it would be the series, but they've had so many chances in regulation. Can they stay strong mentally now into overtime? Because they've got to stay on that T side that they were struggling on.
Miracle in front of our eyes. 9 was so strong, so in control. The NiP are ready for the battles now. Growing with power. Some great individual performances. Rez deserves his props. That's why he's on a team. Smoke in the window. Many attempts towards B. And NiP must have a read towards A. Have a look at this setup here. Brolan is ready. Mino, does he trade? He's got the bomb. There's a molly for Key as well to separate these squads. Rez popping up now, having a quick look. Sees if smoke falls back. That could do some really good damage. Indeed, it will. Bomb falling away now. Kylar's in connector, but he gets deleted by Rez. He is playing lights out at the moment, Rez.
Yeah, he's really been stepping up in recent rounds. Nine looking to reset and maybe hoping that NiP will adjust their setup. But Headtrick is AWPing on B. They're comfortable leaving him alone there, just holding this angle. And that means this A site is still incredibly solid. Really well reinforced here for NiP. Nine are going to have to do something special to get into this bomb site right now.
Flash above the bench, allows CTs to peek without getting blinded. Oh, Rez with the burst fire. Sees the bomb. Look at the rotation coming as well. 10 seconds to plant that bomb. And soon there'll be people in CT running to their doom, running to their demise. Hades won't be ready for the second one. Either way, there won't be time to plant that bomb. And NiP looks like they've solved the plays of Nine. Very ready for an A play there. Very aggressive on the ramp and great timing as well. After multiple attempts towards B, they must have read that A was likely.
And the switch up not working out this time. That's the kill from Rez. Getting that player out of connector really limits the options that Nine had. Such little time. A nice shot from Hades, but it did not matter. Headtrick delivering himself from CT. And Config aggressive into mid early. NiP keeps shifting these CT setups, trying to make it difficult for Nine to read them. Nine happy with the slow pace. They will start to contest mid now, and Headtrick arrives with the AWP.
Headtrick has been insane this series, and continues to be. What a great flick from him. Config and Lexi B cleaning up the A side. The pendulum has absolutely swung in NiP's favor. They have survived the toughest of tests on Mirage. Looking to take 2 from 2 thus far in over time, excuse me. What a resurgence from them. This is proper Lazarus Pit stuff. They were dead in the water. And now Nine can't seem to find a solution.
Yeah, they've hit the wall here. And they haven't found a way to break through. Last round for them on this T side. Hades will get a drop. Only an AK this time, though. Can't afford that AWP anymore. And again, it's just NiP with these constantly shifting setups. I just don't feel like they can get map control right now in recent rounds. When they're trying to go for it, they run into multiple NiP players. Alexi seems to be dialed in with these reads right now. I'm sure some of the players also calling for some of these setups for NiP. When the confidence starts flowing, the calls start working, it's so much easier to make those sorts of plays that win you rounds.
Nine need to dig deep. Maybe call something on the fly. Again, that focus towards B is here. If it's just from the strat book, plain and simple, it might not be enough. Alexi B and Config are prepared. Where are those entries that we've seen from Nine? Rez starting to emerge there. Key over towards A, but Rez is a problem still. He forcing the action. They need one of these rounds. Rez doesn't scare, the pre-fire falls back, but Goofy has the window. Bomb rotating away from the B-bomb site, and Key has got so much map control. Rez desperately trying to hold on. Config's made his way in towards jungle. Goofy's in connector. He has been instrumental, but a timing from Config. The 180 as well. Back into NiP's favor it goes. 1 minute to solve this. Hades and Kylar remain. He's been big on the frags as well, Kyla. Needs to find a way to deal with one of these players. LXB, the only man in CT. Where is Config off to as well? I think he realizes where LXB might be, but he still needs to find a kill. Running out of bullets now. So walking for him, jumping Glocks. It's desperate. There's an AK could switch to it, but he gets a reload. Then eventually, LXB has bought time at the very least for Config to rotate all the way to T-spawn. But that bomb is ticking. Not quite planted for CT. Look at that peek from Config. He is playing nasty work at the moment. Does he dare expose himself to molly the bomb? He does, and he'll die for it. I think there'll be time for Config. Or will there? Oh, it's going to be a close one. He's got 48 HP. It's going to be so close. Such a risky play with the Molotov. And it's not going to work.
Wow, NiP find 18, one away from winning the map and taking us to a third. This is now 10 rounds in a row. Oh, that is crazy. That shot is ridiculous. It's still not enough for 9, though. Config brings it back with this incredible turnaround. And then he got that flank all the way through ramp.
Is that nerves? Config was so far away. Didn't fancy the duel. Such a risk to expose yourself and throw that molly.
So close on the time. Oh,
this is
wow.
Crazy.
I mean, this is tough for 9. I don't know if they've been in a position like this where at such a big tournament, they've lost so many rounds in a row when it felt like the game and the series was in the palm of their hands. To see what 9 can do in this position. See if they're a team that can handle the pressure. They might need to do it on the third map right now, though, because this one has spiraled out of control for them. Credit to NiP. What an incredible comeback. They've looked like a completely different team here. The reads have been on point, but look at Hades. He wants to take initiative. Not able to land a shot, but second time of asking. He gets a clean entry for his team. That's what 9 needed.
NiP catch Hades off guard, trying to deploy a molly. Did he see one? Did he see two? Either way, he didn't see the bomb. That's in the hands of LXB. Perhaps it was spotted earlier on. Is he going to push? Oh, he's being waited for by Config. Seeing maximum Config at the moment and maximum res. And that might be too much for 9 to deal with. What a turnaround. This is nutty. So rare you see a comeback like that. Game point for Ninjas in Pajamas. Being real careful about it. 3 players in Palace then. He's in the right position. Eliminates the lurker. He's in a good spot to deal with this, especially with Goofy coming through. Smoking off the position. They've got the sound cues as well. Now they've got a bait set up. He can't get the kill though. Can Goofy? He can't either. Pilar's rotating in there with 2. Brolan, 1 versus 2. 26 seconds. He's got to collect the bomb. Trying to find the kills first, and that's what he's looking for. Big headshot from Brolan. 36 HP, and he does the rest as well. Monstrous comeback. Unbelievable run from NiP. They refuse to lose. We're going to the third map. What a turnaround from Ninjas in Pajamas. That was a hell of a walk where they could lose no rounds. And I feel like Nine as a newer team, when it came to their strats maybe being solved, you know, in overtime, you've got to dig deep and just pull something out of the hat. Maybe they don't quite have that just yet. Things slowed down quite significantly after those multiple B attempts. And NiP started to get a little ahead of them, but also, boy, did Config come to life. Rez as well, before Config did also. They became very, very difficult to deal with. Very aggressive on the CT side. Lots of multi-frags from them. That was a hell of a game.
Yeah, what a performance. Oh, man. I mean, the comeback from NiP is definitely worth pointing out because they had a bunch of players stepping up with so many rounds. Yeah, Config ends up top of the board. Rez had a couple of crazy moments. And Hedrick was pretty consistently delivering throughout, I think, on that AWP. And for Nine, I mean, they got into such a good position. They were playing so well. Hades was so good in opening duels in this one. And it felt like they had everything they needed. But I think, like you said, they kind of just kept going back to the same ideas, the same strategies. And credit to NiP, and especially Alexi, who I think was calling a lot of these stacks and sort of aggressive CT rounds. And it seemed like Nine just struggled to deal with a lot of those because NiP always seemed to have the stack in the right position.
Yeah, they absolutely did. It's a shocker of a result, but I think we have to give credit to Nine for the beginning of that Mirage game as well. Before they kind of ran into a mental wall, perhaps, they looked really strong. They were in control of that for so long. And again, I think it comes down to that situation where Rez gets a kill with the 5-7, jumps out the window, lands with 2 HP, manages to find another frag. That's a turning point where Nine started to run out of steam, but we've got the scores on the doors here from that game between Hades and Hedrick, Hawker.
Yeah, the two AWPers we said were going to be important on Mirage. Definitely was the case. See Hades really doing a lot of great work with the AWP. And he also did really well in opening duels. He got 9 opening kills throughout that map, whereas Hedrick was only able to get 3. So I really think that, if anything, it was Hades who had the slight edge in terms of the AWPing battle, in terms of the impact. But it just goes to show that the riflers can absolutely step up on Mirage as well. And NiP had those riflers delivering towards the end. Hedrick got overtaken by Rez, by Config. And so the AWP battle, you know, pretty close. But towards the end there, the riflers from NiP really seemed to shine ahead of anyone on Nine.
Yeah, that was, you know, Mirage is always an explosive map. And I have to say, like, the entries that we saw from people like Key as well were absolutely crazy. They were so big, but again, NiP were equal to them or more when it came down to it towards the end, digging deep. The likes of Rez made so many key plays, but the utility usage as well from NiP at the beginning of the round. Every time we saw that B set up late on by Nine, it was shut down by Util. CTs being in better positions, not getting stuck in awkward spots, getting that smoke down by the van to allow rotation in through market, holding more map control, getting the T's stuck in the windows and so on. Like, a lot just slowly started to go the way of NiP. Overpass is going to be the deciding map, which I think is going to be great, especially after such a big map like Mirage. I think Overpass is going to be a great place to settle things. But where do you see Overpass going, Hawker?
Yeah, that's tough because I haven't actually seen Nine play this map. They haven't really played it much recently, actually. Like, the last time they played it was a couple of weeks ago, which is rare for these guys because they are grinders. They played like almost 30 Vertigo maps in the last 3 months, which is crazy. No one in Tier 1 is doing that. So I think NiP might have the edge, honestly. Just mentally, I feel like they've got the edge. And also, they have some pretty good results on this map lately. So I would love for Nine to prove me wrong, but NiP might be looking good in this one now.
Perhaps this is the true test then of a young Nine squad. Overpass is after the break.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm Chad. This is the Brazilian CSGO quiz. I've got Alex with me and Alexi and Brolin from NiP, representatives to take on this quiz today. Now, gentlemen, how prepared with Brazilian knowledge are the two of you?
I'm not good at it.
Okay, that's great. I love the positivity. Alexi?
We're gonna be good.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. And you're going up against 9. You know, you'll be competing, so you get the most right. So you've only got to beat the polls. You know, you can do this. I believe in you. In which year did the Brazilian organization MIBR make its return to the professional CSGO scene? Do you think it was before or after we went into COVID?
Definitely before.
Okay, you got it?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
What's the answer, brother?
2018.
Yep, that's right.
Okay, nice.
B.
Could be C.
We'll go for B.
B? B's correct. 2018.
Yes.
Bang on.
What was the name of the team in which Fallen, Fur, Henny, Lucas, and FNX played together in 2014?
2016, you were playing matchmaking. In 2014, I don't know what you would have been doing.
I was playing 1.6.
There you go.
I didn't know Go existed actually.
There you go.
You got nothing?
I mean, I
one?
think it's either A or D, but...
I would have said A or D.
It's not SK, it's not Yeah Gaming, it's not Keystar, so I think it's Kaboom.
You're such a nerd.
He smashed it.
100%? Is that 100%?
A or D. But...
You got the knowledge, bro.
I'm pretty old, man.
You're narrowing it down, that's for sure.
I used to play 1.6. Like, I even have my highlight on HLTV from 1.6. Like, this is how old I am.
You've been watching this whole time as well.
Kaboom. Kaboom.
Boom.
Correct.
Nice.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
100 Thieves briefly had a Brazilian roster, which lasted 3 months. Which of these players was not part of the team?
Bolts? I think Bolts also.
Correct.
Like, Lucas and Henry was there, KNG was there, I remember who Bit was there, and I don't remember last guy.
Well, you've already done it.
Yeah.
You just said it's not A, B,
Yeah,
or
but
C.
he's trying to name the whole team now.
Yeah. Wait, which of these players I was not part of? I mean, it's probably Bolster, right?
Yeah, you bang on.
Sorry.
How many years was Yuri with Furia?
2023 now.
Yeah, probably like, I think it's B or C. Yeah, you can choose.
5.5.
Right?
No, I'm not choosing this. Like, I'm not gonna blow this streak.
No, because Veto and Europe played for a while. Like, I just remember them playing Drew McDullas, and that was.
I think like 2K19, 2K18 maybe, or 17.
Yeah, I think you're close, and then you just have to do some maths.
Yes, it's like B, but yeah, the odd one out. 5.5.
That's how you answer like exams at school.
The one that doesn't look right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I go with B then.
No way!
Unbelievable!
That's wild.
By the way, you remember what he said before the interview?
Yeah, he's not good at this.
I mean, yeah.
I would say B. 5.5.
Wow.
Let's go with B.
Bang!
Correct.
You guys are killing it. Okay.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nine.
Thank you.
Dzień dobry on one side and Shana on the other. I think that's how you say it. Production can let me know if that's right or wrong. Either way, it's done now. We're into the deciding map of the series. We head to Overpass after a miracle. I really feel like it was a miracle comeback. If we see the deciding factor of a 2 HP res with a 5-7 as the turning point with many more rounds to come afterwards. A miracle comeback by Ninjas in Pajamas to force a third map. Where is the mental of these boys on the screen at the moment? We'll soon find out. Overpass, a technical map for our third and final map. Walker, you're leaning towards Ninjas in Pajamas, eh?
Yeah, it hurts. It sucks to do it, but it's going to be so hard for Nine. You have to think, especially if they get off to any sort of bad start or have a round lost where they feel like they should have been in control of it. I feel like you got to back the experience of NiP here. I mean, I just saw a facepalm from a man in the middle there. And that's Minio. So hopefully they can get their heads back in the game. Definitely interesting here. I mean, we'll get to sort of hopefully see and hear who is going to be the sort of vocal leader now on Nine in this sort of position. It's not always the in-game leader. Sometimes it's the players who have to bring the positive energy to the team. It's actually a big theme for FaZe in the RMRs. They were not having the positive just bursts of energy, and they felt like it really affected them. They were able to bring that back and eventually recover, but not easy to do that between maps.
Going to be tense in this camp. It is going to be tense. We're only human. It's hard to... You can say don't think about what just happened. Doesn't mean they won't think about it, though. We are human after all. People will reflect on their errors and such, or perceived errors, missed opportunities, and so on. But there's opportunity ahead for both teams as we pass the balloons of Overpass. Seen great action on Overpass already from the likes of Fnatic, and we're about to see some more. Ninjas in Pajamas then will be the aggressors at the beginning of the deciding map. 5 USPs on deck. Goofy's got the smoke and diffuse kit. Headtrick's got the P250. Won't be made raid boss, actually. Have to buy it himself. He's got lots of utility as well. Let's see how this goes then. A very slow approach. NiP inching forward as Nine have almost a line across the map from B to A, waiting for their aggressors to make their way forward.
Yeah, I do think it is nice for Nine to start on this CT side. In theory, should be a chance for them to get some of these easier rounds on the board. Definitely favored is the CT side of Overpass. Let's see if they can get off to that good start. Kyler looking for info, peeks long, spots the shoulder. Nades coming into this A bomb site. Kyler will fall back, but Hades trapped at the back of the bomb site. This is awkward. He can't land a shot. Config guns him down alongside Alexi. That's going to be a bomb plant for NiP.
What a pick from Minio. Not an easy frag to get, especially when it's Reds on the other side, but here we are. Headtrick's making his way back from long to try and catch Minio off guard. He's got to be careful here. He's playing right into the hands of Headtrick, who lands the headshot eventually. 3 plays remain now. No one's on the fight for the C-flag. The bomb's being defused. Smoking the kit and the body block as well. But look at the shots from Hedrick and Brolan. They pulled the bomb diffuser away. He will try to do it himself, hiding, but he'll be found by Hedrick as well. Body block didn't work out. A noble attempt from 9, but still, Ninjas in Pajamas take the pistol.
A smirk on the face from Hedrick there. He gets a triple on the pistol. This was Hades just getting caught. I mean, it was a long-range fight, so had the chance to deliver headshots, just could not connect. Shot from Minio, such a fast flick. As you pointed out, can't deny the defuse, or they can deny it. They can't deny the shots on the 9 side. 9 will have the force back. Hades seeing what he can find at mid. Smoke will deny his vision though.
So quiet. I don't think Kylar escapes this position, especially with the plays and connect up. No one else is playing points for 9. Hades will post up with the scout. Minio having a look on the inside. Divider might be covered by Hades, but he's also got long to deal with as well. Has a quick look and sees 3 players. That's a lot of information. His team will rotate, but this is unlikely to go in 9's favor. There's time for error correction, and they've got plenty of players as well. Not hitting enough of the mark there. Config the only man on long, but what of the rest of them? Hades trying to do what he can, trying to soften them up. But the meat mallets only landed one. There's Rez, a clear operation for the NiP. Try and clear the bomb site. Goofy, 1 versus 3. Managed to get a reload in and puts the players relatively low, but it'll just be the 2 kills then for 9, which is more than it was looking like. So at least there's that.
Yeah, I would have wanted to have a chance to compete for the round, though. Just didn't get off to that good start they needed. A little bit of damage, but when you have to go back on Eco now, you can't really keep up that damage. So a good start for NiP. And the scary thing for 9 is you kind of know how important these early gun rounds are now on your CT side. If you just lose 1 or 2 of these early CT gun rounds, you can quickly get into a really hard position to dig yourself out of. Here's Brolan, Mac 10, looking to make some money. I like that he falls back here. Let them come to him. Alexi has the flash set up. Makes it even easier for the Mac 10 to make a bit of cash. Okay,
Nice.
Just 1 bullet.
Satisfied. 1 HP for Goofy with his Mac 10. Hoping for some kind of exit, maybe. Hold start for 9 then on the 3rd and deciding map. But we wait to see what they look like on the full buy. They have shown strength on both maps. They've been a stronger team on both maps, I feel like. They should have won Mirage, but they didn't. And credit to NiP for rising to the occasion, but it got further than it did. And they had more opportunities than you may argue they should have. 9 had opportunities to convert and didn't.
Now let's see what 9 can do on Overpass. One positive for them is that Hades has been playing well, especially on Mirage, and so getting the AWP into his hands will be good for them on Overpass. Definitely a map where the AWP can deliver a lot of impact on CT side. You have so many long-range angles to work with, especially on this A side. Flash into mid. Kyler wants to go aggressive, but won't be able to do so. Eats a flash and falls back. That's a warning shot.
Still being proactive though. Nine will send not one but two players up towards long. Is that a smoke towards divider? Buying time, allowing them to get into position perhaps. And Minio's going to rotate over as well. So the two can stay committed on long, as Minio can keep an eye on things. Double nades attempted for the monster player. Nothing doing there. Bomb facing A. And Hades starts to fall back, but has to get an angle here. He does instantly trade it, however. But Kylar's on the flank as well. Nine still looking strong in terms of their positioning. Minio has been on the site for a while, but Hetrick is convinced as to what might be happening here. Assuming there must be rifle support for the AWP. Sees the silencer, sees him go back towards long. But where do NiP go? The call is B. Brolan in Monster, waiting for them to come. Goofy getting into a better position, still in the water for now. And he still has a teammate with him. Key is also here. Dangerous players, 20 seconds on the clock. Utility is thrown. Brolan emerges suddenly. Not before Rez is dropped. 3 on 3, 12 seconds to plant that bomb. It will be planted. Great presence of mind from NiP, especially with that flank. He's sending some shots to Lexi B's way. There's a HE for Kylar wherever he is. Nine edging forward, but they've lost Key. Down goes Minio as well. The late round call from NiP was fantastic. Kylar trying to do what he can. There is a kit in the water as he starts to make his way down quietly if he can. Smoke on the bomb. He's got to get that kit though. He has to get that kit. He's got to get out of there. Maybe they'll die to the bomb. That might be the only play that's left to make.
Time to get out of there. NiP, another round in the bag. Up to 4-0 early. That's a nice call from them coming back to the B site. You see those flashes they throw for Brolan so that they land sort of in front of the pillar. CT was blind. He was not till the second flash came in. It just gets them so far into the site because Brolan is up through Monster like that. So really cool decision there from NiP, realizing they could use Brolan's position to get into the B site with unexpected timing. Now Nine in trouble in this one. They at least have the AWP out for Hades. He'll try and switch things up over towards B, but Kylar in connector. Oh, he is stuck in the flames. Nothing doing in that one.
NiP's turn to enjoy a nice lead here. Let's not forget the 7-1 scoreline on Vertigo. This will feel good for them. They will feel very confident in this situation. Again, we still saw some nice plays from Nine around that A-bomb site. But NiP had the spatial awareness. They understood what was going on. Maybe learning the play style of Nine. Understanding the lack of challenge in one place. Hades, the trigger discipline is beautiful. A clean kill as well. Keep moving forward with the Desert Eagle as things get a little bit stale here in this run for NiP. An important frag for Brolan. Bomb hasn't been spotted yet. It's in a very passive position with Hetrick. Goofy starts to make his way through in the toilets, but that's surely the go command for the A-bomb site.
Gotta be. And again, NiP, hello. One for Hades. Should allow him to exit safely. Yeah, NiP playing with the whole map really well right now. I think they deserve a lot of credit for that. Getting that connector control and just working between the sites. This time they see that bit of resistance on B. They quickly come back to A, and they dodge that AWP of Hades, which really was the main weapon they had to avoid in this round. Just looks very solid from NiP. Not really having to rely on any crazy individual pop-offs in these specific rounds. Just feels like the overall cooling is what's getting them into good positions right now.
Be worried if you're a Nine fan. I'm a Nine fan, not a biased fan. It's a very entertaining series thus far. Still early for Nine. They'll be on the buy once again. All the tools for them. Minio, just the one frag in these 5 rounds. 2 for Key. Let's not forget how big a name Key was in the kill feeds, dropping players for NiP until Rez and Config really activated. Ooh, the single scope wasn't enough. Most unfortunate there for Head Trick. Nice attempt there from Kyla. Again, if that happens, if that AWP shot rattles off, you know how many people are in T-spawn, and that can allow you to take liberties with position. Hades needs to escape, though. Molly may block him. I think he's considering a smoke to try and obscure his position, but he'll just hold his position and find some more kills. Wow. 4 on 3 as Minio comes through from the back, looking for a multi-frag, takes down the bomb carrier. He knows one's towards long, I think. Maybe now 9 are finally coming to life. Alexi B off to the races, looking towards long, looking back towards the toilets. He's running hot as well, it seems, as he finds another one. Hades he's dropped. And despite this action, around that bomb, we're down to a 2-on-2. Bomb still in the hands of Goofy, but they might still fall yet more. Config on 5 HP, the repick from Minio to finish him off is brazen. That leaves Alexi B then to find 2, 37 seconds. So they both go to the bomb. They're both on the bomb. And he's still in long.
He might be too far here to really play for the round. Maybe play for some more damage instead, which could be impactful. But it will be 9. Finally on the board here. It has been a long time since they won a round. I think they lost like 10 in a row at the end of Mirage. So they really needed this. And they're finally able to get one round together. And it's Hades who really delivers it. I love that proactive play. When you see that 4-man boost, you know you can take control, take initiative. There can't be many players on the A side of the map. So Hades gets into good position. And then Minio able to get in behind. This is all they needed. He still made it scary, though. These are some great shots.
Very nice indeed. Repeat from Minio. Knew he was low. Finished them off. Good to see the confidence repeats like that. Not playing too safe. Not being hesitant despite the proceedings. Off the start line then, R9. But again, they need consecutive rounds. If their economy gets put in the bin straight away, NiP will surely be aiming for a 9-1, 10-1 scoreline. Always good to have short-term goals.
Gives you something to focus on. Spam through. Bit of damage onto Rez. Roland also taking some, but he gets into position. It's this heavy B stack early. This molly will be nice. They've also got Hades. This is the shot, but his teammate swings. Hades still holding, but Head Trick able to deal with him. Few too many angles for Hades to be concerned about, and now NiP in a great position here.
Kylar's got no choice but to force the issue while NiP waits. I think they're using their extra men to find the climate towards the A bomb site. We can see Config is walking. That's giving Kylar some time. He stopped for now, though, halfway up long. The remainder concentrated on the B bomb site. They do risk being flanked here. There's enough time for it with 50 seconds on the clock. Kylar swinging around the toilets as Config starts to clear the A bomb site. And 9, are they heading towards A? I think they were, but the molly came through. The bomb looks like it might be rotating in that direction, and Minio's heading in that direction as well. Config going downstairs. Kylar back on the site. Running back and forth is very confusing, but Config will say hello now. So where is the bomb headed? It's 28 seconds. Does he play for this frag onto Config? He looks the wrong way. The timing is brutal. Nothing going the way of 9. The clock was on their side to some degree, but Config certainly isn't. 5-1, soon to be 6-1 for NiP.
Yeah, I actually love that play from Config. I think Kyler was assuming that Config had just overlooked his position, and so kind of thought, okay, maybe I'll focus on the other side instead. I'll just hope that Config doesn't come back. I'll hope that Config just cuts off the rotation. But no, Config comes right back to him. And NiP able to sneak Config into a powerful position. One up on the T side. This is looking very nice right now. Just got off to that great start, but then Config really the man that makes the entire difference in the round. And guarantees it at the end there.
You want this map to be competitive. After the action we've seen, this needs to deliver as well. Nine are struggling for now. But again, there's still time for them to dig deep as NiP digs. Plenty more experience on that side, of course. Oh, a cheeky peek from Goofy. Very taxing to peek late into a Molotov. Seems that the struggle will continue on Overpass. The AWP still in action in the hands of Hades. He's over towards long, and no one's coming anywhere near him just now. Looking towards the toilets instead. NiP using their time wisely. Kyla with that dangerous 5-7 once again as Hades goes a little deeper, but Config's tucked in quite well. Just keeping them honest. Does he dare peek around the corner? Hades is going further and further. Noise being made from below. Who's going to move first? Keep an eye on the radar. See a HU towards the barrels on B. Minio's got a great position, but rest. Look at that flick from him. And there's Kyler activated. They don't know where the AWP is. They haven't seen it. He was facing the wrong way. Not much Key can do from this position. Oh my God, what was that? Looking for a second one as well. Hades with regrets. Decides to fall back 7 HP, and I think this round might be over. It might be. But they're still fishing for something. As Kylar drops, surely Hades gives up on this one.
Yeah, no way you commit to this any longer. Bit of a weird round. Config getting caught out. Rez with that really nice shot and connector. They're able to get onto the B site. Even though that one kill with the 5-7 comes in as Brolan tries to jump over the site to clear water. It's all fine for NiP. It does feel like just that mental game could be difficult right now for Nine. 7-1 down after such a strong streak against you on the last map. It just feels so bad. That's Brolan jumping over and getting caught. Alexi just pops up for the trade.
Nice.
It's a nice shot.
5-7's putting in work today. But that's about all for this team on the CT side of 9. They use a second timeout now as we have that famous scoreline 7-1. On the buy once again. But how do they turn things around? They are getting some kills, but they're not getting some rounds.
Back 10's in play for NiP. They could have upgraded, but they've decided to go with these. I wonder if we get a fast B play here.
Looks like we will do. Does Goofy have the lineup? He's running out of bullets now. Is there any help for him? The Mac 10 will clean him out. And no one's got position, really. This is one round where they haven't had the usual bolstered defense over towards B, it feels like. He in the back playing around the smoke. It's not even a sight cut in half. It's less than that. They've got the back third of it. Swinging through short now, but just as they do, the smoke goes up. They'll try to boost. A great flick from Hades. Running distraction as Kyla comes through from that short position. Up on the sandbags. And finally, another round is here for 9.
That was well dealt with, even though they couldn't keep NiP trapped in Monster and really slow them down. The way 9 rotate into position there was fantastic. Getting that boost up from short at just the right time. Don't mind the attempt here from NiP because 9 have just taken a timeout. You maybe think they're not ready for a B rush. You maybe think if you catch them out with that, it will frustrate them. That doesn't work out for NiP this time. And it's NiP's turn to take a pause ahead of this one.
Pull that momentum immediately and pull that focus away. Money's not fantastic. It's not spectacular for NiP. They'll be fine for this round. But there is a route for 9 to earn some self-respect in this half if they can find immediate success here. Monster Smoke is deployed. Flash as Hades falls back for a peek towards the fountain. No one in connector for 9. They'll have Rez lurking in that position. Hades shoots between 2, unbeknownst to him. But of course, he's forced to fall back. Common anti-AWP smoke deployed. Minute 20 on the clock. Hot flash from Alexi B. No answer behind it. Roland still looking outside B, looking towards short B, but trying to keep the CTs honest. Key and Goofy playing very close to Monster. Keep an eye on them and see if they make any plays later on. But for now, we have Minio very deep on long, and there is a flashbang on the way. He's in so much trouble. So close and yet so far. 50 seconds as we see the opening frag.
It's a solid standard flash. All about the timing of it. Minio caught in the open, so nothing he can do. He's also so close to long that he just eats the flash in full.
There's the monster play from Key and Goofy. We were looking for that. Both of them standing next to Monster. I thought this might be coming. That's some information for them. They clear short B as well. But will they get a player over towards A in time? 25 seconds on the clock. And Hades still isn't seeing much of anything as he jumps around, trying to find information. Maybe he saw one. Keith's been popped in the meantime, but a bomb still needs to get planted. 15 seconds. No smoke to the front of the site from the CTs. A swing and a miss from Hades as Alexi B finds one by the truck. There's 2 by the truck, in fact. And 8 seconds to plant that bomb. Bombs on the floor. 1v1. Head trick denies them again. So close for 9, but still NiP are the ones to secure the round.
Yeah, I thought we might just see Goofy fall back there with such little time left. Maybe try and hide behind the truck, force the AWP to come to you. The fight comes to Head Trick and he wins it. It's actually no Kevlar for Config as he entered there. He got taken down by an AWP anyway, and they trade him effectively. And that's the final shot. Head Trick just able to find it. So close from 9, but a heartbreaking round lost because they have to go back down to this weak investment. And they're going to fall really far behind now.
Brutality. Brutality in this game so far. 8-2 for Ninjas in Pajamas. That was the chance for 9 to break. Came down to the 1v1. But nothing doing. Bomb creeping towards A. Where Kylar is with that trusty 5-7 once again. But there's a lot of people around him. Maybe he gets one.
Oh. It's actually going to go uncleared. That's something. Oh, we hear the nades. They have no idea.
Oh, hello, bomb. Just the one, though, but he has delayed for a second or two. 2 by the truck. Config will spot 1, maybe spotting both. And down Hades goes. Man, they were so close. Marginal situation. But NiP won it. They took it away. Took it by force, and credit to them for that. Brolan and Alexi B, both with 11 kills at present. But again, 9 are not too far away. They've got 3 players on 8 kills. They're getting the frags, but they're not getting the rounds.
Yeah, not much they could do in that one. Gave it a decent go. But they have the buy out now. 9 need to start stepping up here. Connector control being established. Theo will slow them slightly with the incendiary down. Okay, taking some aggression. Oh, snappy headshot onto Brolan. That's a really nice kill to get. His aim is crisp. And, well, there was an advantage. It's quickly gone, though. Kyler gets caught out in party.
Man, merciless. Utterly merciless. Maybe Minio can do something. He's found success with the long push. Now that smoke is quite timely. But Goofy's holding down 2 jobs, and Rez is walking through that monster smoke, it seems. Oh boy. He sees the back of Goofy, who rethinks he's lost his position and can't win the duel. Minio's miles away now, as Hades has 4 coming on to his position. Alexi B on the site misses the flick. So desperate, round after round. Headtrick's ready as well.
Yeah, just look at the scoreboard for NiP. They don't need a solo carry. It is everyone showing up. It's Alexi B top fragging right now on the NiP side. But there's not much in it. They are all performing. And 9, I mean, you feel like they might be about to get a competitive round. They might be about to make the play that gets them into it. But NiP always a step ahead of them. Aggression into mid. Rez not able to handle it, but quick trade from Config. And the 1 rifle that 9 had has been lost.
This is so rough. The slightest, most marginal situation. With that 5-7, that pesky 5-7 in the window on Mirage. From that and that lead to potentially being eliminated from IEM Rio. If it is to happen like this, that is going to be the longest flight of their lives. Sometimes you need that to rise from it, to come back stronger. To find that extra level when you hit that overtime and you've got to do something unexpected. That's a hell of a grenade. He and Minio, the money's together with the team, they can go for this. Got to be really careful about their lineups. There's the AK lost. He moving towards long. He's been spotted now. I think we'll be heading towards 11 rounds for NiP.
Seems like it. Yeah, whatever happens for 9 here, this will be good experience for them. But it's, you know, it's not experience they will be enjoying in the moment, that's for sure. I don't think K got to steal anything away there. Picks up an MP9 instead. A couple of NiP players died to the bomb, but they've got so much cash. They don't really need to care right now. 11-2 up. It definitely feels like it is just that mental struggle. You know, it's hard to stay in the game mentally after you had the series so close to being put over the line. And especially if you get a slow start on this map as well. Well, you can see what it has done to 9 right now.
Let's not forget how strong their T side was on Vertigo. Sure, this isn't Vertigo. It's no doubt their best map. But I wouldn't say they're slouches on T sides in general. They'll need more than 2 rounds, though. Of course, they can reach 4. Look how passive they are. No lurkers, nothing. Maybe expecting a slow round from a Ninjas in Pajamas. I do wonder if Kyla will drop that smoke between the front wall and Dice. If people start encroaching on the A-bomb site. between that park sign and a dice, basically. Depending on the situation, it can give them more room to maneuver as they try to defend the bomb site. 45 seconds on the clock, so indeed, it will be the slow round from NiP, and I don't want to get picked off early. It'll be the front of the toilets instead. 34 seconds on the clock. One incendiary and the odd flashbang for 9. As NiP are really committed to this long play. 25 seconds. They've got so much util. Roland having a look, finding an entry. There's 2 players by Monster and nobody watching short. What is happening? He and Kyla dropping, defending the B bomb site, but the bomb is still heading in towards A. Minio's got a good angle, pre-fire as well to transfer, and surely this is finally a round for 9. Indeed it is. Hades dies to the Molotov, but they've got a round. That's the only thing that matters at this point.
Yeah, a bit awkward at the end there, but the round's the main thing. They can celebrate that. And NiP running the clock down very low there, really trying to see if they could play with some misdirection, but not happening for them. They come in through A long just a little too late, and because there's still a CT there, it ends up being pretty easy pickings. Last round of the half, NiP actually have a weakened buy, so they might just send it onto this B bomb site.
Keeping it simple. We've got 3 players upstairs, actually. And as the first CT falls, there's so much trouble here for 9. They are going to spread like a virus. Alexi B in the water. Goofy dropped. Minio's basically in T-spawn. Another disaster. One after the other for 9. Smoked off as well. Look how oppressive this is. Running through a smoke to try and do what they can. Going for an aggressive play upstairs in that last round while NiP send it in with money troubles. So far, great success. Minio looks to his right, headshot from his left. That leaves Kyla with a kit. And 4 players waiting for him. What a turnaround from NiP. 12-3 after an insane comeback, which I cannot let go of in the second map. They are looking so strong in the third. There was a miracle for NiP on Mirage. Is there a miracle for 9 on Overpass? Disaster struck, lightning struck, fire struck, everything has been destroyed for them. All their confidence seems to have gone. The blood drained from their faces. 3 rounds from the CT side of Overpass. Hades will have the grenades for the gentlemen on the T side on this occasion. Roland will hear plenty of players, plenty of footsteps as he flanks from long. Rez defending short B will be successful. The Lurker has been distinguished. And there is Hades as well. That's a lot of grenades that have just been lost. The remainder of the squad heading towards A, but they will be surrounded. How do they plant the bomb here? Roland still pushing, still picking players off. Down to the last few bullets, he'll be deleted, but Rez will clean up where he left off. 1v1 now, all of a sudden. Somehow 9 have only left Rez standing. He's had 2 kills so far. Teasing around the smoke, takes one in the face, down to 5 HP.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb planted then. How do you deal with this one, Rez? Next hit wins, surely. Well, Goofy knows he can aim for the chest. Rez, though, has to land a headshot here. Planted for CT. There's a few places Goofy could be. Rez does not have a kit. Goofy deep in the bank. He's got to hold it. He's got a full commit to this one. Gets him off the bomb. Doesn't get the kill. Is there time? There can't be time. Surely there isn't time for this. Ooh. Oh, it's going to be a close one. Oh, it's going to be so close. He's got it. Oh, I thought he had it. I thought he had it, but he didn't. They just about did enough, but boy, did they just squeeze past the finish line there.
Yeah, I feel like you could kind of see on Rez's face. He wasn't sure if he had it. I think he was leaning towards maybe not quite. Wow, what a chaotic pistol. Get onto the site. This was Rez. I mean, the fact that he gets that kill. Impressive in the first place, considering how low he was, but not quite enough. That does mean 9 have got to keep it going here, though. They're up against a force buy. It's Alexi B with the scout. All those nades into mid, but he dodges them. Also got 2 CTs on A long right now. Looks like 9 might lean the bond towards B, though.
Don't want to lose that AK. He's starting to clean things up. Minio has a flank coming his way. As they try to deal with the B-bomb site, they will do. But Minio's lost the AK. Hetrick and Config.
Bomb has been planted.
And consider making a play here. But awkward for Hetrick, though. Scout Deagle. It seems that Config will hold position. They'll have some choice to play with in the next run, as this was basically a full force by Hetrick, keeping money in the hole for an AWP. But aside from that, he can drop one of these, either the Deagle or the Scout in the next round. So there'll be 3 players with dangerous weapons. Still a losable round, the next one. Do you believe in the comeback, Hawker?
Not yet. I'm going to have to be honest. I am an honest man, even if I am nothing else. But I don't know. Yeah, listen, it's better for 9. I got to see gun rounds, though. I got to see gun rounds. Which we won't get yet. We do have Config on an AK, though. Always fun to see how they try to use just that one rifle in rounds like this. I do love that we get a lot of these rounds in CS now. They're a lot of fun to see how different teams like to try and play when they just have the one rifle really in the mix. Oh god, Alexi. Okay, well, he's been double naded. Oh, and Conflict's monster alongside Rez. Oh dear, AK dropped Rez also. Well, that sucks. Not if you're 9, though. This is very clean.
Yeah, this is what they're looking for. Some confidence building. such an arid landscape for them in the first half. They need to enjoy success, even if it is a half buy or a eco round, to have their players getting some kills and namely winning some rounds. They're getting some kills as well in that first half, but not enough, obviously. All good in the hood then, for the time being. But again, the deficit is significant. They have half the score of their opponent.
Gadoosh.
Full spray in the smoke. No scare. The MAC-10 is still here. Does that send them into the B bomb site, or will they be a little more careful than that? We'll see 3 players heading downstairs for NiP. Lurk smoke deployed by Goofy.
I like this from Kyler. Why not use the MAC-10 to clear connector? I wonder if we just see him hang around at the back, try and recover a rifle. Oh, the boost. Nicely timed for Rez. Minio not ready. And I guess Kyler does get a rifle now, but probably wouldn't have wanted it. They're down a man.
Config deep right-hand side with the M4A4. Before the flash goes off, he gets one, and Rez is here to hold position to clean up. The molly is on the barrels, but the smoke is in Monster. That is the checkmate as far as B is concerned in the short term. A re-smoke and only 2 players remain for 9. This is the first full buy for NiP, and it's proving wildly successful so far.
A little concerned when Config changed to the USP, but Rez there to clean up. Rez really stepping up in the last 2 maps of this series. Nearly died to the molly there, but he's fine. Kyler desperate for a fight, but look at this setup from NiP. So safe right now, not giving away fights unnecessarily. Kyler will now sneak in, but yeah, you can see these different angles so difficult to deal with. Hades gets one, but Alexi trades. Kyler actually brings it into a 1-on-2. Bomb is dropped though, and there is a flank at the ready from Brolan. That might be unexpected. Kyler fakes it. He's ready. He hits the headshot. This is winnable now for Kyler. Head trick drops down with the AWP. That should be heard here. Kyler decides to go up top. This is difficult to clear, but head trick's ready for it. Great read from the young AWPer. Such a good effort from Kyler, but not meant to be.
Really nice effort from Kyler. Baiting in the short player. But poking a bit too far into that smoke and getting taken down by head trick. Really nice setup from NiP. They did want to identify that and find a way into the sites in the first place. So nicely done there. But again, head trick just saw the head poking out there. And now NiP are 3 rounds away. There's a plant. There was a plant. There is a buy for 9. They have the money regardless. Their margin for error is starting to dwindle. This would be a huge round for them. That was a very expensive round for NiP. So there could be a silver lining if they can break them here. Roland starting to creep forward. He's taking the fight to 9 and delivering time and again on NiP. Night and day between the previous maps here. He's starting to move forward. Kyler finding an entry as well. He's got to be careful. One to his left, one to his right. And there goes Config. Punished by Goofy. Opportunities on the B bomb site, perhaps. Alexi B switching out for another weapon. Lots of spray. Minutes on the clock. Roland makes his way over towards B. No lurkers towards A. Apart from head trick, of course. So it's a 4v2 as far as the B bomb site is concerned. Edging forward slowly, though, R9. They've got the money, the time to do that. But Roland gets one for free as the smoke dissipates. No response from 9. They can't hesitate now. Down goes Roland. Down goes Alexi B. Head trick in a 1v3. $0 in the bank. 9 have broken NiP. This is their chance to catch up.
This gives them a path back in. It's definitely not the path most taken by teams that are this far down. And they're going to have to work against the current. but they have at least got their heads above water here. Headtrick will look to save this AWP. It's always good when you do this, even just to give the opponent something to think about. Now 9 have to be concerned in this round about that AWP. That's something that's going to be constantly playing on their mind. It makes it a little more difficult for the T side to play this round. But they should have themselves up against weak weapons on the rest of the players. Roland will maybe get something. Or he might just save the money so that they can drop the AWP into the future. Timeout for NiP. I feel like if I'm 9 right now, I'm kind of thinking to myself, you know what? We had that comeback come against us. Why don't we try and make NiP feel the same thing? They know how bad it feels. Why not try and get revenge? It's a big lead for NiP. Still a long, long way to go for 9, but heading towards the right direction. A couple of incendiaries bought by Brolan there. Supplying some utility for his teammates. It is that hero AWP that was saved by Headtrick into this one.
I think this is still a hyper dangerous round for 9. Headtrick has been so consistent from map to map. And incendiary delays them. It keeps them stuck on T-ramp. They don't smoke it off. So it allows Headtrick to just race up. They may have heard that there was no smoke in that molly. So that gives him position and allows them to stack. It's pretty smart to set up here. Headtrick will be tagged down to 21 HP. Still hanging out. If they lose that AWP, it is fully lost. But will they? No flashes, no challenge just yet. They know where the AWP is, and they appear to be moving into the pistol stack. Although Minio has seen that no one is long anymore. So NiP set up Headtrick nice at the beginning of this round. Clearing towards short B now. With a minute on the clock, Minio's going to be key to decide where to go. Headtrick has fallen all the way back. Now, no one has cleared the toilets. That might be Goofy's job. The door is open, and now NiP is starting to push short B. The bomb isn't there, and Key is safe, and Minio has the angle, and the AWP is lost.
Yeah, he nearly caught there, but takes the dink, replies with the kill. And so looking good for 9 into this one. Kyler with another headshot. And this is going well for 9. Just catching that AWP off guard there, Minio. Making a big difference. Keeping some A presence so that they can go back.
Ooh.
Spicy. But the AWP will be saved by Kyler. And now we get the gun round from NiP. And Brolan, with that extra cash, will drop that AWP over to Headtrick.
So in theory, 9 need to win 3 buy rounds in a row to tie the score. In theory. That is how we should look at this. 8, 10, 12. Let's see if that can happen. Headtrick's 13 for 7, announcing his presence and falling back somewhat. I think Brolan's in connector. We didn't see much presence in connector from 9 in the first half. And again, that is the angle where if the AK is in your right hand, it will obscure your vision as you round the corner. Lexi B taking licks, fallen back. So they'll get some position early, 9, but Headtrick is still lurking around long toilets. And Brolan is still in connector. On the T side, NiP almost always had a player in connector, keeping them honest over there. And that is a frag they will not trade.
Yeah, try to run boost that AWP out. Hades not getting into a wide enough position when he lands, so ends up kind of peeking slowly into Headtrick, who's ready. And look at this. Oh, it's so risky. Headtrick, how does he get away with it?
Unbelievable. 9 are not responding to any of these frags. If they're going to play these rounds like this game is over. Someone's got to get the bomb. He Probably needs more than one frag here, but Rez is so ready for this. Such a tight angle. Alexi B for support as well. The pieces are falling one after the other. 3 frags from the CTs, no response from 9. Racing towards B now. If they're lucky, it's a 2v2. But if they don't know where the angles are, that's a gamble. Goofy delivers the first kill. Config gets the last 2. NiP moves to 14.
I still don't know how Head Trick, like, firstly, how he decides to make that play walking into mid. Yeah, this was that wrong boost. You see it kind of ends up being a slow peak on the floor, doesn't give the elevation. Then Head Trick just had the read, knew that they were up long, took the risk, it paid off. NiP delivering another round and edging closer to victory and to knocking 9 out here.
Roland into connector again. This time there are 2 people. The door is blown off by the CTs, which compromises the short B position. But there's no one there just yet. 9 have got 2 players outside of Monster. And no presence towards A. And NiP have just had better setups on their CT side, I feel. Had more promise in there. Again, Roland's got that blind spot angle. Good for 1 kill at least. 3 players in that CT position. HE will be deployed. Kylar's got to be careful. They're creeping in through Monster now. Multiple assailants on the way. Rez is in all kinds of trouble.
Just quickly storming this bomb site. That's a lovely response from 9. That's what they needed. After that last round goes against you. Good to see Goofy getting a couple of impact kills. Always think he's an important player for 9. Now Head Trick has been spotted. Slowing down, holds above. It's awkward here. Kyler actually gets the AWP out of his hands. So that is something that would be difficult now for NiP to get. And just in general, the buy for NiP would be pretty poor if they went for it. You see NiP, I mean, they're just not ready to hold that site. I think it has to be the half buy here for the CTs.
They're getting closer. They're losing around here or there. They're still bleeding 9, but they're getting closer. Oh, hold on a second. Look at this wild swing from NiP. They weren't expecting that. They almost lost 2 players there, 9. My word. They just don't feel like they're in control of many of these rounds. Essentially a throwaway round from NiP. They'll do something random. Put a spanner in the works. And that will really slow 9 down. That will throw them through a loop. How does Goofy deal with 9 HP?
Question. Oh, I mean, Kyler gets dinked as well, but what a shot that is. He will be traded, and that's an AK that can be recovered here.
These con players will hear the T's running towards B as well, and Alexi B gets closer to Rez's position, so they can try and play off of each other again. Goofy's surely going to be a very brief moment in this one as Alexi B runs distraction. Roland coming in from the back. This is just going from bad to worse for 9. Minio with 35 seconds. Oh boy. Just that chaos at the beginning from NiP, swinging with 2, slowed down 9. And after that, they're just at the mercy of NiP, who find themselves at match points.
Yeah, just when it looks like 9, they're going to start to mount the comeback. It goes against them. And 9 worked so hard to qualify for this tournament. They went through the open qualifier, into the closed qualifier to get to Rio, beating a lot of EU teams in the process. They might be about to go out here at the hands of NiP, unable to close on the second map, and now 15-9 down. Tech 9 out for Minio. Contact out onto B. Wow, the luck.
He's got a gimmick, but it's only good for one. That might not be enough, but the numbers are streaming in as Rez finds a multi-frag and Alexi B tries to buy some time. Weapons to be collected, surely. 2 versus 2. Plenty of time to stabilize. Bomb has to be collected. They've got no smoke for the balcony. The flash will have to do for now. Hedrick flashed off the angle. How does the bomb get back to the site now? This is going to be a rough one. Everything's slowing down. With 1 minute on the clock, do NiP start to wonder eventually about the A bomb site? Or do they hold in position? Minio going for the sandbags plant. It's fake. He's looking towards short. I don't know if he makes it away from this position afterwards. Hedrick is here. There's a lovely HE. Now it's down to Kyla. He's got a good angle, but can he find 2? He can. He really needed those headshots. And you can see the release on the camera. They put 1 step forward, but there's many more to go.
Kyla, the man, looking most ready, most clutch right now for 9. These headshots, fantastic. He's been snappy in this second half. His aim has looked good, but still more work to do for 9. A great spray from Kyla, but they're right back into another round that is competitive. NiP still have the bye, even if Config's on a 5-7. It's even the AWP for Hedrick. Has had to go without Kevlar, though. Big B stack right now. Hedrick's AWP decides to position itself down on B. Will that pay off for him? 9 are sitting outside this B site right now. If they committed to this, they could be in trouble here. How much info does Minio get? That's a big question right now. So they could bring the bomb back to A. He's so far up. Oh, this is everything for 9.
Quite something. But what about Broland? They have to assume somebody is long. They can make it onto the site like that. And it's the bomb carrier wondering. AWP spotted on B. Bomb goes through connector then. So security will be here. Broland spots one in a toilet. Could anybody trade him though? Still alive, trying to escape, unable to do so. He will be here to cut off the lurkers. Still on B are NiP. Moving through for a default bomb plant. Yeah, not much else they can do but give themselves an extra buy round, essentially. Maybe. We'll see what they do.
I think
I'm not done with this just yet.
Yeah, I think that's just a read from Minio when they heard the AWP shot on B. Because it's so common for the AWP to be starting on A. So maybe he just figured, okay, if the AWP's B, it's pretty likely it's 4B, and I'm just going to take a risk. I'm going to sneak up A. And what a play that was from Minio. Ooh, Rez caught between 2 angles. Hedrick able to trade, and it looks like that AWP will be saved. But 9 are mounting this comeback. Imagine if they get the comeback back against NiP. I mean, that would be the sweetest taste of revenge you could get. Still work to do, though. They can't think about that right now.
If they come back and win this, that will break the internet.
Screw Kim Kardashian. This will break the internet.
Hedrick has the AWP though. That's the important thing. That's the dangerous thing. He is the factor. Although Broland's the one with 108 ADR at the moment, 26 kills. Nine walking through fire every round. Still performing though. 24 frags for Kyla. Just behind Broland with 26. Different players turning up. Always great to see. 4 more rounds required. 2-man swing from NiP. Again, these rounds are just throwing ideas at 9. They can afford to do it. They have the advantage in the round. They have the disadvantage in not much to lose in this round, if you will. And they are putting that to work. And again, these early frags, this early chaos really puts 9 in a spin.
Head trick, so focused on connector. Decides to move back into a different angle. It pays off for him. Oh, knife out. Did he spot the player above? He should have heard him now. They're sneaking out onto B with the bomb, though.
Going for a fast bomb plant as a somewhat of a smoke-on shot, but look at config 3. This might be the end of the line here, or is it? They've got something to say about it, 9. Minio still putting in work at the multi-frag. Hades fighting straight back, and they have secured another round. It looks so dangerous when NiP get an early advantage. So dangerous, but they refuse to lose, just like NiP did on Mirage.
I mean, the mental stress of this series is unimaginable right now. Because 9 don't get any easy rounds. Even in these ones, they have to stay fully focused. And now you get a gun round coming at you. You get all the bells and whistles on the NiP side. No kit for them, but the weaponry's great. And they even have the AWP out for head trick. He might have messed up that movement, so no peek into mid. He'll play back from bathrooms.
Weirdly, they have to play with more respect on the full buy. So there's less chaos.
Yeah.
Key lurking around B. Where is the AWP? That is the question. Anti-AWP utility coming out, the smoke in the toilets. Often you'll see the Molotov towards the Veto to take this angle away. We don't see it on this occasion. The dry peek from Hades. And hey ho, there's an AWP there. Now Headtrick has the luxury to just walk around and re-peek. Even if they double peek him, he might get another frag out of this. Headtrick shutting things down on the A bomb site. There goes Key as well. It took one AWP angle away and dry peeked the second one. No molly, no flash. Just walked into the angle. And they may have reached the end of the line here. Goofy needs an ace to keep his team alive. A crossfire of sorts. And that's going to be the end of the line. After a crazy comeback on Mirage, NiP secured a victory and stay alive on Overpass.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on us. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on us. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show love.
We return after a slobber knocker of a series. NiP with the most marginal comeback I have seen in a very long time. 2 HP and a 5-7 on Mirage leaves us on Overpass, where they took a monstrous lead against the deflated and maybe mentally defeated to some degree 9, who still managed to mount a comeback on the second half, but it was all too late. NiP press on 16-12. What did you make of that carnage, Walker?
Yeah, that's a tough one for 9. I think it's a sort of experience any team has to go through at some point, growing pains, so to speak. But, you know, they worked really hard to get to Rio. They go through the open qual. They go through the closed qual against a lot of good teams. So it's a real shame for them that they're not able to do much here and they end up getting knocked out, even though they really put up some good fights. I mean, opening loss against Heroic, no shame in that. I think NiP here, they could have had easily. You could see that. And I mean, at least towards the end there, they did start putting up a fight again in that second half, which was nice to see. But NiP able to get it over the line, and credit to them. I mean, on that Mirage comeback especially, they just clearly were one step ahead of 9 in just every single round.
Yeah, I mean, the individual performances from the likes of Rez and Config, were fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. They really forced the issue. So many rounds where they were in super dependable positions, but like they had to deliver. They had no choice but to deliver, and they did. They took the fight to them again, like on Mirage, that play from Rez in the underpass to the pot flash and so on, like just so key. Like he has to succeed there, and they did time after time. Really had the will to survive, the will to win there on that Mirage game, and then just ran away with that game of Overpass. That again, especially when they watch back how close they were, 9 on Mirage especially, that's going to be heartbreaking to look at. But again, this is the kind of way, this is the way you grow in the game. And I think, of course, with the experience, again, going into that overtime, digging deep and just being able to pull something out of your experience. Okay, let's just throw this at them and so on, is an extra level of gears that 9 might need in future, and maybe where they fell down with those repeated sends towards the B-pop site, and then perhaps predictably heading towards A in overtime afterwards. We saw the 2-person setup on the ramp from NiP. They looked very expectant, and they did deliver as well, if I remember correctly. So again, it was fantastic work by NiP. We're going to have an exit interview with the coach of 9, Norot.
I've got Navalot with me here, the coach of 9, and it's a sad moment for you guys, but still, you're a team that impresses people. It's good to see the Polish scene back up. First map, you guys still looking really good, almost getting it done 2-0, but I want to see what you felt from the team, what you saw in terms of mistakes that went so wrong that you weren't able to close it out there.
I mean, the main reason we lost that map is that we led through some rounds with advantage, I believe. We had easy rounds to play, like we had double entry and stuff, and we just crumbled. We were afraid to follow up the kills we made, so I mean, that's the most important thing that happened. And also, like, we had some inside issues that after those rounds, we just were like fighting against each other, and it wasn't good. It didn't help at all. So.
And in terms of that, right, Hades has experience on these kind of events, but for the rest of you, it's quite a new feeling. Do you think that played a part in it?
I mean, for sure. Like we kind of didn't know how to react after the let's call it choke on Mirrors. So for sure, the experience is the factor here. But now we kind of knew. I believe, I hope we'll know how to react again after like if something like that happens. So.
Do you think this is really good experience for you guys going into the major, though?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge for us because it's pretty big tournament. I believe it's like first tier 1 tournament for us, to be honest. I mean, we played Terramar, of course, but it didn't feel like tier 1 tournament, to be honest. Yeah, a bit different. So yeah, it's huge experience for us. We really needed that, and it's better that some things happened today than that they would have happened on major. So yeah, it's huge.
Something you can definitely learn from. And one thing I want to look at with you in particular, you were a player up until a couple of years ago, right? Then you go into coaching, you coach Illumina for a small amount of time, you come into 9, but you yourself, would you say you're still learning as a coach?
Yeah, every day is a learning process, to be honest. Like, I'm still young though, I'm still not good with people. It's hard for me to explain some stuff to the guys, but I'm still every day, every single game, every single even practice is a lesson for me. So yeah, that's important.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I mean, after today, it's hard to say I'm enjoying it, but it's tough. It's tough job, to be honest, because like there are a lot of things on my head, and I'm still young. I'm still learning, so I'm enjoying it, but sometimes it's just hard.
Well, the best things in life are tough, mate, and this is just the start of it. Now, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. 9 have been doing some big damage, and it's sad to see them go, but someone does have to exit eventually. Keep your eye on these guys. Keep your eyes on the 9 Nation. Hawker, butt off, back to you.
Thank you, James. And indeed, they definitely had they put their names on the map, even exiting in this game versus NiP. I think they gained a lot of fans, certainly gained fans in us. We knew they were great on Vertigo, and we did see good things from them on Mirage. And again, it's a game that should have closed out. Sometimes it doesn't happen, though. But I don't imagine that they're going to have repeats of situations like that too often in the future. That, again, it really was a miracle run. So many rounds in a row by Ninjas in Pajamas, but tough lessons to learn, Hawker.
Yeah, tough lessons to learn. You have to learn them the hard way. But as Navarrete was saying there, you know, they've got the major coming up. It's better that they have that learning process here than at the major. So I hope these guys can just regroup from that and realize they need to stick together into the future and put all their effort into those upcoming tournaments.
That's the second match of 3 today in the bag. We're going to head to a break. When we're back, it'll be Lucy and B-Dog for the third and final series of the evening. See you later.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO.
2, 3, ha!
ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the IEM Rio B stream. It's Sun, C, and lots of comebacks on day 2 as Fnatic prevailed over 9Z. And then we had some NiP magic to take down the Polish powerhouse of 9, which sets up quite nicely for our final best of 3. Lucy, the Mongols will take on Heroic.
Yeah, this one's pretty fun. I think a team that we didn't expect to be here in the lower bracket in Heroic, a team that came into Rio looking hot to trot. They're very experienced here in Brazil, but yeah, knocked down to the lower bracket, and now it's do or die for them.
Yeah, it was really interesting watching that best of 3 yesterday going up against Big, because Big, they played a very simple style of Counter-Strike. They were ready against Heroic's aggressive tendencies on that CT side. And, well, I guess we can have a look at how this has all been playing out, because as you can see at the top of Group A, Big, they did prevail over Heroic, which has sent them down into this lower bracket. And themselves and Na'Vi have already booked themselves a ticket into the playoffs. NiP, we just saw them take down 9. And now we need to find out whether Heroic and the Mongols are going to go up to face them in the lower bracket.
Yeah, pretty scary prospect. Feels like NiP have been playing pretty well lately, but we can take a look at Group B as well, where I think the biggest upset maybe of the tournament took place with Furia taking down FaZe 2-0. Which is very exciting for all the Brazilian fans, especially those that are looking forward to watching Furia play on the big stage in Rio. OG versus Cloud9, that game's going on at the moment to see who will be taking on Furia in that upper bracket final. And then we've got the lower bracket where another game that's going to be really exciting tomorrow is that FaZe Clan versus Vitality matchup.
Yeah, that's wild that that one's taking place in the lower bracket, and only one of those teams will potentially even advance to the playoffs, right? Because it's 3 teams from each group. Their destiny kind of lies in the hands of themselves now, and it's scary to think that we've already got some big names coming into IEM Rio, potentially leaving us on day 3.
Yeah, well, it is cutthroat here. At least we do have the double elimination format, so there's still a chance for these teams after losing those initial matchups. But it is do or die for our teams today. Mongols, they had that victory yesterday. They went straight down to the lower bracket initially, losing the opening match against Na'Vi, but then bounced back in a pretty exciting fashion against Imperial, which obviously a little bit of heartbreak for the Brazilians, having lost quite a few actual teams from South America here today. But for the Mongols, they get to stay alive for another day if they can get past Heroic.
Yeah, it was really good mental resilience and reset as well coming in from the Mongols, because they were absolutely spanked on Overpass. It was 16-3 in favor of Imperial. And then, of course, it's Inferno. It's really home territory for the Mongols. They will pick that every single best of 3 that they can. And on Mirage, they were really put through their paces. Imperial had some incredible rounds towards the middle and late portion of that map. Fallen was incredible early on, and yet still the Mongols prevailed. They stuck to their game plan, which was a lot of increased CT pressure, which really dismantled anything that Imperial could throw at them, and it just sets them up for this bout against Heroic.
Yeah, I think it's really been exciting for me watching Mongols. It's been their T-sides, actually, right? They show a lot of fantastic aggression. I've really enjoyed watching them play. We saw against Na'Vi just how strong that T-side is. Heroic, a team that everybody knows and loves. All these players are ones that you're familiar with. But I think the interesting thing for me with Heroic so far at this event has been, often we talk about this team as having a very consistent sort of skill between all the members. It's normally very similar ratings across the board. It's been a bit of a quiet one, particularly for Yabi, who has kind of been the star for them as of late, but starting slow here in Rio.
Yeah, he has been, but Stown has kind of almost been filling his shoes on some occasions. And Stown is the player before Yabi came in, where he was actually being that all-important star player for Heroic, which he was never intended to really be. So he has quietened down a little bit, but here in Rio, he is really started to come back in towards the spotlight. The question now can be, can Yabi kind of get his individual performance back on track? Can he raise his ceiling or just be above his floor, which is still incredibly high? Let's not forget that. But for Heroic, look, we know that they're a consistent team. They probably weren't anticipating the kind of style of play that Big brought to the table yesterday, but now they go up against the Mongols, a team that has been really exciting to watch. I think the biggest difference between their best of 1 against Na'Vi and the best of 3 against Imperial was that Annihilation really arrived here in Rio. He was having a lot of impact on that sniper, was finding a lot of openings for the Mongols, and from there they were able to really just kind of disbalance the defense of Imperial, just finding those pockets of space, which they were doing in the best of one against Na'Vi. It's these little quirky timings that have really been catching these tier 1 teams off guard.
Yeah, and I think also Techno, who's a silhouette in this little graphic here, but he's also been a really high performer, was really impressive in that Na'Vi game, but definitely in the Imperial game. His aggression on the T sides was fantastic. He was the highest rated player on that T half for all the maps for them. And he's been really explosive here. So I'm really excited to see if he can continue maintaining that against Heroic, because I feel like Heroic have a very different play style than, to say, Na'Vi or an Imperial. So I'm really curious to see how this kind of aggression that the Mongols pull out, particularly on those T sides, is going to match up against the way Heroic play their CT sides in particular, which are very sort of information heavy, very rotate heavy. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup in that regard.
Yeah, Heroic are really just not afraid to kind of push the envelope and go searching for those picks, even when they're in the man deficit. So for the Mongols, it'll be a tough task, because I reflect back on the best of one against Na'Vi on Mirage, and Na'Vi, when they went on that 5-6 round streak at the beginning, it was from them taking the kind of sting out of the game. They were rushing down the Mongols. They were making sure they were really off balance, and they couldn't really get their game plan going. And that is what Heroic are born and bred to do. That is the style of play we have come to know from them on the server. So I look at that on a very small sample size, and I do start to worry for the Mongols. Also, you factor in the experience and the deep runs that Heroic will make from event to event, and you expect them to be the favorite coming into this best of 3.
Yeah, and I feel like logistically, this is the way the teams match up. It does feel like the Mongols come in as a huge underdog. And I think, you know, in a matchup against Imperial, who weren't even expecting to be at Rio, it's a little bit of a different story than, say, a matchup against Heroic, which is a team you are kind of expecting to go deep here in Rio. So, yeah, interesting to see how it matches up. We can talk about the Veto as the bans come through. Is there anything you're expecting to see here, Brandon?
So for Heroic, even though they kind of got rocked a little bit on Overpass, I don't think that's going to really take away from their Veto. Mongols, they're going to pick Inferno. I feel like that's a pretty safe assumption here. And then for Heroic, they've got a very deep map pool, so they can kind of lead this anywhere. And I wouldn't be surprised to see an Overpass come out, or maybe they could even go towards Ancient. Overpass is the pick in the end. And for a decider, I feel like it could maybe end up on Mirage.
Okay, we'll see. I kind of would have liked a Nuke to maybe come through for Mongols instead of Inferno. I mean, I understand why they picked Inferno, right? Like, it's their home map, it's the one they feel the most comfortable on. They've just picked up a win over Imperial on it, but I don't know. I kind of feel like Nuke is maybe a bit of a throw out there pick that would catch Heroic off guard potentially. And, you know, you just know that every team is going to be preparing for Mongols on Inferno. So it's a bit tough, because Heroic are a very, very good Inferno team. You know, I think they're probably one of the best within the tier 1 space. So I think Mongols, they have to win this opening map pick, and it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, this is exactly the same Veto that we saw the Mongols play Imperial on yesterday. The only difference is the order in which the maps come up in. And you're right, speaking more about the Heroic CT side, it is very gamble heavy. Cadian will just make these calls, and the team has so much trust and belief in him. Will often leave a player over towards Banana with the sole responsibility of just keeping it at bay with all the utility. And what's been interesting as well is just watching Yabi be put into these star roles, baited in on a lot of occasions where he's got the capacity for a multi-kill. And obviously in recent times, he's really been delivering on that promise. And whilst it has looked a little bit under our normal expectations from him, I feel like he should have a pretty decent time here. Good showing against the Mongols.
Yeah, I expect to see, this is really where Yabi will start to come into form at the event. You know, it's the sort of map where, sort of matchup where these sort of players can, you know, get amongst it, get a bit aggressive, get some confidence going into the later runs of the tournament. But we'll see what the Mongols can offer. We jump into their map pick of Inferno. This best of 3 elimination here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, there's no utility at all for the Mongols either. It's straight Kevlar. So they want to take the fight to Heroic, who are already taking space. A lot of control gathered early in the apartments. Mongols just settling in on their default, about to silent boost in towards the bedroom as well.
Yeah, Katie and not getting a whiff of this. We've got 3 players currently set up over towards B. The dual Berettas on down in a good position on top of Oranges. Shush is in a bit of a cheeky position here. Bartek clears him though, gets that opening kill. Now Cadian is the only one on A, and well, the Mongols are about to be pressing around this corner. He's going to spot them out. That's the bomb as well. Walks on back, not making a lot of noise on his retreat, but gets safe into the site. The rotations will start to come, but Cadian's the only one here. He's about to get crunched on. They run into the site, and he has no chance defending.
Yeah, good stuff. Nice simple A wrap in for the Mongols. Take advantage and don't really second guess themselves when they find the opener in towards the apartments. Now for Heroic, it's, well, already going to be a save. You want to just hold on to the Kevlar, your smoke you've invested in. There's no real point going for this because you know it's already a difficult retake. The bomb sites of Inferno especially just kind of led themselves to being a little bit more challenging when the bomb is being locked in. So we're going to see a lot of saves here, Lucy, and the pistol, it starts off in that fashion.
Yeah, that's Inferno kind of exemplified. You're saving in the pistol in a 3v5, but, you know, such is life. That armor is so useful, so why not hold on to it? Stan takes a little bit of damage at the end. That's going to be slightly annoying for him. But no harm, no foul. Nice clean entry here. Bit unfortunate for Shush that he's looking the other way as Bartek comes around the corner. That's a really nice entry from Blitz as well. Just jumping around the corner into the site. So hard to hit that with the USP. Mongols get off to a nice start.
Forcing for Heroic, prioritizing a lot of HEs. And yeah, we can already see that utility dump being over. Tessez just drops off the grenades for Cadian. So he's going to be recycling his smokes towards the top of Banana. Already a boost being established as well for Stan with the FAMAS. Putting the rifle in the premium position to have the best opportunity for success.
It's really common to see Heroic go for these sort of setups. We'll likely see it quite a bit throughout this Inferno. Gambling over one side. Cadian is just in charge of juggling. He could be in a clown. And a circus. A comedian, perhaps. All that juggling. Anyway. Childy flush out the corner. Yabi is forced out. Blitz is going to be taking some space now, but they don't really have the info the stack's in play just yet. Just one player spotted so far. And they are committing to this, putting the smokes on down. They start to take some space, and they're about to walk into quite a setup.
Oh, shadow spotted. Shush with the first. Oh, but juggles with his nades, but still finds a follow-up headshot as well. Now the Mongols start to wrap on in, but there's still 3 defenders tucked into their positions, and they haven't revealed a thing. This makes it so much more difficult. Smoke thrown in the face as well, so you're not truly aware of the dire situation you can find in. It's down, already being baited in with the FAMAS, but it's the pistols doing all of the work. Azteca lost in the source, and Heroic win the force.
Yeah, just lack of information there for Mongols, just not putting any pressure over towards B. They have no idea where that stack's in play, and they walk straight into it. Heroic thriving within all of the chaos. Shush gets a massive double kill here with the 5-7. Gets a little scary for him there when he swaps to the flashbang, but still able to make it work. And Heroic are just devilish the way they tuck into the corners here. Make it so difficult to clear the site. You find one and you're not expecting another, like a jack in a box. Mongols, well, they're going to force straight back into it. The money's not there for them to really go for the eco. They're going to be fighting into Banana early. Cadian gets caught off by Techno, but the trade is there from Yabi. Has that M4 in hand. The spam goes through, almost nets another one. And in fact, Azteca is up fast. This utility is great from the Mongols. The flashbangs are perfect, but Tessa's shots are even better. Gets a double, drops the bomb, and stays alive.
Yeah, now this is where it gets complicated because the only real map control the Mongols have is in towards top Banana. So it kind of lends yourself to go in for the execute and down. It's a good trade. And then the follow-up through the smoke. It's a pretty easy cleanup in the end for Heroic. And that's going to force the hands of the Mongols. They're going to have to just take this difficult pill to swallow and realize that there has to be an eco forced by wars and a little bit prematurely. It's a good follow-up to kind of lead with the MP9. Yabi does find one, but it's really Tessez that stands his ground here. Important multi-kill to put the tide back in Heroic's favor.
Yeah, it's cool chaining of utility from the Mongols, just to continue putting that pressure on. There's not really any pause in the fray to allow the Heroic players on B to comfortably stay and fight. So they do find a way through. Now Cadian is on money duty. He wants to get some cash money. Farm up with that MP9. He's getting deep in, but actually hasn't found contact yet. A lot of damage done is going to be taking place over in Banana with a bit of spam through. Now Cadian gets the run on down and still not able to connect anything with this MP9. Eventually going to find some purchase. Gets some cash money. These pistols not achieving anything, unfortunately, for the Mongols.
Yeah, flawless round. Cash buildup, accumulation of funds. Now secured for Heroic, and the actual fact, Cadian's not going to go for the AWP. He's instead just going to keep on the bonus of the MP9. Wants to hold on to what he's already farmed up. But now here's the true test. Mongols, they've got the weaponry. It is the full gun round. The utility is a little bit light, which is not always ideal, especially on a map like Inferno, when it is quite essential to kind of dislodge and disrupt the CT side positioning. We have got the napalm going all the way down the depth of Banana. Very common. We're going to see a lot of nades kind of traded. And it's that war of attrition throughout these gun rounds. And so far, Heroic have just come on top with the damage.
Very active early on their CT side. Dispensing all the utility. Cadian rotating between CT to ferry some back. So they've got additional over there, and they're going to look to contest here. Flash comes on over. Cadian not spotting anything though, and now, well, the booster comes in from the log piles, and Yabi's going to spot that off. Drops the smoke. I like this. Yabi getting boosted on up, and the rotation comes back over towards A. Mongols still without any ground found yet.
Yeah, I actually like that from the Mongols. They walk up Banana quite contact heavy because they've got limited utility. Then they deploy it to try and entice Heroic to fall on back, and it hasn't really worked. Yabi still positioned quite high up on the boost. Does he spot anyone? Yes, follows up. It's actually Testes to draw first blood onto Azteca. Bomb site has been compromised though, and the C4 will be planted despite the spams. Now the rotations can fall on over. 5 versus 4 for the Mongols. They've got themselves into pretty decent crossfires.
Yeah, not a lot of, well, no utility here at all, in fact. There is a kit on Shush and the man advantage. They should be able to fight their way into this. Testis gets the first. Annihilation tucked in towards Nubox. Waiting for the right opportunity to swing. It's going to have to come soon because they're about to be overwhelmed. Comes on out. The spray from long range actually gets the player deep. And they're still doing enough here. 1 versus 1. Blitz and Testis, but Testis comes on through. Nails Blitz and gets on the bomb.
Has he got it? It's close.
He's got it.
Just. That's just the quantity of players Heroic had coming into that retake. Where they...
Yeah, the kit went down deep CT as well.
Yeah.
It's a bit awkward.
It really was, but I really like this attempt here. The Mongols call the 3-2-1, and they all swing on CT, and Blitz gets a lot out of his positioning. But Testes just ensures that it always will be a Heroic round. Comes at a heavy cost, though. It's quite expensive. Mongols, they get the bomb down. They only leave 1 player alive on that CT side. But now Cadian, he has got his AWP upgraded from the MP9.
Yeah, Cadian had a bit of a tough one yesterday. See how he goes today. I mean, he's not always, well, he's not really a star AWPer in terms of AWPers in Tier 1. But do expect him to put up some consistent numbers here, given the investment. And the Mongols are getting ready for a classic apps pop. Everyone's setting up. Blitz with the flashbang ready to go.
He'll come on over. It's very Route 1. But Heroic, it feels like they've got the perfect setup for it. There's the crossfire. It combines, and there's no immediate trades down. Actually, just steps further forward. And there's already a flank coming up. It's the double, but Blitz nails them. That's an opportunity back down in towards B. It's a foot race, and Bartak can evacuate apartments with the bomb.
That's a huge double. Both of them pushing down at once. Neither looking the right way. Blitz gets rewarded. However, those rotations fast. He does get here quickly and finds another. Blitz has put this into a 2-on-2. Bartak is still hanging out towards A. Shush hasn't budged, though. All comes down to whether Bartek clears Shush here. It's a difficult angle to be accounting for, and Shush is ready for him, adjusts perfectly. Bartek and the bomb falls. Now Blitz has it all to do, has to be the ace clutch if he wants to get it done, and it's a fast rotation to Library. He's cut between both these players. That bomb out of his grasp. Has to fight his way out of here. Knows he has to do it. Cadian, though, nails the shot. And the ace is denied.
And the Mongols, they have been quite mischievous all IEM Rio long. They like to throw in a lot of misdirection. And that's a really cool idea. As soon as Blitz gets the kills in towards top middle, the natural reaction and the assumption would be that Mongols would just reset and they'd go B. The fact he commits all the way, finds the third kill, sells the idea more, but Heroic are not fooled. Didn't anticipate that they would double fake, but the bomb plant was just so far removed that it kind of put doubt in Heroic's mind. It was like, okay, shush, just stay here. And we know how dependable he is as an anchor player. Good nades in round number 7. Yabi brought down low. Needs to reset and fall away from Banana.
Yeah, they're looking to just hold a single player towards B early, but with Yabi getting hounded like that, they have to bring back the support of Tessus. Cadian comes on over as well, so everyone's arrived at the party. This is going to be the Pistols trying to overwhelm the site. Tessus drops that incendiary, and they're just going to run on through, catching a bit of flames at the feet, but Yabi has their smoke that he has deployed to sit around. Cadian gets one with the HE, even in the fray. Yabi does fall eventually, and Techno 4K's found one through the smoke. Now it gets a little bit awkward for Heroic. Cadian just trying to get that weapon away from them. Shush on the flank. Should be able to deal with Blitz here. Spots him out on the jump. Now this 1v1, a very important part of the retake. Blitz takes him down. Now Stown is alone. He's lost Cadian as well. Finds one kill back, but dinked on low, and it's the HE from Blitz to do the job.
Yeah, really well played by the Mongols. Again, it's quite direct into the bomb site. And the Tech-9s get up close. Yabi's got low HP, so we can't really find too much purchase on his position. They isolate him, and then they just completely commit to the game plan. I really like the anticipation that Heroic would try and boost up a player. We've already seen it in the early stages of this game. So the Mongols kind of preempt that. They get in the smoke. They start spamming through just in case, and the boost not able to be established.
Quick peek from Cadian, gets the opening kill, and that's important given that the AWP is the only real weapon here. The rest are dealing with 5-7s. Is the Desert Eagle in the mix, though? Cadian knows he has to get active, does that early with that peek, and now he makes his way over towards A. Obviously not uncommon for the AWP to move about after firing off a shot on one side of the server, and he might even reposition after shooting that shot towards long. Yeah, immediately he's on his way back to B.
Yeah, nice heads-up play by Cadian. Mongols, if they execute early enough, though, maybe they can still restrict him. It's a tight angle and a tight line, and Cadian, he always hits those. Suddenly, the single AWP investment is looking pretty good for Heroic, but now he's been smoked off guard, but it doesn't matter. Blitz falls through it, and Bartak gets overwhelmed. He still is able to reconvene on towards Test. Says Cadian trying to jump through the smoke and actually manage it. Doesn't deny the bomb. Bartak, as well as Annihilation, are just so low, and it doesn't even matter. Yabi can't separate the 2 kills, so Mongols, it is really scrappy, but they're still able to make it work.
Yeah, how do they make that one happen? That was very scary. Yabi just about misses that kill. They're both so incredibly low, and then running through with the pistol, can't connect the shots. It felt like Cadian had done so much. Even gets his 3rd kill through the smoke. What more can he do, he asks. The Bartak, low HP, even has to get the reload off in that mix. Very well handled under pressure, but that one feels like it could have been Heroics, should have been Heroics, but it's the Mongols that prevail.
It's actually the hero in the round, Bartak, that comes back through the ruin smoke to deny Cadian the kill on the bomb planter. Yabi this time just runs down Banana. Wants to fight Mongols head on. MP9 overwhelms Techno.
Yeah, Heroic happy to go for these early fights. They kind of have to with the utility they have. Can't really have a prolonged engagement out towards Banana. Rather get invested early. Play the numbers. So they'll do just that. Get themselves an AK onto Yabi. Annihilation peering on back through. An opportunity on this jump peek. There it is. Tess is caught just looking for information. Annihilation with a fantastic shot.
It actually gives the Mongols a lot of space here, because you had Bartak in apartments originally. With the jump spot, you assume there was only one player. towards the top of Banana. And as a result, Heroic actually split the defense in half. 2 move to B. 2 remain anchored on A. But I like this from Shush. He's cleared all the apartments now. He gains more information. And then maybe that can start to get Cadian in position. And Yabby does deal with Azteca.
He had to get that kill. Stavn looking to push through the smoke, and the timing is perfect. Stavn gets 2, looking for the 3rd, and he does it! Unbelievable from Stavn. A heroic play. Gets all 3.
And it's as simple as you like. It's just the contact through the smoke with the FAMAS. All the attention averted towards Yabby. It's down. These are easy pickings. Yet again, the Mongols, they're caught with utility out in some of these scenarios. Might have been a different story if everyone had their AKs primed and ready to go. Eyes unrelenting here. Consistently from the Mongols. Reinvestment in. You've got a couple of AKs surrounded by Tech 9s. Utility, again, a little bit sparse, but they've been making good compared to the fact that they haven't really got too much to work with.
Yeah, it's been very close economically between the 2 teams. Not really been anyone getting comfortable into this map so far, but this will be an important one if Roy can pick it up. And Shush is looking to ensure that's the case. Sprays down 4. There's a library in here because it is getting quiet. Bartek has nothing that he can do now. That bomb has even jumped up onto the ledge. Could not get any worse for him. And they're already hounding into T apartments. What a hold from Shush.
Yeah, now we're seeing game management coming in for Heroic. A couple of these rounds have been a little bit chaotic, and Mongols have thrived in the chaos, but Heroic ensure that they're able to get consecutive rounds in a row. Yabby really wants this knife, and he'll grab it. Backstab to Bartak, and Heroic will take 7.
Yeah, that was a very heroic round. Shush gets an insane multi-kill. There's a knife in the mix. That's what you expect to see. Let's run that one back. Beautiful. The bomb lands on the flower pots as well. Doesn't get much worse if you're the Mongols. Not that Bartek had a chance to even get to it.
First time up being used as well. Just kind of try and take the sting out of the game a little bit. Also a conversation piece, whether you want to buy or not. Annihilation, Azteca can also grab AKs, but you're probably well suited just to go for the pistol purchase, try and get the bomb down. But in actual fact, they think they've got more of a chance with the hero rifle. And as Hawker mentioned in the last best of 3, it's really cool that we are seeing a lot more of these rounds. It was popularized quite a lot by VP during the Rio Major, where it was one AK trying to just shuffle about and set up the pistols, whether it's with damage or whether it's with kills and weapons to be scavenged.
Cool way to play around, but we'll see if it nets any success. Azteca is edging on forward, and it's Azcadian speaking around, and Hastig is able to find that opener. Wanted to accelerate off it, but Yabby immediately drops the flames. Can't recover that orb, but I want to just continue fighting on through. The cavalry arrives. So many rotations from Heroic. Everybody coming on over. They can feel the pressure as it's rising. Yabby's managed to keep them at bay. They've been forced off.
That's a great HE as well. Mongols look to reset. Relocating up towards the top and middle. And yet again, Heroic. They're first responders. They're already here. Crossfire established between Tesses and Shush. Now the slaughter can absolutely begin. Annihilation will find one, but then he gets double swung upon.
Yeah, that one gets a little scary with that opener, but well-handled from Heroic with the utility. They don't allow Mongols to capitalize off it. And that's the key thing there. And even when they went for that really fast rotation, as soon as they had it under control, they immediately had players on their way back, so that as soon as that fast fallback down Banana comes through, there's already that crossfire ready to handle it.
It's quite funny, actually, because it was like an insurance policy just in case Yabby got overwhelmed, but he just did everything himself. Fast play, Annihilation goes for a peek. He does miss the shot and has to fall back. Again, the nades. So much pressure being applied to the Mongols. They've got to get out of there. And Techno just trying to see if he can spot anything over the top of the smoke. Gets flashed forward. It's a pretty decent exchange, but the HE doesn't do any damage.
Yeah, kind of looked like for a moment something might come from that, but not gonna be the case. And now Heroic look to reaggress. Flames coming over. That's going to force Yabi forward. Nice wallbang. Does a lot of damage. Yabi's now in a good position to start to collect. Has to get tucked on through. Yabi with a clean headshot. Completely denies Banana. Annihilation has arrived, but they've already fallen back. They've done the damage they were looking for.
Yabi feels so comfortable in those positions when he's got the support from sort of any Heroic team member just to get a little bit aggressive and take the fight. More often than not, he will win them. Off angle for Stown at long. Blitz. Try and jiggle him out. Doesn't work. Hev removed off the top of the shoulders. Annihilation did open the show. Kick things off in round number 12. But now he potentially needs to close it with Bartak. Does open up on towards Shush, but it's still a 2 versus 4.
And he's thinking, no stranger that he's here. Swinging on through. Tess is able to collect. Now Annihilation has everything to do. They are all around him. Yabi coming up mid. Cadian's lockdown library. Yep, his day is numbered. Just wants to hold on to the AWP, but might not even be allowed to do that. They're going to hunt, but he is able to find that first one. Now he has to get his skates on because he is under pressure. Nice no-scope. At least gets to hold on to the AWP.
Yeah, that's essential. If he had died after time as well, he just wouldn't have had any money. $450 would be the only thing to his name. Instead, keeps one of the more expensive weapons and kind of limits the finances for Heroic a little bit. Not that it matters. They've won so many rounds in a row. Can immediately rebuy the Orc for Cadian. And now we're starting to see kind of what we alluded to in the pre-show. The fact that Heroic are very quick at making sure that they've got all the information. They will respond to situations and take the space. The Mongols are really being overwhelmed in the mid-round.
That's normally where we see them kind of shine in terms of the overwhelming. Again, going back towards B, and Heroic have a third player here to deal with this. Techno 4K creeping on forward with that Tech 9. Heroic waiting for contact before they deploy utility. It comes on through and the smoke lands as well. Spray to connect onto a couple. Does a lot of damage and Heroic completely unscathed. More spam, more connection. Stown eventually finds his mark. Bartek falls. MongolZ are still stuck behind this smoke. Heroic is still taking space. They've got Shush pushed down in towards second mid. So if they decide to come on back, there's nowhere to go. They are penned in.
Yeah, because of that positioning in towards second mid, you've now got 4 players just stacked in. Even more utility going through. Yabi gets caught on the edge of the smoke and Blitz. That's really well to find a double. Maybe there is some more leverage in this round for the Mongols. Techno swings in, but Cadian deals with the AWP. And from there, it's a very difficult scenario to try and recover. Would need a 4K to try and live up to his namesake, but he's being peppered from every single direction. Cadian even just jumps through the smoke to ensure it with the 5-7. That's double digits for Heroic.
Yeah, it's cool. Cadian hears the off shot firing off, so just jumps on through with the 5-7. You know he's not going to be able to adjust for a follow-up shot there in time. Heroic on cruise control here, and this was my fear in terms of picking Inferno for the Mongols, because Heroic are just really, really solid on Inferno. They're easily one of the best teams in the world on this map. Shown it time and again. At the moment, MongolZ aren't really coming up with too many answers. We'll see if this timeout does result in something. At least they have all the AKs out. It feels like they haven't had a proper buy in like a long time. A lot of these half buys, forces around AWPs and single AKs. Only 2 rounds left on this T side. Really need at least one of them, but 2 feels necessary.
Yeah, they do like doing that as well. I remember in the best of 1 against Na'Vi, it felt like every single round on the T side, they were somehow able to get a buy together. Felt like there was always AKs on the side for the Mongols. And again, more variation. This time it's just dropping an incendiary and then pushing through his own smoke. Drops a nade on the way out as a parting gift. And in actual fact, there's so many of them landing. Cadian finishes the job on towards Blitz, but the Mongols, they're constantly feeling under pressure, uncomfortable in the alleyways of Inferno.
Yeah, poor Blitz, right? Gets away on 1 HP. He's like, ooh, just about dodged that one. And then another one. Lands right at his toes. Down. Oh, the jiggle timing not great for him, but he is hearing them coming. Has a nice off angle here, able to connect on the first. Ready for the second. Hastika does get it. Shush has collected one in towards short as well. They're starting to fall apart. Shush now spots out both remaining players. A flashbang on over. Actually, does blind Shush. Yabi now swings on through, looking to get this final frag. Annihilation out in the open. Does manage to take him down. Gonna punch in the digits. A chance here in the 1v2, but it's tricky.
I like this, though. Oh, if he creeps through the Moto smoke, he could find Tess's ships in the night. They walk right through. Annihilation rooted like a statue. But it's Uno reverse. Tesses has gone completely past him. And now Annihilation's got the element of surprise. It's the tap on balcony, but it's Tesses on the adjustment. Heroic survive, and they retake the bomb site.
Let's big NT in chat for that one. That first tap was beautiful, and even had Tesses' back turned to him, but such little HP. Needed to be a perfect follow-up shot. Really nice attempt from Annihilation, but can't quite get it done. Heroic get there 11th. The Mongols at least get the bomb plant, and with this loss bonus, we'll have the same investment again. They're really struggling to get started in these rounds, getting hounded by the utility. When it comes down to the individual kind of aim fights, they're actually doing pretty well in terms of actually having fair fights. The flashbangs are good to set them up, but just taking a lot of damage early, struggling to find position on the map.
It's also just the constant variations. And that really just sums up how the T side has been going for the Mongols. Cadian, it's only a pixel, but that's all he needs. Techno now trying to get up close with this smoke. Close quarters gunfight on towards Yabi, but shoulder spotted, and heads are rolling at the top of Banana. Even the supportive flashbang comes in to try and aid Yabi further. Annihilation jumping. It's only for information, and yet again, Shush has pushed down second mid.
Yeah, you're falling back, but where are you falling back to? All right, well, Shush gets caught out by Blitz, who went all the way around. But now Cadian's turn to step up. If he goes down here, that's where it gets a little scary, and he has been spotted, so he has to fall on back, get into a safer position. He's done just that. Annihilation, a nice shot on Stout, does get dinked in the process. It is still doable. And they're looking to reroute back over towards B. At the moment, it's just Yabi here. Tessus is actually rotating over towards A.
A lot of responsibility with Yabi. He's so often the player trusted here on his own. Smokes him for ruins. And Yabi does secure the first. Annihilation's got 8 HP. The walls, they're all closing in around him. Another follow-up flash. Limited time. You can't even isolate because Cadian's in the back lines. Heroic with 12 rounds on the CT side.
Yeah, dominant from Heroic here on the CT side. What can the Mongols do when the sides switch? We'll find out shortly.
Tough scenes here for the Mongols on their map pick of Inferno. Maybe Heroic is one step too far for them here at IEM Rio. 12 rounds to 3. It's not too much of a foundation to build off, but who knows? With the pistol, anything is possible. It is Counter-Strike after all.
Yeah, not an ideal half for your map pick, is it? But we'll see what they can do. KDN waiting for a push. Swings on out, and it is perfect. Shush's flash is incredible. There are 3 more players still here in the CT side. They're trying to bait this flash in. This poor Jen KDN goes on down. Bartek collects with 2. That trap is sprung. It's down, immediately backs on out. Annihilation on the A side alone, and Heroic are starting to head on there. That rotation from Hastica is coming on through, but might arrive a little bit too late.
Oh, I like this though from Annihilation. Let's see if he gets cleared. Aztec has actually rotated in towards the sites. Now he can take contact and potentially sell this further. Overlooked. And then Annihilation strikes as well. Yabi in the 1 versus 4. Knows where 2 players are, but unsure at the rest. And they're just accelerating at him. Every single direction is covered in the Mongols. It's a pretty clean pistol.
All right, well, that was one step for the Mongols. It was a nice start there. KDN gets that opener, and then they kind of baited into pushing into this. It's a really nice setup. The extra piece not even needed in that bait. So 1 extra trap unsprung, and then the rotation's fast enough. I can't believe Hastica manages to get into the site itself and then catch Shush off guard there. That's quite sneaky from him. Heroic have opted to force, and well, when you're 8 rounds ahead, can't blame them.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing how Hastica really implements himself in towards this Mongols side in general. Obviously, with the transition to score out the roster and Hastica in, he's just playing the roles of score for now, but Techno was alluding to the fact that there could be role changes coming up, but I think with the amount of competitions they've got, they're just trying to keep things 1-to-1. Well-placed Incendiary. Going to keep Heroic at bay for now. Follow-up grenade doesn't find anything, though.
Yeah, Heroic do a good job of dodging all that, really. Now look at MongolZ. They're just taking so much space down towards Banana. They made a lot of noise, though. Hastica just gets completely caught off. Doesn't find anything for his troubles. And now Techno is tucked on into the corner, and they are definitely going to be clearing this. Gets 1 at the very least, but it's all he's going to find. Doesn't even do any much damage on anyone else. Now, look what they've done again. Drawing rotations, falling on back. Heroic playing with their food. They've caused everyone to go over towards the B bomb site, and now the execute comes towards A. This is a fantastic read from Heroic. There is a gap in this smoke, though, that Bartek's looking to exploit. Has managed to line up and find 1 with it. So puts it back an even steady, but look at this aggression from Tessus. Gets 1 back, and now he's such a thorn in the side of Bartek, who is under pressure from every single angle. Flank comes through from mid. Tessus finds another. Bartek now has to do it all. Down, takes it down, and Heroic off the force get back on the board.
Yeah, it's a taste of their own medicine for the Mongols. There was so many rounds in that first half where they tried to push and pull the rotations, but Cadian's the master puppeteer, drags all of them over to the B bomb site. The actual destination is A, and the most important play is right here, what you're seeing on the screen. That's the last thing the Mongols are expecting. Tess says to get aggressive and swing out on the other extremity. Catches them in the back lines and pens in the position and ensures that there's no retake available.
Well, it's forced right back. Mongols kind of forced to do that, just given the situation. With the amount of rounds, they have to crawl on back here. Yabi trying to get feisty with it, is able to get 1, and a nice shot from Hastica. Does get the trade immediately. But look at Heroic, they are accelerating off this quickly. All towards A, down drops Hastica, and it is an open bomb site. Tess is on the wrap, and they're quickly going to find that it is free real estate.
Yeah, very comfortable round. Not expecting too much from the Deagles, especially when the stack is more heavily focused towards B. It's down, really feeling himself on the server. 17 kills, standing alongside Yabi. Whilst it is a team effort for Heroic, it's good to see the individuals step up. And the fact that Stan is so confident he's just able to take these peaks, even though the Hastica just got that first kill and towards the apartments.
Even looking to go for a bit of a hunt here, which does come at the demise of KDN. Let's get himself an M4, but only for a moment. Techno 4K able to get a couple here at the very least. Gets himself an AK. It's not allowed to hold on to it. And I like the hunt, actually, knowing that they forced into that round. You find 2 there. You've got a pretty clean path to 15 now.
Yeah, the C4 actually exploded the M4 towards Annihilation, so he was able to scoop that one right at the very end. And yeah, normally it looks a little bit scary when you are going for the hunt, especially after you've force bought in and won the previous, but Heroic are 14-4 up. They've got plenty of rounds to play with, and they know if they restrict the weaponry as much as possible, it gives them an even further advantage.
Well, the force buy here, Mag 7 in play. Techno 4K with the M4 is gone down immediately. That rifle doesn't get a chance to do anything. Neither does the Mag 7, to everyone's dismay. Tessus is dispatched of 2. That's more or less the round. MongolZ tried to get very fast over towards second mid, and it comes at a cost in the round. At least they can get that M4 back, but the round is done. Na'Vi might just ensure it here.
Bomb has been planted.
Annihilation trying to hit a trick shot. Yabi will fall, so that can be an AK reclaimed unless Down's got anything to say about it. Good shot from Annihilation. There's so many heroic players all swarming, ensuring that there isn't an M4 or an AK to be picked up. And we've seen that it's been a very small display that we've seen on the CT side from the MongolZ, but as soon as they do lose parts of the map, they're very quick to try and take it back. We saw the overcommitment down the bottom of Banana with Hastika, where the Tech-9s just turn around because it's been so loud. And again, we see it with the jumping in towards second mid. They're so keen to try and respond immediately that they kind of overlook these angles, and Heroic are punishing.
Yeah, any small mistake's going to be punished immensely by a team like Heroic. Utility dodged early. There was a four-player lean towards B at the start for MongolZ. This is a real tough one. 11 in a row. And it's not the best tools in the shed to be working with. It's good to see Heroic coming in strong, knowing that, you know, MongolZ have looked pretty good against some tough competition, including Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Not taking any chances here.
Yeah, the MongolZ, they got all their stars towards B, but that's a little bit unfortunate because Heroic have once again reset themselves over towards A. It looks like they will arrive on the scene just in time. Heroic have been a little bit patient. They pumped the brakes temporarily. It's going to be an apt play. Smokes and flashes rain in. Bartek not affected by it. In actual fact, no shots connecting just yet. Shush will strike first with the Mac 10 though. And yeah, this is just kind of all going according to the game plan. Heroic, even finding kills through the smoke. Annihilation, have you got anything to show us in the 1 versus 5?
It'd be a highlight reel worthy of the ages, but seems very unlikely. Even firing a few shots, jumps on through, gets the first, but that's all it's gonna be. 16 for Heroic. They make it look easy on Inferno.
What a good start here for Heroic. It was the MongolZ's map pick, but it certainly didn't feel like it was a very dominant scoreline to kick off this series.
Yeah, I feel like they started pretty scrappy, and maybe it looked like there was going to be a bit of back and forth throughout this matchup once they got those first few rounds on the board. But yeah, it was pretty smooth sailing for Heroic here. Had no issues taking this map, and this was always kind of the concern here. Given that Heroic are such a strong Inferno team, MongolZ, they know it's their home map. They're always going to pick into it, and it was always going to be tricky.
Yeah, I mean, some of the rounds that they got on that T side was a real reflection of the sort of the stylistic tendencies of the MongolZ. They really like to get up in the face and take these aim fights because they've got very highly skilled players on the server. And we saw it against Na'Vi, where they built back into the game. We saw it against Imperial, especially on Mirage, where they were really taking these fights. And it's the close proximity and it's the amount of early pressure that the MongolZ like to try and apply. But the issue you've got is where Heroic are a team that are very used to not only dealing with aggression, but also more than happy to kind of push themselves, take information back and recall on what they've recovered and then get the gamble stacks over. It's always difficult to try and find a way in.
Yeah, it's like the perfect counter, right? Like you've got into the rock gym with I don't know, electric Pokemon, and you're like, it's just not working out for you. It just doesn't match up, right? Because the way Heroic play Counter-Strike is just completely diametrically counters the way that the MongolZ play Counter-Strike. And I think this Inferno was a perfect example of that in action. I feel like looking ahead to Overpass, I know that this one does look very scary, given that Heroic have shown they're quite good at it. And also given that MongolZ didn't have a good time on this map against Imperial. But I feel like maybe, you know, there is hope here if they can recover from some of the issues they had yesterday against Imperial and show kind of that take it to them kind of style of Counter-Strike, that we might have a bit of a more competitive map on Overpass.
Yeah, Heroic have shown already in Rio that they can bleed on a map like Overpass as well. They lost to Big, and that was a 16-8 result in favor of the Germans on that decider map to send Heroic to that lower bracket. And the way that Big were playing, it was very much a kind of a similar style to the MongolZ in terms of they were relying on their aim, and it was so clean. I think that's the biggest surprise to me with Big in this event is how crisp their individuals have really performed. Farthen, Crimbo have just been absolutely on rails, and that was really tough for Heroic to try and deal with. We kind of reflect on the score line, but you take a look at the individuals in the server that were stepping up for the MongolZ. It was Annihilation, the AWPer we kind of touched upon before we jumped into map one. He really needs to kind of step up, and well, he was performing as he did yesterday against Imperial, and Techno and Blitz were right behind him. So if it's a team effort, maybe starting on the CT side will definitely help the MongolZ a little bit out on Overpass.
Yeah, I think the player that we're kind of hoping would step up for them, who has been in previous series, who didn't in this map, was Techno, right? I feel like he's often touted as the kind of star in this roster, right? Such a young player, just 17 years old, has been explosive since coming into it. So I'm looking at him also to step up here if MongolZ want to take the fight to Heroic on Overpass.
Yeah, for sure. And well, that second map, it is going to be Overpass, as mentioned. That one is just coming up in just a few minutes.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's time for another Capybara challenge. Me and Blair will get to grill Katie in a little bit. And Tessus is here along for the ride to have some fun. A big smile on his face, no doubt. So you can either say yes, no, or use the Capybara to avoid a question completely. But you only can use it once, mate. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'm too busy being successful to browse HLTV forums like I used to.
I'll say...
I know the answer. So.
I mean, I'm leaning yes, but... Once you've been on the HLTV forums, you never really disappear, right? You gotta scroll there once in a while.
Being nice on the big stage in front of the crowd helps me with fan appeasing.
I mean, yes, but it's a give and take relationship, right? Like you win or lose and you stand by the fans and do the signatures and you give away your jersey once in a while. Obviously, they will give something back to you. I want to make sure they have a good experience and then they help me have a good one on stage.
During the major, I once said, beep, talentless Nico, you're talentless. And I uphold this statement today.
Yes, it was said. It was not so much meant in terms of his like in-game performance.
So is that, let's yes at the time, but it's a no overall?
I will never think that he is talentless.
Okay.
I said in multiple interviews that he is one of the best, if not the best rifle player in the world. So, yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with his in-game talent.
The photo of me in the bath was staged.
No.
Oh, okay.
Like that's not unusual to be like in a bathtub or something with your friends or stuff like this. And yeah, we were just high school friends in Prague, having a pretty fun time back then.
It's called a bromance, Banks.
Gotta respect it.
I mean, just friends.
Oh, see, I know I'm a better in-game leader than Glaive.
Canberra?
That's a good one to use it on. That's a good one to use on.
What are you gonna answer?
Why?
Go on, Tessa.
Now,
What do you
like
think?
now, if we're just speaking of now, then there's nothing to worry about to say just yes.
I mean, for the time being, yes. Back in the days, no.
You have taken a capybara. You don't have to answer. All right.
We got it anyway.
Okay, let's go for the. I think I'm the most animated player in Counter-Strike.
No. I think a guy like Apex still has a level or two on me.
I mean, I have a separate folder in my CS memes with just Apex reaction.
Yeah.
I have a few of yours as well, but Apex, man, it's like a lot.
Well, Kadian, we got to learn a lot. You did kind of use it, but you didn't really use it. So I think you pretty much answered all the questions. Tessa's given us good insight in there as well. Another bit of fun.
And welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready to jump into the second map of MongolZ versus Heroic. We go to Heroic's map pick of Overpass.
Yeah, and as mentioned, it's going to be an interesting battleground for these two teams to fight on over. Question really is, will Heroic really be rocked by the performance that they delivered against Big yesterday? I don't think so. We're going to have to wait and see. I'll start on the T side, of course, which is a natural disadvantage. Caden's already spotted one player out towards Party. It's a very slow start for the T side, lining up smokes towards Heaven. It looks like they're going to go into Big.
Mastica's spotted it out, goes for the fight. Yabi takes him down, and it's everybody in short for the CTs. They're going to be able to flank on quickly. Yabi swings on through. Techno cannot connect, but Annihilation and Bartek have managed to find the kills. Bartek finds another, in fact, Stalin suddenly left alone in a 1v3, but at least has that bomb and a P250. Might even be able to find his way out of here. They are all over this position, but Bartek with the 4K.
Yeah, 4K in his name, 4K in the game to kick off proceedings for the MongolZ here on Overpass. Solid stuff from him, and I quite like the setup as well on the CT side. Deep control being taken in towards Connector. It's the middle portion of the map, so where Heroic try and activate is where they can immediately respond. The rotations can come in a matter of moments, and it was just a sheer overwhelm. You think the Glocks are going to prevail over the USPs at close ranges, but Bartek is just showing us how it's done.
Yeah, really nice setup from MongolZ as well with the short and connector play. Able to very fastly get down to B if required, but can also come back to A. So it's always a nice place to start on the CT side with the heavy presence. And Heroic have opted to force here despite not getting the buy. We saw them do that on Inferno as well. Not getting the bomb plan, I should say. So let's see what they can do with it. Scout and pistols. And grouping up as a unit, looking like they just want to do a straight up hit onto A.
Yeah, I don't mind it. They walk a bit closer, maybe they hear the jump spot in of Annihilation, and well, yeah, he's been spotted, made aware of. The secret for MongolZ is the player up long, though. Not Annihilation, but Techno. And it's when he reveals his position that could unfoil all of the plans of Heroic, but Annihilation doing everything, gets a couple, but now Techno steps up to the plate, but Heroic, it's misdirection on their behalf. They actually rotate, and they've got B for 3.
That's such a cool rotation. MongolZ completely caught off guard by this. Hastika does jump on down quite quickly and is able to get up in their grills. Bartek's found 2 as well. He is really warmed up here on Overpass, hitting every shot. Now they should be in a comfortable position for the retake. Just down left, alone with the Desert Eagle, cannot connect. So despite the misdirection, finding their way over towards B, is going to be the round going the way of the MongolZ.
Yeah, solid retake as well. The fact that the MP9 looks to take space on the bomb site, where you've got the overwatching players of the M4s just stepping in and can kind of pick apart Heroic as they try and escape and establish some crossfires. Consecutive rounds and a nice little bit of breathing room, something that the Mongols are a little bit unfamiliar with. There were some nice deep shots coming in, but in the end, the M4s, the superior weaponry, always going to prevail.
Yeah, and I kind of felt like Heroic wanted to really keep taking the fights there, and even though they had a bit of an advantage for a moment, they had these inferior weaponry, so you can understand kind of wanting to take down a player and give yourself that advantage, but don't win out any of those duels. They're forced back into it. All right, well, let's see what they get from it. Cadian just has the P250. He's kept some extra money for later, so he can get out the AWP. It's a nice little HE early. There's a lot of damage onto 3 players. And there is not a lot for Heroic in terms of utility. So Tessus is just going for a bit of a contact walk up. MongolZ playing very passive over to A.
Yeah, previously the utility exchanges were in favor of Heroic. This time it's a detriment. Techno can only find one, which isn't the best start to this gun round for the Mongols. Yet again, you've got the long presence being established. Annihilation playing a more passive role. He's going to tuck in, looking a little bit deeper into the corner so the gun barrel isn't exposed. Blitz potentially taking first contact here to try and bait him in at the side.
Now going to be wrapping on here, and Annihilation spots out the player on top of Flower. Does a lot of damage on the Cadian, actually. Surprising, considering the range of that fight. Spam goes back, but Heroic being kept at bay here with this bit of utility. Blitz still holding on to an Incendiary and a HE as well, so super powerful in the hold. So comes on out over. He deploys his util, and now Heroic do start to come on to the side. Blitz sitting behind Dice. He's going to swing on out. That flashbang is good. Sets him up for a kill. Annihilation deals with Cadian, and they are just running straight into the firing squad here. Yabi caught between 2 angles, and he is not finding any purchase there with the M4. It's going to be the Mongols keeping it clean.
Yeah, that's a cool idea from Heroic. You've got 2 prongs of the attack trying to split on towards A. Whilst the long element is taking pressure, the divider and toilets players haven't actually contacted or established any sort of presence. And the Mongols are a little bit unawares. But what's really well done is the fact that the Mongols don't disperse all their utility early. So they've got that in their back pocket, ready to throw on down. And then time becomes a very limiting factor for the T side. Have to then push in. And the Mongols do a really good job at holding the line.
Oh, nice open up. This round should be pretty easy for the Mongols against these pistols. Armor on a couple of players. The flashbang is good. Bartek is half forced to keep his head down, but now he swings up at the perfect time to collect a couple. Yeah, no issues there. Holding against the B-pop. Mongols with a 4-0 start, which is very nice early on overpass. But we know how strong the CT sides generally are on this map. Heroic now going to use their first tactical because they are going to have all of their weapons out. It'll be the first time they have really everything in play.
Yeah, the Cadian having the natural advantage here on the sniper because Annihilation doesn't have one of his own, hasn't really died all that much, so he's just holding onto the M4. Would be a little bit silly just to drop that and naturally upgrade to the AWP. But this has been a very nice mental reset from the Mongols. It's good to see them still sticking to their game plan. It's impressive now to see Bartek actually stepping up and having a fantastic start on towards the defense. Timeout has now expired. What can Heroic conjure up in round number 5?
Hat in hand, ready to pull that rabbit. So default. As expected, given how things have been going for Heroic so far in this map. Take time, feel things out, but they are going to be grouping up for the B hit. The Mongols seem to think that something's going on. They've gone for a bit of a rotate. They've actually moved a 3rd player over towards A. That's when the hits come through. They've just gone for the contact. Bartek caught out in the open, has to pull them back. The flash is coming on through, and Yabi overwhelms, comes into the side. Shush gets one as well. And it's a perfect hit onto B. That rotation gonna be a bit of an issue for Mongols. They have 3 players nowhere near. 2 out towards long. This round pretty much already confirmed. Blitz might not even be allowed to hold on to this M4 because Heroic are already making moves.
Yeah, look at them go. Really wanting to restrict weaponry early on. Despite that potentially being a detriment to their money in case they fall. Blitz has found a little bit of a hidey hole, and they're just going to walk right over the top of him. That puts the long players in a little bit of jeopardy, especially because they're being split by Tessez. Let's see if they can hold on. Shush does find Blitz. Molly goes in deep. Techno just allows Stand in, but can't win out the fight. All of the players fall for the Mongols. No rifles saved over.
Yeah, what a crazy hunt. They get the bomb plant down and they're already on the lookout. I assume that Tessez had heard a couple of players long, and that's how they kind of knew that the retake just definitely wasn't happening. Yeah, they take down everybody, don't lose a single player. That's about as perfect as it can go for Heroic. So first proper gun round for them is a masterpiece. Let's see what else they can deliver. Annihilation does get out the AWP into this round. It's going for a bit of a peek. Maybe not. Maybe just throwing a HE. It's a peek with a grenade. Lobs it over into the playground. Don't do that one at home. You will get in trouble.
Interesting look at the early utility that Heroic are deploying out towards Banana. Where they've executed him before, now they're just trying to set some conditioning. Yabi's dropped a smoke and now 2 Molotovs. And it has caught players over. Hastika, though, has got advanced positioning towards water, so he can deliver a lot of information to his team. He can say, look, guys, they aren't executing in. I've got the cross, they come over. Stay on A. Techno in a prime spot now to try and deliver on towards Stown. Has even got Blitz coming in as reinforcements from the other side. But Yabi deals with Hastika, and now the first domino starts to fall.
Yeah, Techno feels like he needs to start getting involved, and this timing could be perfect. Starts to come around the corner. Oh, it's just as Heroic fall back. Stown's able to catch him. Blitz is here, but not able to connect his shots. Reveals his position. So he can't do anything now. Bartek now trying to get in a position, but Shush shuts him down. Everybody falling here. These timings on the rotations couldn't be worse than the Mongols. Eventually, some luck does come their way with Blitz finding that one. Now the information is there for Heroic. They know where both these CTs are, so they run in and get that bomb down. Annihilation here with the AWP, but can't even give it a look in yet. There's smoke in the way.
It feels like one of these rounds that Mongols aren't going to attempt. And you take a look at the way that defense was dismantled. Heroic were kind of gifted a lot of opportunities there. It felt like the defense was really disjointed. It was individuals. Are they trying to nurture this? All right, I don't mind it, but it's a little bit brave.
I mind it. Was that necessary?
No, it definitely wasn't. That's the AWP just completely thrown away for free. I mean, fair for going for it, but go back to the point. The fact that the defense is really disjointed. Hastika, you don't mind his position out here, because it kind of gives something to the team. But then you've got Blitz pushing, you get Techno caught out here, and just all the fights are one-on-one, and Heroic just win them all out. That's crazy that Mongols attempt that.
Sick shot from Yavi. Yeah, I think maybe they thought because they went hunting last time that maybe they were going to be hunted over towards long, and there might be a chance to steal it away. Maybe there's only one player hanging out, but, well, they couldn't do it with Yabi anyway. So nothing really worked out for them. The M4, the Hero M4 invested into this round, has found an opening kill. That was towards Monster. Hit on through and dropped Cadian with the bomb, which is a little bit unfortunate for Heroic, because Blitz is still holding down this angle, and he gets an opportunity. But that opportunity slips through his fingers. There's a grenade in a playground. And they're gonna back on out.
Yeah, Heroic actually can see the control though, so the rifle can be picked up. Azteca will retrieve it. And Stown swaps the AK out for the AWP, so no sniper available on the floor. Mongols have got quite a heavy stack towards B based on the initial kill, and Heroic are taking space. Testez will soon find out from long that no one's home, and yet again, it's another empty bomb site that Heroic just walk into.
Yeah, you can't blame Mongols for not moving their stack. See if they can do anything with these USPs, but Heroic looking for their third should be more or less confirmed. That HE is pretty nice onto Yabby. That's all it's going to be. So 3 rounds in a row now for Heroic, getting into the swing of things once they got all their guns out. Even with the threat of Cadian going down early there, they're able to recover very comfortably.
Very small micro things as well coming in for Heroic, like the understanding of there being just pistols in play after the first kill is dropped and you start to hear the USPs. You can just back on up and just group together and then execute as a unit, but you still send TeSeS out long on the extremity, just trying to gather information. So say the stack of the Mongols had rotated and TeSeS walks into that. It's not the end of the world. It's not a full-on commitment. Yes, it's another gun drop, but you can quickly just reposition to the other bomb site.
All right, you see it. Yavi, back 10 in hand, 7K in the bank. What's he cooking?
Well, potentially a faster play, right? That's normally what it is. And yeah,
there could be something else that would come and play there. No, it is just speed. Man's like Fnatic. He's got his running boots on. Straight out through the pipe, looking to collect some rings, and he is charging on through. Look at the space he is taking. There's one. A second potential on the cards. Bartek spotted. Yabi's flying on over. Man's got wings and wheels. Cadian finds one as well, and a second too. This is blistering. Annihilation does get one back. That is something. This round, a little pace on it. 2 of these players are very low. But Shush should be in a good position to deny Annihilation getting up to anything too crazy here. However, if he finds this kill, he's tempted. And Shush comes on in, offers his head up. Annihilation, this is on.
They've already shown that they're more than happy to kind of go for these diffusers before. Smoke's gone in the right place. There's a hunt. Yabi is all the way on A, so Cadian's just left alone, but the timer is too far gone for Annihilation's liking, so instead he's looking to reset, and now this is where Yabi's position is really potent. Trying to find anything on the way out, but again, it's just going to be another backstab, not with the shank, but instead with the M4.
Yeah, he's got enough money. I would have liked to have seen another knife. That would have been pretty cool. But that was a very nice round from Heroic. Just Yabi's got the spawn, gets the Mach 10 out, goes in very fast. Mach 10's not meant to be that effective at range, but you know, he makes it work. This kill is really lovely as well. Just flies through the air, collects another, showing you how to use that Mach 10. He was all over the map.
It also shows the experience as well for Heroic, because they understand that MongolZ have just invested in, and they've been playing some very slow defaults, so it's the perfect round to bring up the change of pace. It's just an unbelievable amount of aggression in towards the bomb site. I've got an AWP and an M4 that have been purchased on the side of the MongolZ, and yet again, they've been very good at taking the space out towards water. But despite the positioning, they still remain rooted. 4 players reinforcing B at the moment. Only a defender has just been neutralized. Heroic corrupt the A bomb site again.
Yeah, it feels like Heroic have a pretty good read on where these stacks are coming through. That's a nice kill from Stan as well. You can hear that M4 firing off, but yeah, they've got a really good read on when MongolZ are going for these stacks. Contact on through. Don't spot anyone. And when you're not really getting any contact and you're like halfway up bathroom to Divider, you kind of know that A is going to be very lightly defended if anyone is here at all. So no reason not to continue to commit.
Hands off the keyboard for Yabi. That's how comfortable it feels. Cadian comes down in. Make sure he's okay. Shush. Oh, deals with Annihilation and the follow-up. Yet again, another hunt yields success for Heroic. No weapons for the MongolZ brought on over.
Yeah, a little painful. You can kind of see if they kept one of those rifles, or the AWP specifically, they'd be feeling very comfortable into this next round, but they're still likely invest. I mean, they've got enough for everyone to get something out. Looks like a little techie coming through. Hopefully not something that lasts too long. At least the rounds are fast when they come through.
Yeah, that's also 5 rounds in a row for Heroic. They have stopped the momentum that the Mongols were providing. And as soon as Cadian equips himself with an AWP, he's able to just really bring down the pain. And now the snowball effect of Heroic is really starting to come into fruition. And that is a really worrying sign for the Mongols. 5 rounds already acquired on the T side. It's pretty dangerous. You normally look towards 6 being quite effective. Kind of bears familiarities towards Nuke in that regard. We have seen a lot of T sides already start to develop ever since the player break. I know that was a little bit ago at the start of the year, but towards the back end of 2022, this map was heavily CT sided. But since then, refinement has really come into place. I think you see a lot of exploitation out towards long, a lot more, and the slower defaults are really yielding a lot more success for the attacking side.
Got a question for you. We had the capybara challenge.
Yeah.
Everyone loves capybara. Not going to ask you if you love capybaras. I know the answer to that one. But one of the questions posed there to Cadian was whether, he's better IGL than Glaive. What do you reckon?
Look, I mean, you can approach this in 2 different kind of angles in which
Two different
Cadian did.
Philosophical approaches to the question.
Well, no, but it's like, look, you could take a look at the recency bias, and Heroic are a higher ranked team than Astralis right now, so therefore you can say factually, at this present moment, Cadian is a better IGL than Glaive, but come on, you got to look at the legacy and the tenure that peak Astralis era had. I mean, they won 4 majors, for goodness sake. I think it's unfair to kind of say that Cadian, with his longevity, is a better IGL than Glaive. There's not much more that can really be said. I think Glaive achieved so much in his career and is still trying to do so as well. I mean, Astralis has made that change today. Zip has decided that he wants to help out the academy boys, so he's now swapped with Altex, who's been an incredible performer on Astralis talent as of late, and they've been rising through the rankings and making very deep runs in online tournaments, and I think that the call-up was pretty well warranted. I'm excited to see what Altex can provide on that Astralis side.
That was a very political answer. I feel like I didn't get a straight yes or no there, but fair enough. Cadian, no majors. Glaive, multiple majors.
Yeah.
There you go. That's your answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting project to watch. Astralis now. Obviously, they're very disappointed they didn't make it through to the major. Kind of felt like maybe they were getting into the right space to kind of start to break through into some of those, bigger competitions with deeper runs, particularly with BlameF and Device looking really good. Buzz coming in as kind of this third piece that's really been performing well in a few key events, but a little bit more time potentially needed, and well, particularly with a new player coming through with what it looks like. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of rosters, we can take a kind of look in towards the A stream. Folks are back on IEM Rio a little bit. Cloud9 was a little bit shaky on Mirage, but they were able to close out the map, so they've taken the lead in the series 1-0. Over on the A stream right now, it is 9-7. They're also playing on Overpass, and that's in favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, it looks like a very streaky game there. 6-0 start, but clawing back into it have been OG. That's a very close one there. I feel like if you're Cloud9, you do not want to get sent to the lower bracket, right? You kind of look at what's waiting for you in the lower bracket. You have to go up against Fnatic and then the winner of FaZe Vitality. Like, that is... These guys have had some tough runs lately. I feel like you just want to win this one so that you can take on Furia tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. And look, we've just been told that it's going to be a little bit longer before this game gets live and underway, guys. We can only apologize for that. So instead, we're going to throw it to a pause. You don't have to hear us waffling, but when we come back, it's going to be the conclusion to the first half between Heroic and the Mongols on Overpass.
Well, apologies for the delay, folks. It was a bit unfortunate, but Yabi isn't feeling unwell, so won't be continuing in the server. Instead, we have a guest joining. It is going to be Exist, the coach of Heroic, stepping in, and that's kind of exciting, Brandon. This is the first official that Exist has played since 2020. So, yeah, we're in for a pretty exciting affair, I think.
Yeah, we definitely are. Let's see what he can provide. We are still continuing in the game. Heroic still in the lead, 5 rounds to 4. Enough money for the Mongols and Heroic to both invest into this one. Let's get back into the action.
All right. An Exist masterclass incoming. We can all feel it. We all know it. Rolling back the years. Should you get the extra insight, right, of your coach in the server? That's kind of interesting dynamic, right? Or is it too many cooks? We'll find out.
Yeah, yet again, Mongols taking control out towards B. Deep nades and annihilation. Scoped up, doesn't quite land the shot. Now Heroic start to accelerate a little bit after hearing the AWP shot ring out. They just want to head straight in towards A. Yet again, one player out long for the Mongols. Can he hold on alongside Blitz?
This cool little one-way. He's using it at the moment. They've got Exist playing a lurk role, which I like. That makes sense, given that it's such a tight unit of a team. Hastiger is able to catch off one. And Exist might be about to get his first frag. No, Hastiger denies. Slings on through, and this one's falling short. Down falls. Techno catches out Tessa's unawares. Bomb drops down with such little HP. No hope in the round. It's a flawless one for the Mongols.
Yeah, really good from the Mongols. Bounce back. They get a flawless round as well. All the kills coming in from every single one of their players. Now for Heroic, there is still enough money left in the bank to bring out the guns.
Yeah, I think
level
is bugged on the HUD in terms of his money.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been match medic with Yabi's money.
Yes.
It's all good. All AKs rocking, raring to go. Cadian, of course, with the AW. And this time it's Heroic taking space out towards short. Exist onto Hastiger. Exist will secure it. They're now 1-1.
All right, it's this first frag in an official in 3 years. You saw it here first, folks. How many more will he find? We'll find out. Stan has gotten very close in towards Monster. Actually, goes back to pass over some utility. Monster Smoke comes on in. Stan has made his position known. Oh my god, what? That's unbelievable. It's a single tap. He's fully blind, throwing it as a parting goodbye. Well, it's a bye-bye in the server for Bartak.
Yeah, that's sickening. Devastating for the Mongols, but elation for Heroic as they turn their attention up towards A. And Mongols, they can hear all the audio. They want nothing more to do with this. They don't want to throw away their weapons as they have done in previous rounds. Instead, looking to hold on to 2 rifles and an AWP.
Well, it's been a fun round. Just getting really close over towards B, waiting for the Mongols' aggression rewarded with 1 kill, and then Stan just prodding. It's the most unbelievable shot you'll ever see. Will they allow this save? Annihilation able to get 1, but they are quickly hunting. He has a good read on this. Able to adjust for a second. Exist comes on through. Nice clean kill. Collects another as well. It's a triple kill in the round for Exist. Might even find a 4th, potentially. Blitz is being hounded, and, well, Blitz holds with a nice triple.
Yeah, nice little spray transfer from Blitz. Picks up the AWP, could drop that over to Annihilation. It all starts with this kill. Exist taking space out towards short. And then Heroic is just a quick one up towards A. That is so gross.
What?
Down. And yeah, yet again, it's the pack mentality from Heroic. They're trying to deny every single opportunity for the Mongols, who will use their first tactical timeout in this second map.
Exist, the impact player. Things that you love to see. Mongols take their first attack, and, well, I would too after getting rattled like that by Exist. Heroic have been so good at just hounding them down once they've got the round secured, just denying anything being held over. Done it constantly now. It feels like after that blip in that prior round, we're back to regular scheduled programming.
Could be. Been enjoying seeing the Mongols getting aggressive and proactive though on the CT side. Nades dropped in. Doesn't do a single point of damage though to Cadian and the rest of the members of Heroic. Hastica now going blow for blow with Exist through the smoke. Again, the pacing of these rounds are quite slow and deliberate from Heroic. Setting down utility early, leading with it, and taking spacing towards connector. It's always a pincer maneuver from these guys.
Flash over to set up the peek in towards short. Gonna take that control. Shush making his way through. Good spam damage, but Down responds in kind. Now the flash play. There is a double setup here over towards Monster, which is gonna be potent. Exists though, activates. Not quite able to connect that kill, but Shush comes on through. Bartek trying to escape, and Shush makes sure that he cannot. That bomb gets on planted. Annihilation does arrive with the AWP. No smoke at the moment. Well, that's all because Cadian wanted to take the fight anyway. Techno might just want to grab that AWP and get out of there. He's actually already worried about a hunt, and well, he has every reason to be. Heroic just do not want anyone on MongolZ to ever feel comfortable, to ever feel like they're safe. There's always a Heroic member in the walls, watching you sleep, coming for you in the night. Like the sleep paralysis demon that haunts all of us.
Yeah, they're bullying them right now. It's quite cool, the execute on towards Monster as well. It's a second flashbang being thrown over. Not in from short, but from Monster. The nose flash that deals with this second player perfectly. Bartek is fully blind, he doesn't know which way is up, and from there, all the cogs of Heroic start turning. Mechanism working as intended. Off the Mongols, they just get blocked on each other a little bit there, out of spawn.
Alright, well, so these M4s can get up to. Oh, maybe it'll be the Deagle. Techno 4K. He is in connector, and he has a lot of opponents coming his way. All of Heroic moving over towards A. Team that loves to move as a unit, as we're seeing right here on display. And again, it's against one of these kind of half buys where Heroic are making the read that MongolZ like to stack towards B. Oh, that's a nice shot with Deagle. This does get the immediate trade. But yeah, they have a good read on how MongolZ like to play these sort of rounds, and they go for immediate kind of contact plays out towards A. It's fast, it's pacey. Annihilation, can't get anything done here. Dinked on through the edge, has to fall on back. Tessus deals with him. Bartek did find Exist, so it's made it a little bit more uncomfortable here. 3v3, that bomb is going to be tapped, but not planted yet. Try and deal with Hastica, and they are able to find him. And in fact, that might just be the pathway down to B.
Yeah, that's clever. You deal with the rotates, and then you just go through the spawn itself. Good understanding of where the players on the Mongols are. There's typically always two players out towards long on the CT side, but also Bartek revealed himself with the kill on towards Exist. So bomb planted on B instead. Mongols having a little bit of a look in. It's a very slow rotate down, no defuse kits, and Bartek, I feel like with this spam, it's an indication of the true intent, just to save and hold on. Will they be allowed it? Potentially this time. It looks like that can be the case at the moment. There isn't too many players up for Heroic in comparison to the Mongols, so there isn't extra resources to really throw at them.
Yeah, you know, if they've got a few more alive, they're definitely going for that. Bartek might still meet his maker here if he overextends, but he's just going to hold on through. Heroic aren't going to step over their mark either. But now that's 8 on the board for Heroic. They've won out the half on this T side, looking very convincingly while they do it. It was a 4-0 start if you cast your minds back before that long extended pause. Heroic have really been in cruise control since then, since they got that first full rifle round out of way. Looking very comfortable on their map pick. Again, it's a very familiar default we're seeing out of the Mongols blitz.
Does jump and sees a lot of players. Utility raining over. Heroic, are they going to make a move? Not immediately, just establishing authority and control towards the waters. There are 3 players here on the bomb site for the Mongols. Limited utility. They haven't actually felt intimidated enough to drop some of their smokes, and I like this positioning from Techno, starting to take a little bit of control back in towards Divider. But the Mongols still feel a little bit unsettled. And off the back of the initial loud approach from Heroic, where it has fallen a little bit silent, the rotation starts to scramble just a little bit.
Yeah, you never really want to be having 3 players on A when you don't have information. You kind of feel like you need to be getting something from this, or be having the perfect read that the hit's about to come. But instead, they're just happy to hold this 3A setup. That's going to make it really tricky. Very passive on B. It's playing retake. They got to play it back in towards Graffiti. One playing towards the water ramp. And here comes on through.
Oh, team flash, Bartak can't adjust on the angles, so maybe Blitz takes the first contact instead. He does combine with Bartak. Cadian strikes though with 2. Huge impact on the AWP. Blitz in the shallows, in the depths with 2 of his own. And that throws Tesses into the clutch on a swivel, trying to fight back Annihilation. Swaps to a different gun, 10 seconds, bomb. Needs to be picked up and will, but time's really not on his side. Techno will get him on the fallback, and that's MongolZ with a 6.
Yeah, another few seconds there for Tesses, and he could have repositioned a bit more carefully. Took his time there, but had to just commit to the jump across just so he could get to safety to get that bomb down. Bit unfortunate for him there, but a valiant effort in the clutch. Blitz really did it all there, though. Able to get that multi-kill, dropping down with that bomb, and then switching on to Cadian as well, who was posted up on the angle. Great round from MongolZ. This is back into 2 between the 2. And the last round of the half commences.
This time the utility does land quite cleanly. Tesses takes a chunk.
Yeah. Grenade in the playground. Connects. Both him and Exist feeling a little wounded. Need some paracetamol. And they're ringing in their ears. Annihilation. Cheeky little slither angle here, but Tesses spots him out. Oh, okay. Tesses won't be happy with that one. Annihilation catches him on the swing, but he was holding, I guess, specifically for that angle, but it felt like Tesses had him dead to rights.
That's going to force the play in. Bartak, finishes his job on to Exist and also finds Shush and drops a well-crafted smoke to allow Blitz to get involved as well. Cadian versus 5. Out the realms of possibility, but feels quite improbable. Techno will secure, and that is a very close half recovered by the Mongols.
Yeah, great recovery from the Mongols. They put it within 1, and with elimination on the line, they have a lot to do here against Heroic. Can they? We'll find out after the break.
Exist thrown straight into the action here in the mid-round of the first half of Overpass. But the Mongols still made it close. 8 T-side rounds, though, is a lot to recover from if you are on the Mongols side. So let's see if they can do it. They need to win at this map to stay in the series and stay in the competition of IEM Rio.
Yeah, elimination on the line. The winner will be going on to versus NiP in that lower bracket final. Shush with the dual Berettas in the power position as Mongols are grouped up at the moment with that bomb outside of Monster. We'll wait and see what blitz can work. He is going over towards long at the moment, checking out what's happening over there. Not a lot he's finding. Nobody home. Heroic, they aren't ones to sit around. They go for a bit of a flash play, see if anybody's home in short, but spot nobody either.
Yeah, patience is the name of the game for the Mongols as they just try and take space. They've got all the connector. They've also got the entirety of fountains, but they want to group up. They're going to head towards B now. Shush on the dual Berettas. What can he find with this? He's going to have to move so perfectly with Testes to try and combat these forces. Shadow spotted, and well, Testes doesn't need any help, but Shush can't find anything else. So the bomb site has been compromised. Bomb goes down. Azteca was down as well. That's huge.
2v3 now. Exist. Peering on over. Not going to spot anything yet. How's that smoke? Cadian was spotted before going down the connector. Starts to walk on through. Looks for the fight onto Blitz. Can't quite connect. And time is getting out of hand here. Azteca finds Exist. Cadian desperate. Can't find anything. Nice shot onto Blitz. That's all it's going to be for Cadian. Has to run on away. Mongols get the pistol.
The Mongols have got every single pistol around this series. A real weakness for Heroic. Really been struggling on it. And it was a very simple play.
Terrorists win.
Just the contact out towards Beeve. And Tess says, once he does find 2, his counterpart in Shush makes it really difficult to just keep hold of the site. And from there, Heroic just all starts to crumble. That's a fantastic shot from Azteca.
Yeah, really stepping up player that obviously coming in to replace Score. And looking pretty good on this map. Heroic's opting for the full eco here. Well, not quite a full eco. They've thrown out the incendiary. That's purely to bait out that they have invested into this. Everyone else is pretty chill except for Cadian, who did buy armor and a pistol. That's kind of crazy. The decoy incendiary to feign that you've fully bought.
Yeah, because if you've invested in here, Mongols will assume that you're playing more of a default heavy setup. So the last thing you anticipate is maybe a gamble stack onto one of the bomb sites. But they're being diligent. They're hunting in pairs as well, trying to clear out every nook and cranny of connector with success because it's absent. Heroic now repositioned, started on B. Now they want to work up to A.
Yeah, not uncommon to see Heroic go for these sort of rotations. Exist is stuck around, spotting out a bit of info. It looks like it might be the right read.
Yeah,
Mongols are going to be grouping up.
He jumped in different places as well to kind of bait out that there was multiple people there, and it has worked.
Time also starts to tick on down. You walk into a stack and it gets very chaotic. Execute smokes come on through. Now the hit comes on in. Bartek up at the front with the Galil. Annihilation as well. Going to be taking point on this attack. Everyone here for Heroic. 25 seconds. The flames come over the top. They start to swing on through and they start to peek with the pistols and get very little done. Down does find one, but he is out of ammo and out of life. It's going to be Mongols converting.
Yeah, well played by the Mongols. Despite the time constraints, they made sure to Molotov out the truck. They flashed themselves in, and they ensure that Heroic can't all peak as one. And they do really well to kind of manage expectations and pick and choose their poison into which player to target first. Quite nice. Now we see Heroic. Obviously, that was the full eco. So they have brought out the M4s. They're lacking a little bit of utility here or there, but they're trying to compensate that with the push. Sound deals with Techno.
Yeah, it's great. Just going for the early aggression. You get the open up. No, that smoke has to come through to extinguish the flames, and that gives you that kind of immediate advantage on the fight when you go for those aggressive plays out towards Fountain. It's going to be blocking the T's vision somewhat until they reposition. Inherent advantage built into this map for the CTs. Now they're remaining active. Boost coming through. Cadian, ooh, just about misses Hastika. Just managed to walk up into short. Everyone from Heroic was here as well, by the way, just to support this play. Now they start to move on back, having not spotted anything in short. And also with this push.
It's such misinformation. Exist needs to try and gut out this corner. And Hastika, it looks like he's so aware that this could be a possibility. Very common on the CT side to push Monster, especially with a couple of players. So whilst Heroic primarily have got their pieces in the right positions, it all comes down to this timing.
Yeah, this is kind of a real common spot just to sit on the CT side. Like, if you manage to get this control, you think short's free, why would you go back to clear? You can just sit here, you have the information if they decide to come on through. It might not work out. Another boost in play. Cadian up above the sign. A good angle. Shush removes the first target, but look at Annihilation. He just walks on through, takes them both, drops the Tiki pole, and Exist activates though. That bomb rolls all the way down into his grasp. So Annihilation's damage, well, let's see if they can even find anything. It's the round's won off the back of that. The time is not here. Hastika chilling in B the whole time, gets nothing done either. The very end does find a kill, but that's all.
That's wild how the misinformation was spread to the Mongols because they just simply didn't see Exist. Because Hastika's like, guys, I've got B. The stack, it's at A. Annihilation, you've dealt with it, but it's fine. Just come on down. The bomb site's completely empty. You're never expecting that player in connector. And it's the bomb denial that wins the whole round.
The door had to be opened. It was closed. I feel like we didn't quite see it, but surely we should have had that cue. Oh well. Unfortunately, that one doesn't work out for the Mongols. Beaten by the clock and by Exist. Outplaying them. By pure chance, but that's still an outplay. It's pretty wild. Heroic have got 5 over B early. And Mongols are going for a bit of speed up towards A. So Heroic better get their skates on and get back to the site soon.
Yeah, it always be Heroic gamble stacking with 4. However, this time and the previous has been 5. Smoke's dropped in, but don't come at the right opportunity. Bartek taking so much space already. Because there's just no one here. That's the round basically done and dusted.
Oh, ow. Okay. Yeah, that sucks. Stan just wanted to get the weapon out of their grasp. A random shot through the wall takes him down. And this is kind of the double-edged sword of Heroic style. It kind of relies on certain things being met, certain rules. You're not really expecting to start a fast contact A play on the T side if you're Heroic there. Kind of hoping that it's kind of a regular default where you'll get an early warning signal that something's coming A at the least, and you can get those pieces back a little bit sooner. Yeah, it's kind of wild they have 5 start there early.
Yeah, especially considering, I guess, in the previous round, they got really aggressive out towards Fountain, so maybe they thought the Mongols would be a little bit more hesitant. But regardless, that was an awesome round. It's 2 kills that define it. We get to see the Techno wallbang now come in as well.
That's unreasonable.
Yeah, you hate to see it if you're down, but I guess he didn't see it come in either way. Double digits found first by the T side. Heroic reduced to not the best buy in the world. It's 1 M4, 1 MP9, and the rest have just got upgraded pistols.
Yeah, to be fair, I feel like that sound shot is kind of like a taste of his own medicine from that shot earlier in the half, and the other half when they play at barrels. 1 BS shot for another. All right, Shush pushed very deep. He's the one with the M4. So his information comes at the price of him not being in the action, but Exist is doubled up. And now Shush is here, but Bartek hears him coming. A little bit too noisy on the flank. With Hastika so low, this is a very difficult round for Mongols, despite the weaponry advantage.
Someone turned out the lights as well. Look at the player cams.
Whoops. Guys, we're still playing. I know it's late, but Maybe this is intentional. It's like, see Shiro plays with like the backwards seat. People have their own preferences. MongolZ, they're midnight gamers. They like having the lights up.
Cadian is in such a good position here. They overlook him. Azteca quite low as well, and Exist is just walking up the connector. Cadian can just still continues to be a nuisance, and Exist capitalizes on the low HP. Blitz will get a bomb plant, but that's probably the only thing he can really achieve in this round. Looks to take up after planting towards connector. Can't quite connect onto Exist, and now the rotations are all starting to settle in for Heroic.
Yeah, you need to find that first kill just to give a bit of space to work with. But I like this reposition. Hard to spot, and that's a nice first kill. The transfer doesn't quite connect, and it's a quad kill in the round for Exist. Huge amount of impact here for the stand-in, the coach for the squad, and a legendary player in his own right.
Yeah, but bomb plant means that the Mongols can still invest. Annihilation could be dropped to AWP as well. Azteca could afford that purchase, but we get to see this again. Huge from Exist. The fact he takes connector and then comes up off the back of Cadian's contact, it's just everything just slots into place, and this one at the end is a nice little bonus.
Yeah, I imagine we're taking a tech here because the lights are out.
Yeah.
Someone needs to plug those back in. Hit the switch. Well, update on the A stream is that Cloud9 were able to take down OG. It was a 2-0, but both games went the full 30 rounds.
That's pretty impressive. I'm really impressed with Nico's IGL-ing. That was always a question mark and a conversation piece for OG, how they'd thrive in the environment without Nexa. But the fact that they've obviously beaten Vitality and brought Cloud9 close, it only bodes well for their side. Focusing back on this one, though, as mentioned, MongolZ, enough money to rebuy. Annihilation will be given that AWP as well. Bar attack, spam. Goes both ways with Stown, but no bullets connected from either side. Oh, still, that looked dead on, but it's not.
Very proactive with their utility. Bit of a spam there, just a little bit of damage into Bartek, that's all. 10-10. Overpass looking surprisingly competitive considering how it went for MongolZ against Imperial. Might be about to see a brawl in towards the bathrooms. Cadian set up with Testis, a common rifle or play. Let's see what it nets for them.
Good adjustment as well, having Stown here, but he has fallen back. Cadian still activates. And the rifle not yet revealed, but take a look at Long, because that's where the Mongols have decided to execute in anyway. Cadian, all his attention delegated to it. Stown could even take first contact on the rifle. At a toilets play, that could be a late round move.
Yeah, everything here is working out. Testis gets that kill as well. Stown set up for one. Blitz does trade immediately. And I think MongolZ have called it off. They're saving. They're going to hold on to the AWP and the AK. So a little bit sad for them. And I don't know if they're even going to be allowed to hold on to it. Because we know Heroic, they like to hunt. Blitz hiding behind the tree is able to get one. And now he's just ducking his head on down, hoping he doesn't go down. And thankfully does not. Heroic back in the lead.
Yeah, really good adjustment from Heroic, because the space has always been out towards toilets and Long, where Heroic have been making a lot of these gambly plays over towards the B bomb site. MongolZ has found a lot of free control that they would assume would be otherwise contested. However, this round you've got the layer in. Speaking of layer in, we've actually got a quad boost coming in. Annihilation does fall off though.
Oh.
It's good to, yeah, it's good to have Stown in Long though, because it just makes sure that that toilet setup is secure, and then you can see how proactive it is because Testis finds two. And even the opener into this one, Shush doesn't even see his opponent. 5 versus 3, it's looking a little bit rough for the Mongols.
Yeah. Yeah. The lights. They decided to play on, if you're wondering. We had that pause temporarily. They had a bit of chatter, and as we've got a squad of true gamers in the server on both sides, they want to keep the action going. They're used to being powered purely by RGB. That will continue.
Good space being taken by Tesla and Connector again. It just allows for the stack, and all the kills are coming through the smoke. Bartek scavenges an AWP. He'd love to bring that forward, but we're talking about Tesla's positioning. He's right here. Bartek, though, does anticipate it. With 40 seconds left in the round, it's going to be a long old save.
Yeah, if he's allowed it. Does look like Stan is on the prowl. Panther in the night. Oh. Drops one down. Spotted out in the AWP. Calls in the support. Exists now coming on through. Bartek misses the shot. Goes on down. And loses the AWP.
Yeah, they've been completely merciless, Heroic. Even on Inferno. And again, we've already spoken about it, but just the limitations that the Mongols have to work with. I feel like the Mongols were doing really well, despite all of this. The fact that they're able to secure the pistols and then build up a base layer of rounds to give them something to work with, it's been really impressive. However, this buy, they've got to get a lot out of very little. You've got flashbangs, but you have 2 smokes, and that's really going to drive your execute home if you're the Mongols, and there's limited utility. Down can be quite comfortable in Connector, can hear presence, and just get out of there.
Gonna need to go for an advantage. Blitz is going to be leading with the MAC-10. Try and get up in their grills. Tess is ready for him to swing on out. Flashbang over, but nothing behind it. And the ramifications are not saving that AWP means Annihilation is hitting a Death Eagle. And it does look like Mongols are interested in B once again. Didn't work out well for them last time. They didn't have the best weaponry to work with. This time around, they have this full setup. And Blitz can lead the charge if he wants to with that MAC-10. Cadian's on a mission. He's gotten very deep into the playgrounds. Now comes the hit. It's down in a powerful position. Doubles up. Shush gets one as well. And they have fallen before they can get any purchase into this round. Exist swings on out, drops the bomb, and Blitz with the MAC-10, the only remaining player. Exist not quite there to take him down, because it's Cadian on that full flank. That drops him.
Yeah, of course it's Cadian on the flank with the AWP. That's just a very conventional thing to do, but it has been a style of play that Heroic have been implementing a lot in this second half, and that's what's enabled them to always have the right read on towards the bomb sites. Tactical timeout now coming in for the Mongols, probably to discuss whether they want to buy or save. No stranger to a forced investment, but they are kind of running out of opportunities here. Heroic just need 3 to prevail and eliminate the Mongols from IEM Rio.
Yeah, elimination is on the line here. Mongols already have done that to Imperial. Now it looks like turns have tabled.
Oh, they do decide to dip in here, which means that if they lose this, they'll be playing up against Series Point in their next gun round, which is
a straight up B hit.
Quite scary, but yeah, you're right. It's acceleration. That's the name of the game. And for Heroic, yet again, they've got pieces in the right places. Exist. Can take the first point of contact. Shush drops the smoke. In actual fact, it's Shush trying to bait Exist in 1-for-1. Bartek doubles up.
Yeah, 2 more players here though. 1 falls. Now Tessus, he swings around the corner and a good timing finds another. Annihilation, just trying to get out of that. Blitz is already on his way up towards a 2 versus 2. And Mongols are taking space. Look at Blitz going all the way around towards long. This has split them up a lot. Cadian comes back over. Oh, scopes on in. He's heard him. Can't quite hit the shot, but he gets the information. At least gets to stay alive, and Blitz runs away. This guy is racking up steps. Annihilation. Now his turn to come on through. A lovely shot onto Tessus. They know where Cadian is, so as the bomb goes down, this looks good for Mongols.
Oh, playing very safe as well. Annihilation drops the smoke and now can move safely in towards Waters. Blitz has reconvened a rendezvous on B for the Mongols. Cadian Still willing to give this a look in. There's so much money for Heroic, and he finds Annihilation. Kit available on site. He's got one on his back anyway. Upgrades to the AK, but time is a factor. Tries to bait out Blitz and can't defuse the bomb, but he will at least secure the kill.
Can't run away either, and he accepts that fate. Good amount of damage done there, at least, from Cadian at the very end. He thought for a second maybe he had an opportunity to pull that one off. Malthus with this hit just not quite working out for MongolZ early. Tessus does a lot of damage here, but then decides to play it safe, and MongolZ are able to reset. It's actually unbelievable that Blitz is able to get all the way up towards long, get picked up by Cadian, and then back all the way down towards the site while Annihilation takes that contact. So a little bit of a crazy round, almost comes through.
Yeah, it's those risks that they need to be taken here. The misdirection pays off. Stout aggressive towards Party and Cadian. Too many to pick from. Annihilation makes the decision easier for him. Has to watch on from the grave. Tess says now looking to step in with Stout towards Fountain. Shush just trying to find control towards water, but Hastika has his number. This looks so much better for the Mongols, and Annihilation will find Tesses.
Yeah, the trade is there, but now you know that B is open. Exist is the only one here. This has to be something special. Gets the first kill, and it's pretty clean. That's given time now for Stan to make his way on over. Oh, Exist is looking for another. Finally back for years, a huge double kill. This round is now on. Stan coming on through. Drops that HE forward. Doesn't actually quite do any damage there. Now between the two of them, oh my god, it's Exist again. His third kill in the round. Doing everything now for Heroic. Standing in their moment of need and stepping up when required. Techno in the 1 versus 2. Here's them coming on through, gets the first fight, and it has to be Exist. Has to find the last, but Techno takes him down.
Yeah, really well played by Techno. How's your bottle? When he stands and he delivers, he makes sure that he doesn't move, has so much belief. We can hear Exist running about. And he knows that the connector door opened as well. But that was really well played by Exist. The major winner. Now on Heroic's side. Looks like he never left.
He's with 14 kills. That's kind of wild, considering he wasn't here for the first, 10 rounds? Cadian boosted up. Eyes off the shot. Timing shot doesn't quite connect. This is the force from Heroic. It's a little scary for them here. Hastika's tucked on in. Oh, they're going to clear him. He's looking the wrong way. They've walked right past. Both of them have Hastika. He's got a kill delivered on a plate. Exist at least gets the trade. Oh, nobody checked the corner. It would have been free. He was looking the other way.
That's wild. How do these timings keep on happening? Seen a few of them in the series already. Mongols looking to get back-to-back successes on B. Smoke comes down at an opportune moment, but they're just going to walk right through it. They don't care.
Yeah, and if you're Heroic, you're forced into this round. If you don't get a kill immediately on Stan, kind of got to write this one off.
Or do you? Who's coming in over the top? Not sure if that's been heard by the Mongols. Annihilation, certainly not privy to it, but there's a good trade. Techno secures in the 3 versus 3. This big kill comes in on Testes versus Blitz. Mac 10 actually prevails, forces Heroic back. It has to now be the call off, waving the white flag. The Mongols are going to level up the scoreline, 13 rounds each.
Yes, unbelievable from the Mongols, fighting their way back into this. And I'm not even sure if you can make the argument that obviously the stand-in doesn't help the situation. You'd much rather have Yabi in the server, but I mean, Exist is actually delivering all right here. Was that gun barrel spotted? Surely. Surely this is seeing that. It's like right there. Yeah, okay, now he's seen it. Okay, gets himself the kill.
The gun went off the map. He couldn't pick it up. Has to stay on the Mac 10. All right, Mongols. I'm interested. 3 rounds for both teams. And for Heroic, they've got saved rifles and they're not going to invest too much behind it. 2,900 is the loss bonus, so they're leveling out at around about 2,000 a player. And yet again, it's this B commitment that we're seeing round after round, providing success after success. It's fast, and Cadian he's in the wrong position because they're barreling out Monster.
Yeah, they've walked on through. Shush is here, but he's only got the 5-7. Spots out one. Cadian domed by Annihilation. Running through the smoke. Shush has no chance. Exist is still here. It's PT50 in his hands. Tessus in the back lines has found one. That's going to cause some concern, but Bob goes down. And not in reach either. Exist wanted to try and pick that one up, but Annihilation has already nicked it. So the Mongols, they're going to take the lead.
They're looking so good. The fast plays are really working out. They're catching off Heroic. And it's just brute force from the Mongols. And it has been working. And Heroic now need to go back to the drawing board. Maybe take a timeout. I don't think they've actually taken one since Exist has joined as that 5th man. So it'd be good to see them take 30 seconds, try and compose themselves. Because right now it's looking a little bit bleak. It's Mongols on a very dominating consecutive number of rounds.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because it's not like you can talk to the coach. Yeah, you can already talk to him. Yeah, not going to take that 30-second breather. We will have everything into this round. But Mongols now, they can almost touch it. That third map, Mirage, the decider. We saw how good Mongols looked on the T side against Na'Vi as well on that map. So Heroic would be terrified if it does go there, particularly with the stand-in situation.
Nades, oh, they're well placed. Exist, takes half. And Shush is getting aggressive in towards Connector, but Bartak, oh, he was holding for him, but just moves off the position. That's deep control established, and Mongols have got to be worried about the behind.
That could have gone either way. Shush is lucky he finds that kill. Astiker has dealt with Cadian, though. He just peeked into the site and found that one for free, just on the lurk, and take a look out towards Long. Techno has walked all the way up. Astiker might be in trouble here. He does go down to Tessus. Techno is in the position to end the entire round. Heroic love a gamble, and they have taken everybody over towards B. Annihilation still sticking with the bomb at the moment over here. Let's get the flash on through. They're just trying to cause a bit of distraction. Hope that the rotate doesn't come through and that Techno can make this work.
It's all on to Exist, and this timing right here, because he might be able to... Oh no, Exist! It's a lazy clear. Techno has got Stown on a platter, and he now drops him towards the waters. Tessus has to fight forward, but Blitz knocks him down a peg or two. And he even follows up onto Exist as well. It's carnage, and it's chaos from Techno. And suddenly Shush is thrown into the clutch. Good headshot on towards Blitz, but needs to find 2 more, otherwise Mongols will be up to map point. Working his way in towards the site, trying to creep on closer. That's devastated onto Annihilation, but it's Techno to open, and it's Techno to close.
15 now for Mongols. Map point secured on the pick of Heroic. That one is so unfortunate. The timing just not there for them. Exist doesn't spot the player in heaven. A second later, a second sooner. Might well have done it, but Techno walks on through. Pulls off a huge play. Heroic's backs are against the wall now. They've even got the secondary AWP out onto Stown.
Again, it's another one of these 4-player leans towards B early. And to be fair to Heroic, that's where Mongols have been ending the majority of the time. Cadian, large amount of responsibility on his shoulders. Exist, battered and bruised, but somehow makes it out alive.
Liz is just looking to the contact. He's walking on through. He's found that it's a bit clear on one side. It's down with the AWP though. In a good position towards the pillar. Astiker's going to be edging on towards short as well. Tess is holding for it. Astiker not going to get away with it this time. Brought down incredibly low. He's able to remove Tessus. Overstep the mark. The headshot angle works out well for the AK.
Here we go again. Techno begins on this solo little adventure up towards Long. And he starts walking at the perfect moment. Cadian has got no idea what's hit him. Another back turn. Techno locking it in. And suddenly, Heroic, they're finding themselves in a really uncomfortable situation. 3 more kills will send us to that decider.
Flash play comes through. The 2 players are here. Stown finds the first. Exist not even known about yet. And with 30 seconds left, they can't really afford to go anywhere, but with down falling, that's the cue to go on through. Tucked on in with the MP9, he is cleared. Annihilation taking no chances, and Shush falls. MongolZ takeover pass, and we go the distance.
Yeah, they find a light in the darkness, and suddenly things look a little bit scary for Heroic Exist. Whilst he does come up with impactful kills, it's not enough to get them over the line, and we're going to need all 3 before we send another team home on a plane.
To my face, tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you.
Well, not the result Heroic were looking for after a pretty good start on their CT side. It also had to fall short, and the MongolZ took it away with some pretty incredible rounds.
Yeah, obviously the main storyline here is the fact that Gabby has had to be substituted mid-game. Exist, well, you can see him on the screen here. It's a fantastic 4K on the MP9, but it felt like he wasn't a hindrance to the defense of Heroic, but MongolZ, you got to be so impressed with what they brought to the table. They've taken full advantage of this opportunity. There were clutch moments that they won out as well. There were pockets of space they were finding on the extremities, especially out towards A long. And the difference maker for me is the fact that they're just executing their game plan to perfection. They all understand what they need to do. The communication of the MongolZ was really on point, and that's really reflected in the mid rounds of their gameplay.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because I feel like on Inferno, which feels quite a while ago now, that we were really seeing kind of the clash of styles and where MongolZ was falling short against Heroic, where it felt like it was a natural counter. Here on Overpass, it actually worked out the other way around, where there was quite a few rounds where Heroic were quite heavily rotating to one side. They were stacking B, for instance, or taking information plays, and they left massive gaps that the aggression from the MongolZ, particularly Techno and Blitz, were able to find a lot of openings to set MongolZ back up for success in rounds that looked like they should have gone the way of Heroic.
I mean, you can kind of compare and contrast it to Inferno because there's only one real avenue onto the bomb site. If you think about Banana, for example, and that's where Heroic were kind of just leaving Yabby in that first map very much by himself. And you take a look at Overpass, it's a much wider map. There's a much more heavier distance on it. And what I was also impressed with was on the CT side, MongolZ, how they set themselves up in the advantage. They went down a number of rounds in a row, but after that tech pause, rebounded, took a lot of space out towards short, and from there we're able to reposition in the right places. It felt like at times Hazteca was so important to the overall success from the MongolZ.
Yeah, it's really cool to see, right? Because we talked about him coming in as a relatively recent addition, replacing Score, who was a player people look to as one of the kind of standout players here. But I think we had a standout play we wanted to highlight as well, which was a very pivotal moment during this map, which I think really sent it spiraling for Heroic. If we can bring that one up shortly, we'll take a look at it.
Yeah, this was Techno walking through the back lines here. And Lucy, you called on him. You said, look, he needs to step up here and find impact. And it was Exist that could have cleared him, but didn't. And then that enables this. This is at 14-13. When you got to be cool, calm, and collected. MongolZ are facing elimination at so many key moments throughout that map of Overpass, and yet you've got the audacity to bring that to the table. It's exactly what they needed, and now Heroic need a little bit of a wake-up call.
Yeah, I think that was a 3v4 as well. It felt like it was Heroic's to take after losing a bunch of players on the MongolZ side. So yeah, great recovery from MongolZ. Really, they showed a lot on their T sides, and I feel like that's been their big strength, right? So to paint that picture during the match there, just how strong their T sides are. We saw on Overpass, a map that's very difficult on the T side. Looking to Mirage, that's where they really shone against Na'Vi, right? It felt like Na'Vi were actually struggling to come up with some answers against some of the aggression that the MongolZ are putting out, those sort of contact players out towards A, out towards mid. So we're very interested to see how Heroic respond to that.
Yeah, they've really got to be careful for especially Techno getting up in towards the window and causing chaos and just trying to eliminate your backlines within. And he's already shown that he can do that. The natural counter that Na'Vi brought to the table for the MongolZ, though, was just aggression round after round. And where you've got a bit more like common reactions on Mirage, and I feel like that it suits Heroic's playstyle a lot more. They shouldn't really be too happy with how Overpass panned out. And now for Exist, will he step up and rise to the occasion when Heroic need him most?
Yeah, I think it's a little unfortunate for Heroic, right? And I think particularly when it's mid-map, I feel like it doesn't really give you much time to kind of, adjust to that and to be able to, respond quickly and feel like you've got a game plan. You've kind of just got to make it up on the fly. We saw Exist was taking on some lurking roles for a bit, but we'll see how it goes on to Mirage. That's going to be our decider map. With a short break, when we come back, we'll be jumping in to see who goes home.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the flat white, iconic trams, the Yarra River. And CSGO.
2, 3, ha!
ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
It's a result many weren't really expecting. A decider map here between Heroic and the Mongols. One of these teams will be eliminated from IEM Rio at the end of this map. Coach just getting the fist bumps in for the Mongols. Rocking and raring to go. Can a Heroic do it, or will the upset happen?
Yeah, at least on Mirage, you know, Exist, it feels like it's a map that's unchanged since the dawn of time, and, you know, he's been playing since the dawn of time, so it feels like he'll be a natural fit for this map. But as we mentioned just before the break, Mongols very good on the T side here, so let's see what they deliver.
Yeah, and they start on it as well. Fast play in towards A. They are gathering and grouping, ready to send the troops in. Shush on first contact. Cadian playing a little bit of a dastardly angle towards the ninja box. Down, even jumping as well. So it is well reinforced by Heroic, but can they survive?
Good setup, but Cadian's checking between two different angles. Shush is going to spot one. Falls on back. Down hits the first shot, though. Cadian still tucked on under here, yet to be revealed. Shush has found another. Cadian not even needed yet, but now he will be. That bomb is out in the open, and Cadian is being silent. Finally strikes, gets one delivered. Runs out of bullets, playing around on the ladder. Annihilation takes him down. Shush swings on out. He goes down as well. We're into the 2-on-2 now. Exist spots out one towards the connector, but that bomb is on the way out of here.
Yeah, it's classic Mongols. Put attention towards one bomb site and then vacate. And I really like this out of Annihilation, but Tessez is closely tracking him down. Exist also spots him in the window. That puts things into a favorable position for Heroic. It's a foot race to B, one that Blitz is just about gonna win.
Jason spotted though, knows where they all are. Exist nails the final shot. And Heroic, I think that's their first pistol round in this entire series, Brandon.
Yeah, it is, and what a perfect time to grab it. Cadian gets so much leverage out of his position here because Stown and Shush do an excellent job just getting the initial kills, and unfortunately he runs out of bullets here. But I really like this reposition. Tessez and Exist, they work together to kind of create a crossfire in towards the middle of the map, and from there it's very difficult to Blitz to be able to plant the bomb on B.
Not much of an investment here. Down able to strike true, and he is collecting 4 kills in the round for Stown. This is looking to steal the ace, but Annihilation is going to dome him. So maybe a chance here for Stown to get this final frag, but everybody is looking at his spot. Annihilation, nowhere to go. Cadian runs him down.
Yeah, nice and easy and straightforward as expected, but now as we move into round number 3, we get all the AKs in play for the Mongols, and now we get to start to see what they've got up their sleeves. Normally it's very quick pressure in towards mid, then they'll slow things right down. And how are Heroic going to combat this? Are they going to feel as comfortable going for these information plays at the start of rounds now that they've got Exist substituting in?
Okay, going to spot out some players in mid. The flashbangs are good. Down shots are better. Gets that first kill. Smokes come on down. A lot of chaos being caused here, but Heroic are the ones that are thriving in it. Exist collecting with the MP9. Pace doesn't work out towards mid, but maybe towards B it does. Annihilation has walked on through. Blitz has found one down as well, and Techno strikes 2.
Still looking dangerous though. Exist does significant damage, but it gives information over. Blitz on the spray, can't convert. Now Annihilation thrown into this 1 versus 2, has picked up the bomb. Can lock in the digits as well. And Heroic can begin to flank. Split through apartments and short. Annihilation. Isolation is the key here. Slides in towards the van. Shush has got an incendiary he potentially could put down towards this position. Cadian creeping up close. There is a defuse kit as well, so time not a limiting factor. Annihilation remains vigilant, putting his crosshair in this position. Cadian needs to start to move. That's a good adjustment. But now they know exactly where he is. Slow HP goes for the pre-fire, and Annihilation locks it in. The Mongols with the AKs pick up the round.
What a clutch from Annihilation, living up to his name. That shot onto Cadian was nasty. And then the pre-fire Onto the player swinging van. That is beautifully handled in the 1v2. The odds were completely against him there, considering the utility, spacing, everything that Heroic had there. Let's watch that one back. What a shot. That is so sick. And then getting back up on high, making it hard. Shush to be able to fight him. The spray comes on through, and he collects. Beautiful from Annihilation.
Yeah, and you speak about utility. MongolZ missed the window smoke. That's what enabled the chaos in the first place. Allowed Heroic to collect a couple of scalps and place them on the mantelpiece. It's actually down with the AWP in towards Palace. Had the spawn for it, and is holding, biding his time. Is he going to push further in? That's the next question, because Bartek is holding, locking him out of this position.
Pistol starts to creep forward, and Bartek falls on back. Bobby is actually coming back this way. And I feel like Heroic should have a decent read on this, just because there's not been any mid presence. Really? Oh, nice shot from Shush. He edges on forward. He can get himself an AK, but MongolZ are moving into position. He's spotted, does reach out. It is actually just the Galil, but he'll take it. The Flames drop as well. Delivers Hastika to him. That smoke comes through at the perfect time. 1 health point. All he's working with, that might be all he needs. Down is in a very tight spot now. They're going to be coming from above, and he does not have a good angle with the AWP, and it doesn't matter. Techno domes him. Cadian steps up. Cadian gets another. 2 huge frags. The bomb dropped as well. Falls on back. Has support from Tessus in CT, and it's just Annihilation. Another clutch required.
Go searching up, over. That's been spotted, though, and that's where Heroic can just swing on in together. And the AWP's even recovered in the process. Shush does incredibly well in towards Palace. The fact that he even drops the flames here and nearly finds a second one. Oh, literal 1 HP.
That's kind of crazy, but well handled by Heroic. And immediately, MongolZ are reset. Canadian strikes true. Annihilation, no chance to even get into a clutch this round. He's removed immediately. Shush also removed. Hastika hits a nasty one with his Desert Eagle. He's the only one with armor, and unfortunately the weapon delivered to him is an MP9, which is really what you want. It's a nice little spray from Tessus through the wall. Techno stands no chance. They're slowly getting picked apart here. Hastika has managed to kind of get some space here over at A. Tucks on into Sandwich. It's down. It's going to come on over, making a bit of noise. It's going to give Hastika information. He starts to move on through. Look for the timing here. Couldn't connect the shots.
And now look at Exist as well. So much space being taken up in towards mid. MongolZ going to try an MB. That has been quite a regular occurrence for them at the start of this game. Just trying to clear every angle, see if the head presents itself on a silver platter. Tess says this angle won't lock him into the kill, but at least it gives reassurances to Heroic that the MongolZ are executed in. Now needs to be careful. Needs to wait for the reinforcements to arrive, but he doesn't even need them.
That's beautiful from Tessus. Deploys the smoke like a wall, and well, it may as well be that. No stress at all on the site, falling back to a better angle. Ready for the follow-up. First time out now coming through for the MongolZ. They will have all the AKs back out. And well, where we saw success from them against Na'Vi was often in towards mid. We saw it in the second round here where they throw a lot of these deep smokes. One will land up towards short, one will land in behind connector as well. And then they'll go for the kind of just straight up duels in mid, try and capitalize on the chaos, use their utility to get space and force the fights. So we'll see if they go back to that sort of play or whether they're going to play more to Heroic's tune.
Bartek started off really strong on Overpass and is a little bit absent here on Mirage, which isn't a good feeling for the MongolZ. It's been very execute heavy though. This T side, they now look to go again over towards B, which is currently completely open for business. No one is there from Heroic.
I can start to move around. A very mobile CT side. Good smokes come on over, but it's a bit of a fake out. It is just to put Hastika forward and Blitz boost up over. Cadian's caught off. Not ready for this play, and now Blitz has a lot of space to work with. The immediate response from Exist is to take space towards Ramp. It's the right play. He starts to come on back. He's been spotted now, drops the smoke, and at least he can be here as a bit of a thorn. Tessus gets one as well, and Shush has made his way into the side. That flashbang is good. Doesn't allow him to get too much done here. Exist is in an uncomfortable position. He's about to get flanked from Annihilation, but he could also just drop the bomb immediately. But no, Annihilation is here first, finds him. Shush in the sight. Taken down by Bartek. They're peeking them apart. Down finds one. Tessa just walks on through for another. A 2 versus 2 suddenly. Heroic now in a position to be able to bring this one back after all the work the Mongols have done, but maybe not. Techno gets one. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and Annihilation once again in the clutch.
Molly smoke available, but you don't really want to be pulling out nades in this position. Annihilation might just fight forward. Does swing, gives Tessus an opportunity and goes back in for seconds. It's another Annihilation clutch. It's a second one, which earns Mongols the double up.
Always to be counted on to deliver, but really cool setup here, right? I love the fake out towards B. Try and sell that one and capitalize on it with the immediate window boost. They've been really loving these window boosts. I feel like you mentioned it earlier on in the stream, just how much they like to get a player up in there if they're able to do it. You saw why, able to catch it off Cadian. More pace now, pausing immediately before they peek into down, which is fortuitous. Now the smokes go down and they crawl through. A lot of pressure now put onto Cadian with this scout.
Interesting that Stown's taking the AWP over Cadian. Worried more about A than B are Heroic. But now here drops in the utility and it's an overflow out towards B. Surely it's just going to have to be the save call from Heroic, and it'll be interesting to see if the Mongols will respect them, let the weaponry fall on through, or instead they'll go for a little bit of a hunt on their own. I think given the bank balances of the Mongols, they'll probably just concede this one. They'll respect the fact that Heroic can just bring forward these weapons, and they only did see a scout on Cadian as well.
Yeah, and that's kind of the exact round I was talking about before, right? With the kind of smokes they deploy, taking that space and just going up fast short. The fact that they find no contact, you know, oftentimes against Na'Vi, they, depending on how the fight took place there, they'd usually go on towards A, but they get no contact. They just get to walk up for free. So they take B. Why not? Third round now for them. Yeah, that one's always going to be tough with Cadian with just the scout. How's the AWP there? It's hard to believe, because he would have got that first kill.
The Mongols eliminated Imperial yesterday on Mirage, and they're also looking to do the same against Heroic. Potential giant slayers. Cadian now is wielding the sniper. And we are already starting to see the Mongols not being afraid of the fight. Not cowering at the idea of potentially being eliminated. They just want to play their own game. Doesn't matter who the opponent is, and that's why they're quite an exciting team to watch. Azteca takes control of middle. Much more slower round now coming out of the Mongols. They begin to pump the brakes. They want to all coordinate a split. With Window being the first port of calls down. As a reaction, is in amongst the ladder room. Vent broken, so he can quickly rotate down if he needs to for his team in jungle.
A lot of this is on Cadian and Tessus. Once again, taking the space. The smokes come through. Tessus is here with his M4, and he finds that first. Fairly clean on it as well. Can fall on back, and look at Stan's position here. Not going to be checked. Gets the kill into Annihilation, and now Tessus looking to get involved. Bartek is here, and he is scrambling. Tessus able to take him down. A huge double kill with that M4. Now, how do Blitz and Techno try and recover this? That bomb is completely out of their grasp. Techno has walked up through the apartments. Tessus spots him out. Now he knows that he can focus his attention elsewhere. Deal with Blitz, and Exist does just that. You know exactly where Techno is. His chances in this round are minimal. 4 players to find, and he knows he cannot pull this off.
What a fantastic round from Tesses. It's the initial contact on short, falls away to bait in the Deagle is down, and then he re-swings on the contact, and the entire time his back's pressed against the wall. It's such precise angle management to ensure that Techno can never find that trade over towards market. And by that point, the opportunity, the timing window is gone, because Heroic can then regain control on towards mid. They can all converge onto the bomb together, and there's no opportunity for that round to be won.
And the second act, immediate. I think they know just how important a good T side here is, just given what their CT side has looked like. It's been a little up and down. Obviously, we saw Annihilation performing really well against Imperial, but it felt like it was really the T sides where they've been finding a lot of their success. Obviously, they are going to invest into this. They've got enough to do so. Techno saved over the Galil. Save. They've been finding a bit of success. I mean, even that round there, they were able to get a lot of space there. It was just that they weren't really ready for Tessus on a bit of an off angle out towards short. Weren't completely diligent in their clears onto Stown. The spacing itself was pretty good.
And now Heroic have let Mongols speak about it for 30 seconds. The Mongols, they're raring to go. They want to try and counter back immediately. And Heroic say, whoa, hold on a second. Let's just take 30 more. What's the rush? You got a game plan you want to get going there?
I kind of like that, right? Because you know that they're not talking to the coach, right? I mean, it did look like they had someone behind them. I guess someone stepped in to be on the coach headset with Exist in the server.
The thing I worry about for the Mongols right now is the utility that they're kind of bringing to the table in this one. It's I like to describe like the Molotovs and the grenades, like really disruptive utility. I haven't got too much of that. It's literally just one Molotov to kind of flush a defender out of a position. They have got smokes which can obscure vision and allow them little points of gaps, and currently it looks like Blitz was lining up a smoke to throw in towards jungle. Mongols really want to take space out towards middle, and if they can push and pull a rotation off connector and off jungle, that will make things a lot easier to facilitate.
Yeah, Heroic have been happy to kind of concede this. I think they know that Mongol's game plan is a bit like this. And here's Hastika going fast in short. Exist, oh, he's going to pull out the smoke. They are not going to respect that. They're straight on through. Test ball and Exist. He's being put under pressure. Hastika finds another. It's down. Caught out as well by Blitz, who was top mid the whole time. That is perfectly executed by the Mongols.
That's third time's the charm as well. They've gone for that short to B play. And Exist, you can see the a little bit of rust coming in. The fact that he pulls a nade there, he doesn't expect the Mongols just to accelerate through and hit the timing, because no one, as you mentioned, was really monitoring mid. So he gets caught between a rock and a hard place. The Bianca's fallen in the meantime as well.
Yeah, I think that's also kind of his fault, right?
Yeah.
Because he's the one that's in charge of short, and Hastika comes from short and kills Tessus, right?
A little bit awkward. Teething problems for Heroic. And I think it's really important for the Mongols, as mentioned, that they just kind of keep the pace, and they always let Heroic kind of know that they're there. And they make sure that the round buffer hasn't really been too well established. Just keeping hot on their heels are the Mongols.
That's kind of what the case was in Overpass a bit as well, right? Despite Inferno being a blowout, Overpass was very back and forth. Mongols always able to find the rounds when they needed them. Do they have more in their scrapbook than these fast short plays? That's the question. Do they need to if they're working? I guess it's the follow-up question.
It'd be interesting to see the adjustment. Flashbangs, double layering. Hastika removed, and now Stown can just shroud himself in the shadows of connector and work his way back in. One and done. That's perfect. That's all Heroic needed.
A nice clean entry. This gets boosted up to everyone's favorite position on the box. You need to worry about anything here. Just need to chill out, wait for them to come to you. MongolZ got a player in Palace, and they're coming through mid, so it does feel like the A split is where they're intending. Most of the presence coming through. Cadian's holding for this boost. Put that hand back on the keyboard. Luckily, Techno is just getting up into the corner to hold short. And that bomb starts to make its way through. Down is in the perfect position to deal with this, but he's spotted out. Blitz is spamming on through and gets that kill for free, but Cadian was ready for that boost when it came on through.
Yeah, Shush has also deployed a smoke to enable himself to try and mitigate both angles. Spam. Oh, it's pretty good, actually, Blitz. Taking lumps out of him. Testes follows up on towards Blitz as well. 4 versus 1. It's just Bartak. He's in a world of hurt. I can't even get past Shush as well, as that's well handled by Heroic. The fact that they play that one a little bit patient, they allow more pieces to get involved in the fight than just the initial contact from CT.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing when you're playing the MongolZ here, because I feel like if you try and just immediately just brawl it out with them when they go for these contact plays, that's where it kind of falls apart, right? That's where they can start to get ahead. But if you just play patient, sit back, hold your lines, which is exactly what Heroic did here, you're going to come out ahead with the discipline. And they don't lose anyone in that retake, just down in the initial entry.
Yeah, Tessa's phenomenal again. Faster play for the Mongols, looking to run it right up into the mouth of A. Exist is here, lying in wait. It's a dangerous fill-in in Sandwich if Mongols don't clear him.
Oh, Sound spotted one. Flames immediately, and Exist. Oh, that's uncomfortable. Going for the spray into the Palace player, and they all swung at once. Shush is here, and Status just dropped on through. Gets into where Exist was standing and nets himself 3 kills. Bartak gets 2 back. This is where you're trying to play to the MongolZ game, and it's working out this time around. Testis is brawling. Annihilation again in this clutch. They line up for him. He has to go for the reload. Both these players on such little health points, and it's the HE dunked on over for Testis.
That was nearly gifted to Annihilation. My goodness me. How close does this get? By the skin of their teeth, Heroic. They've got to rely on the shrapnel to finish off the job. And Snow, look at this. Incredible play, just diving in and finding free. But I cannot believe Annihilation catches the headpiece of Cadian.
Yeah, that's so unlucky for Cadian. He's just jumping by and he gets taken down. Well, it does reset MongolZ. Heroic now start to get a little bit more comfortable. This lead begins to extend. This round should be relatively easy for them to collect. Talk about Annihilation though, right? I feel like when it comes down to these clutch moments, he can really step up. Even if that one was a little bit lucky, he almost makes it work.
That's so wild. Still trying to recover from that one. Down. Okay, a little bit messy. Techno trying to bait for the rest of his team. It's, well, oh, I was going to say, not quite going to work out. Blitz, he finds a couple of headshots. That was some really impressive individual mechanics, but Exist is there just to mop up. There's too many players to contend with. And now this is getting a little bit scary now, Lucy. That's 3 timeouts used in the first half of MongolZ.
Yeah, and again, I think it's just because they know that their CT side is a little bit weaker, and they need to find a good start here, and it's not quite going their way. They've already lost out this half. They will get the buy on through here at the very least. I swear Exist only gets multi-kill rounds. Like, I feel like it's like he'll do nothing for a few rounds, and it's like a triple kill.
It's been cool to watch. I've been impressed with Testes the most. I feel like he's been the most dependable pair of hands for Heroic. He just feels like the glue that is holding all of the CT side together right now. His impact, it can't be understated, because he's recovered a lot of these situations where Mongols were overstepping and really taking the fight to Heroic. It's been these multi-kills that have been the difference. Again, it's pressure towards A early. Heroic are dispensing their utility. And free smoke's used on middle, but it's only Blitz there.
About to pop one through. Shush in the good position. They just run through the grey, and him and Cadian collect. Blitz does split eventually, but it's after 2 of his teammates have fallen. in a bit of space here. Just about dodges a bunch of that HE, but Stown takes down his head. Aston gets one back, and he's looking to accelerate. That's a massive kill, but unfortunately for him, Bartek has fallen. So has to go with everything. Stown ensures that is not so.
Yeah, good proactivity from Hastica. The fact that he pushes through and takes space beyond the bomb site, it would have been essential. It would have been a very key component, but the issue is he hasn't really got any of his teammates. He's all alone, and Heroic. This was 5-4, and now it's 9-4. A streak to end the first half in a flurry. Kind of disrupts all the momentum and the motivation MongolZ had. Looks to be an execute towards B now. Very fast pace about it. They just want to run it down with the Tech 9s. This time it's not a scout, it's an AWP for Cadian.
He's also got support. 2 players are here with him, so hits the first, falls on back. Now he's looking to reposition. Nice flick down from Cadian, making that AWP sting. Misses that opportunity, but Existor's delivered. Oh, Annihilation again. A massive double. Still a player back inside though. Tessus is here. Never left. Annihilation, ace clutch with the Desert Eagle. No, sadly for him, it does not transpire. Tessus takes him down.
It's always Annihilation in these clutch situations though, and he's always good for a couple of multi-kills. That flick's impressive. So are these Deagle shots. Absolute chaos.
Well, last round of the half. Heroic now on a bit of a roll. Cadian jumps down immediately into the pass. Stown get boosted above as well, so it's a very powerful setup. He gets an opportunity for the first, but it's a little awkward fight. Does eventually find it. Now Hastica knows Tessus is here. Going to try and clear him out. The bullets eventually connect. Just trying to get something back in response, and does a bit of damage. Now Cadian's going to be unknown here. How much is this going to matter? A lot. As he hits a banger shot onto Annihilation with the AWP.
Yeah, but hang on a second. Techno's flanking and Hastica. Oh, he's so crafty. He's in the window yet again. Shush seems to be aware of it, but you're not ready for Techno. He's done this once already this series. Hastica dealt with. Oh, and it's so patient. Techno, how many more can you find? Needs to be a couple. And he does also find Cadian. That's 5 rounds locked up for the MongolZ, and it's yet again Techno with the important kills.
Huge from the MongolZ, a slight recovery at the half, but a lot to do. Elimination on the line when we come back.
Feels a little bit familiar for Heroic. If you reflect back to map 1, it was dominance there, and whilst MongolZ have tried their best to throw some spanners in the works, it's been pretty smooth sailing for Heroic. Double digits.
Yeah, feeling pretty comfortable here, but still have to stick the landing. And this is an interesting one for Heroic. Looks like they're going to be putting a bit of presence over towards B and likely wrap on back down. That bomb is in Palace, which kind of sells the destination. Remember, they're just holding for aggression literally everywhere on the map.
I quite like that of Blitz. He's just trying to figure things out. And whilst he is being a little bit brave stepping out into the open, he is kind of keeping himself within the familiar territory of connector. Tess says, finds the contact. That's going to be activation, but it's not going to be the full commitment. The idea is to drive rotates over to B whilst Heroic try and work out A, but it hasn't fooled anyone.
Yeah, I mean, come on. It wasn't particularly convincing. All right, well, they're going to walk on back through. Blitz has been checking this momentarily. What a shot from Blitz. Blistering. Now he falls on back. An opening kill for MongolZ. Heroic with no response yet. They have to make their play onto A soon.
Yeah, it's down. Try to take contact. You have got the split in, and Cadian trying to lock off rotates. 35 seconds. Heroic have got to get a wiggle on here. Annihilation trying to sell the position of Bartak even further. Timer ticking down low. Heroic start to make their move onto the bomb site, but here strikes Bartak. Is not the kill. In fact, it's a little bit messy, but yet again, Heroic need to get going, and that's the bomb dropped.
Yeah, Bartak's just here fighting, drops down, and that's the round one. Cadian's nowhere near. He kind of has to go down here. Okay, okay, Cadian. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he'll take some with him. Does fall eventually. Just around goes the way of MongolZ. Another one for their tally. A couple of nice shots at the tail end there from Cadian.
It felt like Heroic were trying to do everything in that pistol.
Yeah.
They went B a bit, they went underpass a little bit, then they had a late lurk connector. Cadian was in jungle, and we've also got the bomb coming out Palace. So there's some sort of mind games at work. These shots were just so gross. Oh.
Just 2 taps instantly. Cadian, the P250 on Mirage. Name a more iconic trio. He went all the way off. Yeah, that was a weird pistol, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It was
one of the pistols.
I was about to say, it was one of the pistols of all time.
So that means that Heroic will only win 1 pistol in the series. MongolZ will win 5. And they want to go B. Smoke being thrown. There's a little bit of a mid element to try and get MongolZ interested. And well, in actual fact, yet again, it's a little bit of a limp play in towards apartments, and they're out of there.
It's a cunning ruse. They pulled a fast one on you, MongolZ. You thought it was going to be B, but no. Back into the underpass. Heroic go. Masters of Deception. Skyly as a fox. Now they're just grouped up.
Yeah, it hasn't really worked again, has it?
No, it's going to work. Just let it happen. Let them cook.
Exist is like, guys, when we used to do this, like a few years ago, it worked out perfectly. Tess says, let's at least find Annihilation. Blitz. We'll have to try and work off Bartak's contact, or maybe he's just a ruse for later, but no. Hang on a second. Heroic finding all of the kills. Where has all this come from? Bartak does find one, but stands there with the AK. Techno, what have you got to do?
Yeah, see? Just need to give him a bit of time. Let that one pan on out. Managed to contact through connector, and it pays out for them. Techno in a 1v3 and doesn't even get a chance to give it a look in. Shush. Make sure that's the case. Yeah, very nice from Heroic, considering it was a little bit funky, just moving as a 5-man stack. They get the contact over to B, and then they just go fast. What a tap from Tessus. He has been phenomenal. Cadian hits a beautiful dig as well. Everything just works out well there for Heroic.
Yeah, 11 rounds, plays 6. Openings exchanged here on the second half. MongolZ, of course, they'll be forced fire back into it, although the premium is the Eagles. At least the short jump was made, but Tess puts Azteca out of his misery. And Heroic might be looking to go for a mid to B play. Annihilation. Now can't see a thing from the top of connector, and Shush says, thank you very much, I'll take all this space.
Ooh, nice shot from Blitz. It's going to be the one. Techno 4K is under a little bit of pressure here with 5-7, and he is getting peppered with bullets, and he doesn't like the taste of it. Bartek might have a chance to get one. Exist is showing us the big bunny hops through the X-ray there. There he goes. I wonder, like, you made the joke before about Exist calling some old school strats from back in the day, but you know, I wonder how much he's actually kind of influencing the calling here, right? Like, or whether, you know, because obviously the strategy is to be built between him and Cadian.
Yeah.
And obviously whoever else is within their analytical team. But how much of an influence during the round does he actually have? I'd be super curious.
Yeah, I mean, it's pure speculation as Bartek finds one on the way out. But I imagine in a situation like this, he's just gone in to almost be a body. He's going to fill Yabby's roles 1-for-1. The great impersonator Exist. And Cadian will just be calling as he normally does. And maybe on the pauses, that's where Exist can get a little bit more vocal and maybe try to contribute towards the mid-round, if anything.
Yeah, actually, I suppose, you know, given the pauses are when you would talk to your coach, it's a good time for him to get involved. And also, you know, before the round starts, I guess. Maybe we'll find out afterwards. This is just the eco from MongolZ, which means we're going to be on 13 and in a position to take this map, which is 3 rounds needed, eliminating the MongolZ, unless they put up something absolutely phenomenal on this CT side.
Yeah, Exist, he's selling this one on his own. Max
they're buying.
Farming up. There we go. $1,200 already established. Cadian finds the only defender on A, and as expected, always going to be a heroic round. But now my attention turns to the follow-up. What can the Mongols provide when they've got all the investment, when they've got the utility? We saw it against Imperial, backs against the walls, but they were dedicated to the game plan, the consistent CT aggression coming in. Are we going to get a chance to experience some of that, or Heroic going to make very light work of the defense?
Well, that question is about to be answered. The big issue with their current situation is they can't get the AWP out on Annihilation, right? And I feel like that's a bit of an issue here this late into this map. And with Annihilation playing as well as he has, I feel like you really want him on the AWP. Oh no, he's going to buy it. Okay, so he had the choice. I wasn't thinking he would, but has opted just to get that AWP. That's all he has.
Yeah. Down such a deficit, you got to kind of sometimes run with the AWP and nothing else. And speaking of running, Heroic are absolutely hoofing it towards B. Couple of nades rain out. Azteca can hear all of this, just tucked in amongst the corners. But yet again, it's a slowdown.
Get an early contact to keep him guessing. Never let him know your next move. That's his philosophy. Trish's next move is speed, and so is Exist. He's able to trade out his teammate. Does cost him a chunk of health, but at least gets the M4 and falls back, so 1-for-1. Has caused Annihilation to move about. Does start to make his way back on over, and Azteca is taking space in towards short. Tess is spotted. Azteca delivers, but a trade is fast. Now Bartek on the site. Might be in a bit of danger here. Down has crept on forward, but can't quite see him. Spots out the head of Annihilation. Annihilation has to be so careful here, but the tag comes on through. Now down, he's really in an awkward position, but it doesn't matter. Slings on out and takes down Bartek.
Yeah, why not? Gets the kill, also conveys information that Annihilation was here, Exist. Does capitalize upon it. Blitz in the 1 versus 3. There are 2 players low here, so it's definitely a winnable round. The issue is the lack of information. Cadian found through the box, not quite a kill. And now Blitz located. Creep and crawl his way in, but that's where Stown will strike Heroic. It's a 14th.
Yeah, huge round for Stown, particularly that kill onto Bartek, right, as he's crossing over the site. That would, if he goes down there after he was tagged by the AWP, suddenly it gets so difficult for Heroic, right? You've only got one player on full HP. Exist was so low from that tag earlier. Down, knows that he has to step up in that moment, swings for the fight with low HP, wins it out, then even gets that final kill to close things out. So the Mongols are forced in. A lot of Famasi in the server, 4 of them.
Something you never really like to see. This aggression, it could pay off, but Down just spots the feet. He just keeps on going, holds down mouse 1. USP. That's just for style points. 5 versus 2. Rotations can come on in for the Mongols, but it feels a little bit bleak, especially with Shush locking in that kill. Techno gets the bottle of flame to the face. And can't convert the spray either.
Well, that is going to be a serious point now established for Heroic. Just 1 round needed to keep their tournament lives alive and to eliminate the Mongols. They win this, they will be going against Ninjas in Pajamas.
Oh, hold up. Exist has got a P90.
All right, now this is typical Heroic. Pulling out the P90 when you know the enemy has their backs against the wall. And I love that it's Exist doing it. He has the spawn, he's holding down the P90 in hand, looking to take it to them. Ooh, slows on down. Flash through, now he starts to go, jumps out the window. P90 wants to get activated, but no chance, sadly. Can't make it sing. TeSeS does with his AK. Mastico under a lot of pressure here, and Annihilation, another good shot. The bomb's being planted over here. Bartek's still here. Cadian hears him, trying to dodge, trying to find him, and he wins out the fight.
Yeah, that could have got a little bit scary, but I think Cadian got a Q. Now Annihilation. We've seen him in these clutches, but now he needs to just strike not once, but twice to keep Mongol's dreams in Rio alive. Only has the hand cannon to work with. Starts to inch in closer, but surely you can't get past the ramp player. And then Cadian in the back line. Shush provides opportunity. It's messy. And as a result, he will fall. Heroic managed to do it. It takes all 3 maps, but the Great Danes continue their journey in Rio.
Yeah, a long, arduous journey here for Heroic after getting knocked down to the lower bracket, but they stand tall here against Mongols. That second map will be a little bit one that they will want to move past quickly, but with the stand-in, they make it work, looking very impressive on Mirage.
Really impressed with what we saw out of the Mongols all series long, but it was Heroic that stood the tallest. And unfortunately, that means we have to say goodbye to the Mongols as they depart, as they're eliminated from IEM Rio.
Yeah, we got to see some really great individual moments from a few of the Mongols players, but despite the, well, unexpected substitution mid-series from Heroic, they definitely look like a bit more of a solid team unit here in this matchup, particularly on the opening map of Inferno and also on Mirage, but they took it 16-6.
Yeah, it was the maps, I think, that Heroic were kind of always favored on. Overpass, though, it is looking a little bit shaky, right? Losing to Big yesterday, now losing to the Mongols. Heroic will have to kind of go back and evaluate and figure out what's going wrong there, because it's, well, clear from that best of three especially, the Mongols are really exploiting the fact that Heroic have this tendency to over-rotate, and there were significant gaps, especially out towards long.
Yeah, it feels like Heroic and Overpass were kind of very good for a time at that CT side calling in terms of when they would rotate, the sort of positioning. But, you know, you try and pull that card for too long, eventually teams are going to find the read on you, and it did feel like Mongols were able to do that here. It was a really impressive showing. Bit of head-to-head we wanted to highlight here. Obviously, Annihilation for Mongols really stood out in this matchup.
Yeah, he did. I mean, it was the clutch potential that he had in his locker. The 1 versus 2 springs to mind, where it's snappy on towards Cajun and then the pre-fire coming through the van. But Stown, wanted to highlight him because not only did he have an absolute insane performance on Mirage there, just for overall in the series was one of the highest rated players on Heroic, was very consistent. And we had that kind of question we posed to you guys when we started this best of three. And we said, look, Yabi has been playing very well. Stown is now starting to also rise to the occasion. It's what we typically associate with Stown, but not since that roster move. Coach substituted in mid best of three. Stown there when it matters.
Yeah, and Stown was the top fragger for Heroic on every single match in this best of three. Didn't matter if they were winning, didn't matter if they were losing. He was standing head and shoulders above. That is an absurd stat, by the way. 132 ADR, 27 kills across, 22 rounds of play. He would have been on for more if there'd just been more Counter-Strike to play.
Yeah, it was a really good showing, and you've got to give credit to the Mongols because they survived a lot longer than probably most people would have thought. They had a really good fight against Na'Vi in the opening best of ones, showed resolve against Imperial, but unfortunately couldn't get past Heroic. And speaking of Heroic, we've got an interview with Banks with Shush ready and raring to go on the sidelines.
Heroic survived the Mongols in a way I never thought I'd be explaining it to you, because I thought this was going to be quite an easy game. First of all, just Yabi wasn't feeling well before, right? And then able to try and play his way through. We just get to the point for him where he just thought, okay, look, this enough is enough.
Yeah, I mean, I could easily see on his face, and just his skin was a little bit pale, and his knuckles were not that strong. But I think it's strong of him to just say no in the middle of the match, because, I mean, you can feel the pressure to just keep on playing and keep feeling bad, but he was a big boy.
Well, you want him to stay well, right? We've got the rest of the tournament to play for sure. But poor exists, you know. Many times we say coaches, they will say to you guys, oh, I should do this, should do that. Was it nice to see him back in the server?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It was nice having a legend sitting next to you and give knuckles. So, I mean, it was fun. And we tried one practice with Exist as well while we were here, because Yabi was feeling sick. So just in case, so we did try it, and it was an overpass, and we did well in the practice, but we lost the official. So.
Yeah, I was at that point when you started to lose overpass, I was thinking, okay, maybe we're in for a bit of a scare, and it's elimination mode as well. Do you think Exist was feeling the pressure?
I mean, you couldn't feel on him that he was feeling scared or nervous or anything. Yeah. So, I mean, he has a lot of experience as well.
Now going forward, though, hopefully Yabi's going to feel better, so please pass on. Might get well soon to him, but ultimately for you guys, this is a lifesaver, but you've still got more to do. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about like just 2 days here, like we would just want to survive, basically just like counting the days so Yabi can get better. Yeah. So, I mean, he has been feeling better as well, okay. So hopefully tomorrow he's feeling a lot better and is ready to play on the server.
Perfect. I hope so too. Yabi, get well soon. We want you back. But you know what we have to do? We'll give it to B-Dog and Lucy to close out the show. See you later.
Yeah, we do hope that Yabi gets better. It's nothing worse than going on a bit of a travel all the way across the world and then feeling unwell. That's really unfortunate for Yabby. So hopefully he does get better as they have more games to play.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see how this is all shaping up now, because that's day 2 of the group stage of IEM Rio concluded. And of course, in the upper bracket, we've got our playoff teams locked in. Big and Na'Vi, they'll butt heads tomorrow to figure out who's going to the semi-final and who is going to the quarterfinal. Down in that lower bracket, though, NiP versus Heroic, a spot on the playoffs on the line.
Yeah, it's a really exciting one, right? NiP, it kind of feels like they shouldn't have even been here with that situation versus 9. It really felt like 9 had that series, but NiP showed a bit of resilience, and we started to see some really strong signs from players like Headtrick in particular, who's really been stepping up here in Rio. So they're starting to become a very exciting team to watch, and I think that matchup with Heroic is going to be a very exciting one. We also take a look at Group B, which also has the updated games. We have Furia versus Cloud9 in the upper bracket. That's a super exciting matchup between those two teams, both obviously qualified, but the lower bracket yet to be decided. And, well, Brandon, my eyes are on that FaZe Clan Vitality matchup.
Yeah, that is a scary one for sure. And then, of course, you've got OG and Fnatic in the other pip of the lower bracket. And obviously, you take a look at all of those names, and one of them will make it through to playoffs. Only one team from that lower bracket will qualify through. And that is really scary to think that we're already going to lose one of FaZe and Vitality.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. Cloud9 thankfully dodged that situation. It looked a little dicey with them versus OG as well, right? It's the full 30 rounds in both those maps. So it could have been a situation where we had them into the mix as well, but not going to be the case. So that's been a pretty good run for those teams. We've got plenty of excitement tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of tomorrow, we will conclude the group stage. But for now, that is everything here over at IEM Rio. Thank you very much for tuning in and enjoying the show. And we'll be back at the same time tomorrow.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for CEST, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Na'Vi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.